And then there were two. Having started the week with 144 players dreaming of going down in history as this year's Women's Amateur Championship. Now only Valentine Dillon of France and Andrea Revuelta of France can realise that ambition in today's 36-hole final. One of the most prestigious trophies in golf, coming for the very first time from the famous links of Muirfield. We're in the east of Scotland, overlooking the southern shore of the Firth of Forth, and this is the first tee. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to the 123rd edition of this storied championship. Plenty to contemplate for the two players involved in this final. I'm Richard Kaufman. We'll be hearing shortly from Sophie Walker and Katrina Matthew, but alongside me right now in the commentary box is Amy Bolden. And Amy, for these two players, the biggest day so far in their golfing lives.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Richard. And this is the day every amateur dreams about. They've already played a huge amount of golf already this week. But today it's a 36-hole final, and there's so much to play for on the line. It's as much a mental test as it is a physical one today.
Well, we're about to get underway. The starter on the first tee is Leona Maguire.
Good morning and welcome to Muirfield for the final of the 123rd Women's Amateur Championship, which will be played over 36 holes and contested by Valentine Dillon and Andrea Revuelta. The scorer for this match is Jane Richardson. The board carrier is James Gibson. The referee is Charlie Moran. On the tee from France, Valentine Dillon.
And a nice sporting gesture straight away from Valentine there. Play well, she said to her opponent, Andrea. She said yesterday in her winning interview in the semi-final that it's the reason why she practices every day, for a chance to be in a position like this, the final of the Women's Amateur Championship.
On the tee from Spain, Andrea Revuelta.
Well, a nice drive down the middle for Valentine. There's bunkers down the left side on this first hole at 270 yards. I'll hit this one down the right half.
There's a scene. Had a great battle yesterday, didn't she, in that heavyweight match against the world number 3 Farah Keefe. It came all the way down to the 18th, but she came through, which is why she is here alongside her sister Angela, pushing the trolley for her, with a chance to make history on these favoured links of Muirfield. Well, semi-finalist back in 2004 is Sophie Walker. She's on the ground, soaking in the atmosphere and keeping an eye on the conditions for us. Morning, Sophie.
Good morning. The trophy is shining in the Muirfield sunshine. That's because there's a stillness in the air this Saturday morning. 24 degrees it will be. Wind, nothing at the moment. Perfect scoring conditions. However, there's going to be an opposite wind today. We've got a southwesterly, which means warmer, but I can tell you something, they will not be driving the 12th and the 15th hole today. The front nine will play so much easier. And what of our competitors? Well, this morning there was 2 of them at breakfast, 2 of them on the driving range. Valentine is looking to become the first French player to win this trophy since Céline Boutier. Her caddy, Paul Cunningham, caddied for her just a couple of weeks ago when she came for a practice round here. He said to all his friends, that girl is going to win the Women's Amateur Championship. So I think I need to go and ask Paul what the lottery numbers are this week. And Andrea, Spanish, from Stanford, looking to go back-to-back for the Spaniards. She had her headphones in, head down, cruised to the first tee. It's going to be a really good European final here. So let the duel at Muirfield begin.
And I don't know who polishes that trophy, but they do a very, very good job. It's like a mirror, isn't it?
Oh, it looks good, doesn't it?
Some names on there.
Some fantastic names. Georgia Hall, Carlotta Siganda.
Well, yeah, a couple of, you know, the Spanish leaders, if you like, in golf, in Atha Munoz and Carlotta Siganda. Whereas, you know, you look at the French winners there's been, from Catherine Lacoste to, who Sophie mentioned there, Céline Boutier. But what a gorgeous morning on such a fabulous golf course. And conditions set fair. You can see, though, as you'd expect, it's links golf. We're by the Firth of Forth in the east of Scotland. Wind speeds will pick up at various points during the day. But we've already seen from these two that they are more than capable of coping with that. And it's not necessarily about the number. It's about match play. It's beating your opponent. Exactly.
You're playing against the person today. Pars go out the window, you know, it's a par 4, but it doesn't matter about that. You're playing against the person today, and you just have to get one lower than what they are. And much better conditions, as we can see today. Sunshine is out this morning. Wind picked up yesterday afternoon, as it tends to do up in Scotland, this part of the country.
Yeah, not too much movement on that flag right now. 410-yard par 4, and, well, two fabulous drives.
Andrea Rivalta is going to be first to play. Beautiful drive, Richard, in the centre of the fairway. Not going to be going in with any more than an 8-iron on this one.
Nerves still jangling at this point?
I'm sure the first tee nerves were definitely there. But it's a long way to go, 36 holes today.
Well, safely on board, but a long way from the flag.
It can be difficult with club selection, especially in match play. Along this first hole, you've got a lot of adrenaline, maybe trying to play for that with that shot, expecting maybe to go a little bit further.
I mean, you couldn't place this in a better position. You know, flag's back right. She's on the fairway, but right on that left edge of it.
Yeah, this is fantastic angle into this pin. Pin position 25 yards on, 6 from the right. You can go straight at this.
Well, still a long way away, a little bit closer than Andrea Rivalta for Valentine Delon. There is Paul Nostradamus, as we maybe should call him, given his predictions. We shall see. In terms of the world rankings, you would say, well, the favourite's Andrea Rivalta. She's 4th in the world, whereas Valentine's 66th. But from what we've seen, they're a lot closer than that.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've both got a lot of experience. You know, they play at the top level of amateur golf week in, week out. You know, Rivalta, she's represented Europe on the Junior Solheim team, the Junior Ryder Cup team, so she's got plenty of experience playing match play. But as has Valentine Delon, you know, she won the 2024 French Ladies Open. You know, that was a match play event, so she's got plenty of experience.
Yeah, Andrea has won, you know, 4 collegiate events, you say, mentioned the bigger events, whereas Valentine hasn't necessarily been in some of those so-called bigger events yet, but that could very much change over the next 36 holes, because the carrot dangling is, well, more than tantalising when you think of what is on offer for these two players should they go on and win. And it will start in just over a week's time with a trip to Evian-les-Bains on the southern shores of the Lake Geneva.
I mean, it's fantastic incentives, isn't it? What the winner gets from winning the Women's Amateur Championship. As you say, getting to play in the Evian Championship, will then go to the AIG Women's Open, which is at Royal Lytham this year. So it's so much to play for, getting in all the majors, US Open next year.
Yeah, it's life-changing. Andrea's played in one major. She played the Chevron Championship, made the cut there this year. Valentine's never played in a major before, although she did play at Evian just a couple of weeks ago and made the cut at the French Open on the Ladies European Tour. But that is what's on offer. Right now, I don't think they'll be thinking about any of that. Their focus is on two very tough putts coming up on this first green.
Yeah, we saw a lot of long distance putts yesterday afternoon, especially as the wind picked up. The nerves down this first hole. Want to cozy this one up as close as you can. This one going uphill in the first half of the putt.
How about this? How about that for an opening putt from Andrea Revuelta? I think she's got her eye in already.
Well, a fantastic first putt on that green there. Past the hole, nice and aggressive. Not showing many nerves there.
I was going to say that's a nerve settler right there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Valentine spoke yesterday about how a coach was talking to her, you know, and saying the importance of not going behind. And she did that yesterday, never once went behind in either her quarter-final or in her semi-final. Is it a little different in 36-hole match play?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's hard to say not to get down in the match because, you know, you can't control what your opponent's doing. You know, if they make a few birdies in a row, then, you know, you're probably going to get down in the match. But, you know, she's spoken about being process-driven, one shot at a time, one hole at a time, and that's all you can do today.
Well, that's just got a little bit left on it. A little more tentative from Valentine. It's where your mouth's a little dry, your hands go a little sweaty, the nerves very much in the system.
Yeah, and these putts are so important today. This is a nerve settler. This is one you want to knock in on the first hole. Don't want to give any holes away today. It's a long day out there, 36-hole final.
Exemplary yesterday, her performance. This to complete the par at the first, one would assume to halve the hole.
Very nicely done. A good two-putt there from long distance.
Yeah, a little bit of acknowledgement there from her caddy Paul as well. Be a little bit of relief as well from Valentine there. If I'm not mistaken, wearing the same outfit that last year's winner, Paula Martin Sampedro, her fellow Spaniard, a fellow Stanford teammate, wore.
Very well done. A hole halved in pars.
Okay. Both players can feel like we're in this now. We're underway. Two very good pars, because they weren't the most straightforward of two putts. Very impressive one it was as well from Andrea Revuelta in particular. So there we go. One hole down, maybe another 35 or more to come in this 123rd Women's Amateur Championship final. The first hole halved in fours. It's all square. So there's a look at what's coming next. Amy, the second hole.
Yeah, beautiful par 4, 354 yards. You can see bunkers lining the fairway there down the left-hand side and right. That bunker on the left is in reach today. It's 231 yards to reach it. Dillon going with a fairway wood off this tee box. Accuracy very important on this golf course. And bunkers are deep, very penalising. Looking to thread this one down the centre. A sensible play that, taking a fairway wood off the tee, taking them bunkers out of play. Andrea Rivalta going with driver here.
Well, you need a bit of luck down there. She's avoided the hay-like grass, but seems to be sitting down for Andrea Rivalta. Certainly advantage Dillon there. First time the Women's Amateur Championship's been played at Muirfield, that hosted the AIG Women's Open 4 years ago. We had a South African winner at that 2022 Women's Open. Ash Buhai coming through a playoff with Inji Chun. It's a course that has seen the Men's Open here 16 times. Phil Mickelson won it the last time back in 2013. That was some battle against Henrik Stenson. I think we might be in for something similar here today between these two. It's always interesting to see how much chat there will be between the players.
Yeah, no, the players today, they'll know each other very well. They would have played a lot of golf against each other, especially in tournaments like the European Team Championships. They would have, and also college golf. They will, they'll be very familiar with each other's games.
Yeah, one's a cardinal, one's a hockey, and if you don't know your collegiate golf, the Cardinals is Stanford, Andrea there, whereas Valentine is a hockey, which is she's at Virginia Tech. And the Cardinals, Stanford, are the standout team, which is why her compatriot won this and the European Ladies Amateur title last year in terms of Paula Martin Sampedro. Always nice, isn't it, to walk to your ball dead centre of the fairway while your opponent goes scurrying over to the left-hand rough. So both off the tee in different circumstances here, Sophie, for these two players. Well, Sophie's never normally short of a few words. Obviously, a few gremlins in the microphone. I'm sure she's trying to tell us. And by the look of what we saw, it didn't seem too bad a lie, at least for Andrea.
No, and she's missed it in the right place here, down the left side. The pin is back right today, so the angle not too bad. She's got plenty of green to work with. Pin position 27 yards on, 6 from the right side today.
Yeah, she's got a younger sister on the bag, Angela, who played in this year's Women's Amateur Championship. She didn't get through the stroke play side of things, and not to assume you've been with us all the way. So you have 36 holes of stroke play the first 2 days, and then 64 players exactly go through, and then it's a match play round of 64, 32 and so on, which is how these players got through to the final. Oh, was that a shank? I think that's gone miles out to the right. I mean, I can utter the word because I'm not a golfer. But that is I mean, a horrendous feeling. But to have it the second hole of an amateur championship final, that is a horrible feeling.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Richard. It's a very nerve-wracking feeling when you have one of them early on in the round. Delon now from the centre of the fairway. Just a wedge.
Well, that is just the perfect place to put it, whereas her opponent is in position Z. Big advantage for Delon at this second hole. I mean, it's just, I mean, it must be unnerving for Revuelta. I mean, she's got to ignore all of that, you know, just play her thing. But for Andrea Revuelta, as we look at Valentine Delon here, here's how she got through it. And you can see, whereas Andrea, on her route to the final, has only avoided the 18th once. Valentine hasn't been to the 18th. She's going to play it today for the first time since the stroke play, because being a 36-hole final, you have to go to the 18th at least once.
Oh yeah, she's not played it since Tuesday.
No.
Luckily, similar conditions today to the stroke play rounds, but yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Not yet played the 18th. Well, here we are. Andrea Revuelta got a tough shot coming up here.
She's got to be thinking, got to try and make 4.
Exactly. You know, it's a difficult shot, this. The bunkers short of the green, coming out of the thick stuff. It's going to release a lot as soon as it hits the green here.
Oh, that's a wonderful shot. I mean, forget everything that went before. That's a wonderful shot in itself. But then given the fact that she's did what she did with the second, it makes it even better.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, the nerves are going to be there this morning, absolutely. The lie wasn't great that she had down the left side. It looked like it was on the down slope. But yeah, she'll be wanting to forget that shot very quickly. But a great recovery.
Well, she's given herself a chance to come out of here with a half. She's given herself a par putt at least.
Yeah, you're not going to hit every shot perfect today. There are going to be shots that don't go your way. You know, golf, it's a difficult game. You're going to hit shots that are wayward, and you're going to miss fairways, and you're going to get some unlucky bounces and go into some bunkers. Today is all about staying patient. And who can putt the best?
Well, I dare say that Anne Walker, if she's in California having a late night, because it's, you know, what is it, coming up to 1 o'clock in the morning in California right now. One of those where you stay up, isn't it, really?
Yeah, you don't want to miss this. Be interesting to see who it is first to go here.
I think it's slightly weird. Yeah.
Looks
Did you
like
hear
it.
that? Yeah, sometimes they get the referee to come out with the string, but they worked it out between them, and it was Andrea that says, I think it's slightly you, and Valentine was not in disagreement.
Having a good look at this one. Greens are pretty flat at Muirfield, a lot of subtle breaks. Can easily get caught out on these greens. Her family surprised her. Her parents came out yesterday to surprise her. They'll be out there in the crowd supporting and watching on. Well, here we go. This to win the hole.
Well, like her putt on the first green, you'd call that one tentative as well.
Yeah, not surprised. I think in these early stages, it's so difficult. The nerves are definitely there. She knows that she may have 2 putts to win it, but this is where match play becomes so interesting. What a 4 this would be if Andrea was to hole it. You're going to see a lot of momentum shifts all day. That's what happens in match play. Always expect your opponent to hole it.
Not to be. It was a good try, really, given where she was in 2 to make the 4. And she has conceded the putt. There you are, confirmed by the referee, Valentine Delon. Takes the first hole of this final. She wins the second to move 1 up. And a short walk to the 3rd tee with a little spring in her step. Very early days, but once again, like we saw yesterday in those quarters and semis, she's ahead early.
Yeah, that's the game plan, isn't it? Try and get up early in the match, put the pressure on your opponent, make them win holes. On a day like today, don't want to give anything away. This 3rd hole, the par 4, 358 yards. Not much wind, but if anything, slightly helping down the right. There's bunkers down there at 288 yards. Delon again with the fairway wood. Looking for precision here. Well, Andrea Rivalta also going with fairway wood here. Got to take them bunkers out of play. Really narrows at 285 yards.
Just not able to cling on to that right edge of the fairway, but not gone into the second cut, at least there for Revuelta, who would have been unnerved by that second shot into the second hole. So as they walk down the second fairway, let's hear from the chief executive of the R&A, Mark Darban.
Well, the Amateur Championships at the R&A stage are some of our most prestigious events. They're the pinnacle of the amateur game. They help identify and nurture some of the world's best golfing talent and provide a stairway to the professional game for many. So we're very proud of their rich history and heritage, and they're a very important part of the global path. Very few sports thrive without a structured and meaningful pathway. We talk a lot at the R&A about inspiring the next generation. It's a core part of our strategy. And these elite amateur championships play a key role in inspiring and exciting lots of young people to get involved in the game, and then offer them a shop window to see what they can progress towards and move up through the ranks within the sport. So we're passionate about these championships. Muirfield is a wonderful golf course. It's obviously hosted an array of brilliant championships over the years, and we see our job as providing the best possible stage for the best possible amateur golfers on which to perform. And so to see them test themselves, physically and mentally on a tough golf course against some of the best other amateur players in the world is a joy to watch. And we'll continue to prioritise course selection to ensure the strength of our amateur championships moving forward.
Yeah, and that's how you can join the conversation via the various means of social media. And what Mark was saying there, you know, about the pathway, I mean, you only have to look at our commentary team. We've got Katrina Matthew, Sophie Walker, Amy Bolden. You all played these championships. Amy, you made the semi-final a few years ago now, and, you know, went on to win on the Ladies European Tour as well. It is a wonderful platform to have to give you some foundations towards a professional career.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Richard. You know, you get so many incredible opportunities, and getting to play on the biggest stage, you know, golf just gives you so many opportunities, not only in sport, but in life.
Well, down the right, not really the place to be. There's a mound that is blocking Andrea's way to the flag. She's got 105 yards to carry the pot bunker short, and it's 120 to the flag. So 120, but it's blind. You can pick out one of the cameramen in the distance, downwind. Don't want to hit this long. There's a pot bunker waiting for you beyond. So right of the flag would be the safest play here. 120 wedge.
Nicely done there from the Spaniard. Found the putting surface.
This is the angle, 110 yards, nothing blocking her way. Take dead aim, wedge.
Dead aim indeed. Wonderful from Dillon. And once again, as it has been through these first 3 holes, her advantage.
She looks comfortable.
Very. Because, you know, she has played, you know, big amateur events, but she's not won in collegiate golf. She's not won what you would call a big amateur tournament, but she is showing she is maturing nicely as a golfer, and there's a real confidence about the way she's playing right now. She looks like she belongs.
Yeah, she does. You know, and it'll help that, you know, she's from a family of golfers. Her dad captains the men's national team, and I always think that helps when you've got that experience of someone in the family that is involved in elite golf. It's definitely an advantage.
Yeah, and the French team as well. You know, as you say, her dad looks after the men's team. You know, Gladys Nacera looks after the women's team. And you're talking, you know, Gladys there, Solheim Cup player. You know, she brought half a dozen of the French players to Scotland a couple of weeks ago. They got to play and get a feel for links golf, get that experience, and it all builds into what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it, to have someone like Gladys as a role model for the French national team. You know, to be able to spend time with someone like Gladys that has won multiple times, can pass on all of her knowledge and experience.
Yeah, former Ladies European Tour #1. Well, you know, if you make a final of an event like this, the Women's Amateur Championship, you're going to be in for a tough fight against a very talented opponent. And after coming through a couple of big matches yesterday, one against her Spanish teammate in Cata Fernandez, and then against Farah O'Keefe, who's been probably one of the best, well, if not the best player in the world over the last couple of months in the women's amateur game. Now she's facing a tough start here against Valentine Dillon.
This putt up the hill. Gave it a good try.
Yeah, that was a good putt. But she now knows Delon's going to have an opportunity here to go 2 up.
Yeah, it's so important today. You've got to stay patient. Not get down on yourself. It's a long way to go. What a fantastic wedge shot it was in from Valentine.
Takes the opportunity. What a start from Valentine Delon. I mean, dream start, really.
That's exactly what she wanted. Get up early in the match.
Got a birdie under the belt now as well.
Yeah, and that'll really settle up. She heads to the 4th hole. It's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a 36-hole final, you know, it's nice to have a lead like this, but if you saw the men's final last week, you know, we saw there how quickly things can be turned around.
Yeah, and Andrea needs to remember there's such a long way to go.
Yeah, Stuart Green, I think it was 3 down against Matt Maloney, wasn't he, last week at Royal Liverpool? And then turned that around by the time they got to the 18th hole, first time around. But I think it was more of a nervy start from Stuart Green, whereas Revuelto, I know, had a poor shot at the second, but she's, other than that one shot, it's not like she's been playing poorly to be 2 down. It's been Delon's really good play.
Well, the first par 3 of the day, 151 yards. Slightly downwind. Different wind direction today for these players. It's played straight into. Pin's only 4 yards from the left, so you want to keep it right of this pin.
Oh, it was right at it. Unfortunately, with some pace, and that's going to fall off the back edge. Just a missed club, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like that. You know, pitched probably a little bit too close to the pin there. Got a firm bounce. And also maybe a little bit of adrenaline running through the body.
So an opportunity after finding herself 2 down early on here for Revuelto.
.151 yards is the yardage. Just a little 9-iron for the Spaniard. Very nicely done. Look at that. Exactly what she needed to do. Put the pressure back on.
Well, for the first time, really, in this final, Revuelto favourite to win a hole. It's only hole 4, though.
This 4th hole, par 3, is only 151 yards, but the pin is tucked left, and anything slightly pulled will catch this slope and go down a valley. There's a bunker short left as well, but I would be far more concerned about the valley. So you're looking somewhere right of the pin. You've got about 40 feet right of it to work with, and anything short of the pin leaves yourself an uphill putt. The wind's just starting to get up, so it's maybe a club win now. So 151 playing 140 yards this 4th hole.
Yeah, maybe that wind picking up. Maybe that's why there was a slight misjudgment there from Valentine. Andrea, though, with the perfect tee shot in. One struggling for par, one looking good, Amy, for birdie.
Yeah, what a fantastic shot that was in from Revuelta. 2 down early on in this match. Needing to put the pressure on. So have you ever had a little look at Valentine's lie?
Yeah, I'm having a close look, Amy. She can move the pine cone in front of the golf ball, so that's not much of an issue. She's pitching back into the wind. It's about a 30-yard shot. However, this hole, the green slopes quite heavily from back to front, so you've got a downhill chip into wind. So judgment, I think, is always difficult facing this. I'd like to see her play this a little bit low, still with a wedge, but a lower flight.
Well, look at Delon's ball there, what she's got coming up. Well, she's got plenty of green to work with.
She does, and as Sophie said, a nice lie. Going to be downhill when she hits the green.
It can be difficult, can't it, when the wind direction changes from day to day. You know, this hole yesterday playing into the breeze, now switched round to a southwesterly wind, now playing downwind.
And that wind has suddenly picked up just in the last kind of 15, 20 minutes. Just wants to pop this up, land it probably halfway towards the pin and let it run down.
Not bad. Still going to be on the French woman to putt first. Fantastic shot into this par 3 from Revuelta.
Yeah, she's settled herself after that. Dare we say it, shank on the second?
Yeah, it's probably what she needed, isn't it? Just one good iron shot, seeing one go close. You're 2 down early on in the match. Nice to settle your nerves. Well, Delon knows this one needs to go in. You've got to expect your opponent to hole it. This putt here coming up the hill. Come up shy last couple of times on some putts early on. This one needs to be more aggressive. Well, hole is conceded. Revuelta gets one back. And moving on to the 5th hole. First par 5 of the day.
And as we were saying, playing completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, when that wind picked up out the east, they couldn't reach it. But today, that wind downwind, this should be easily reachable in 2. There's just a couple of bunkers down the left and a cluster down the right that they need to avoid.
Yeah, 513 yards the par 5's playing today. Down the breeze, as Katrina says. And fairway bunkers are penal round Muirfield.
Yeah, Denny Links course, isn't it? You've got to avoid the fairway bunkers. They really are a penalty, stroke and distance, really. And it's not often you can hit more than a wedge out of them. can see that big long bunker, the third one down the left. That's a good line from this tee. They can't reach that.
Well, she looks like she likes that one. Quick tee pickup. That's perfect. Straight down the centre of the fairway. This is what we're going to see so much today, isn't it? The momentum swinging back and forth between two fantastic players. Dillon now. First time hitting driver so far in the round. See that Scotty Scheffler-like footwork.
Oh, and she's just lost that one a little bit to the right. There's a few bunkers that you can't see from the tee there. Might have just cleared the last one in the rough. But you're right, it's amazing how quickly the momentum can shift from one player to the other.
Sorry, a bit of time.
And there's the golf course, Muirfield. Fantastic venue for this year's Women's Amateur Championship. Well, Sophie has caught up with Valentine Dillon. Let's hear from the French woman.
Thank you for joining. Oh, 1 second. Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for joining us this morning. I saw that your mother and father turned up yesterday. So explain how they turned up and the surprise.
Honestly, it was a real surprise because I didn't know. And I think they flew yesterday morning. And they didn't arrive on my first tee, but we had a storm delay, so they were in the clubhouse, so they arrived on the hole number 6.
I saw them taking lots of photos on the first tee today. Now, Gladys Nacera is a very famous professional golfer, and she is part of the French team. How has she helped you coming into this final?
Honestly, she helped us every day during the year. Like, she's with us probably since, for me, like 4-5 years, and she helps us no matter what, if it's good or bad, so we're really lucky to have her.
What advice did she give you for today?
Just win.
Sounds good to me. I'll let you go.
Well, wasn't that the perfect piece of advice, Amy? Just win.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it?
A lovely view there, down looking towards over Renaissance Archerfield out to the islands in the Firth of Forth.
No, it's great, isn't it, to have someone like Gladys Nacera part of the French national team, helping these young ladies develop their game, giving them, you know, her expertise and her advice, all her experience that she can pass on.
Oh, isn't it just, Amy? I think just the fact that they know Gladys has been there, she's done it, she knows how they're feeling, she knows how to cope with the nerves, and she can pass on all that experience. It's just little tips you can give them, even if it's just one little piece of advice that sticks with them.
Well, there is Andrea Revuelta with her sister on the bag, caddying for her. Oh, this looks like it could be awkward.
Oh, isn't this? She's going to have her feet in the bunker, grip right down the club, and she's just going to have to nudge something up there, maybe 30, 40 yards.
Well, she's got it back into play. But a short par 5 today. It'll be reachable for the Spaniard.
Oh, definitely. And the pin today just on that bottom section of the green. The screen's split in two from front to back, and it's on the lower tier on the left-hand side, so you can, all the fairway kind of cambers from right to left.
Well, there's a good view of this 5th hole, the par 5. Bunkers surrounding this green. Pin position today, 23 yards on, 8 from the left. An accessible pin.
God, you can see the difference. Yesterday afternoon they couldn't reach with a driver and a 3-wood. Now she's hitting driver iron. She'll just want to be starting this on the left side of that stand you see in the distance.
Yeah, I want to keep this ball just right of the pin. Try not to bring them bunkers into play. It's a long iron, 5-iron. Oh, brilliant shot there. That one's going to get better and better. Running up nicely.
Just going to get that slope. Oh, that was very unlucky actually. There's a big slope there that would have just taken it down to the pin. But a very good shot.
She's exactly what she needed to do, hasn't she? Great shot into the previous hole, the par 3, put the pressure on. And again, on the green and 2 on this par 5. You know, she's a fantastic player, had a fantastic amateur career so far.
And I think benefited so much from being in part of that Stanford team. You've got so many good players. They're obviously her compatriot, Paula Martin Sampedro, Megan Ganny. They've got a lot of good players, and just learn from the experience of those slightly older players. Watch how they practice, see how they play.
Dillon now playing her 3rd shot. Going to want to try and use that slope just to the right of the pin to bring this one nice and close. Well, it's on the putting surface, but outside range advantage Andrea Revuelta on this one. Going to see an eagle putt coming up.
Yeah, I don't think Long quite caught that one how she wanted. Just coming up a little bit short. But after the first few rounds for 18 holes is a bit of a sprint. Now it's 36 holes. You've just kind of got to find your feet, find the range on the putts.
Yeah, it's so different mentally, isn't it, when you're playing a 36-hole match in comparison to all week where it's been 18 holes. You know, it's a long day ahead.
I know you don't want to go behind early. You still know you've got a lot of holes left if you do. Whereas the 18-hole games, you really don't want to afford to go down at all. And the RNA have done such a fantastic job over the last few years, I think, with this championship, attracting a top quality field.
Oh yeah, the best field they've ever had in this tournament in the Women's Amateur Championship this year. Some of the best ranked young female golfers in the game.
And here you go, you can just see the putt that faces DeLong now. She's going to have to go right along that ridge, and then it's just going to come down to the left at the very end. You can see she's walking right along to where she wants to putt this, and then it'll just go straight left.
Well, she's going to know this one probably needs to go in. Her opponent, Revuelta, in there with an eagle opportunity. It just shows how quickly things can change. Dillon 2 up early on in the match. But the Spaniard on a comeback.
And she's going to have to start this probably just out at Revuelta's marker.
Yeah, a lot of break in this one. It's going to be quick as it comes over this slope. Hard to get that one high enough.
Very difficult putt, especially when you're having to try and hold it.
This one's going to be quick, though, down the hill. This is the time. Are you thinking about holding, or are you just trying to think about cozying it up? You've got 2 putts to win.
Absolutely just cozying it up. I think the fact it's straight down the hill, she's not going to have to deal with much side slope, makes it a lot easier. Just really start this going and let it dribble down to the hole.
You can see how softly she's hit that one. It's picking up a little bit of pace.
I was always a great believer, if you've got 2 putts, take them. But she putted very well yesterday. I thought she holed out from kind of 10 feet and in very well. Hold some really good putts and kind of 16, 17, 18 in both her morning quarterfinal and semi-final matches.
Yeah, that's what they're going to have to do today to win. Get it over the line. And putts within 5, 6 feet. Crucial. This one now for par. Well, that match now back to all square. Off to the 6th hole, the par 4.
Yeah, the par 4, 410 yards, slight dogleg to the left. It's a slightly blind tee shot. You can't, it's quite tricky to pick up a target you want to hit it on. This wind coming out a little bit out the right-hand side today, so you want to fire one down the right. Just going with a 3-wood. You can see there are those 3 bunkers down the left-hand side you just need to avoid. And the fairway all kicks from right to left.
Going with a fairway wood, Revuelta. Looking to find the fairway here. Makes a huge difference. There's bunkers down the left. Oof, just missed it. Got a little bit lucky there.
That was very lucky, and looks like she's got a good lie there in the rough. Just looks like it's sitting up.
Dillon also going with a fairway wood off this tee.
And just slightly easier perhaps to move a 3-wood from right to left than it is the driver.
Well, the furthest bunker down the left is 205 carry. I'm gonna hit this one down the right with a little bit of draw. Wind will help it move. Lovely shot there. You know, for someone like Valentine Delon, you know, she's 2 up early in the match, you know, now back to all square. It's an interesting dynamic, isn't it, the way match play is.
Yeah, I think we'll see a few ebbs and flows of this match. Backwards and forwards between the two players. And here's a lovely look at the 6th hole. You've played a couple of holes straight downwind, and now you turn heading south. Those 4 bunkers on the left-hand side that you've got to avoid, and you can see the slope there. They hit the 3-wood, hit that down slope, and it kicks it on down just into that little gully. And then probably just from the bottom of the hill, it's going to be a slightly blind shot. And the pin today is 20 paces on and 6 from the right-hand side. This green all tends to kick a little bit from front to back, so crucial to be on the fairway.
Well, the spectators out watching this final.
Yeah, Muirfield, an unusual sort of courses in the links course, and the 9th comes back to the clubhouse, so hopefully we'll pick up a few more spectators at the turn when we return to the clubhouse before they head out for the back 9.
Well, there's some information about the venue this week. Muirfield, created by the old Tom Morris, hosted so many prestigious events, 16 Open Championships, 11 Amateur Championships, including the Ryder Cup, Walker Cup and Curtis Cup. And in 2022, the AIG Women's Open, which was won by South African Ashley Buhai. 4-hole playoff to get that victory over the line.
Revuelta, who's got her sister caddying, but she's done all the yardages herself. Got the book out, has the laser out, and walking up now. She's just walking up this hill so she can get an idea of where the pin is on the green. She's going to have a blind second shot.
Yeah, angle-wise, not too bad. The pin being just 6 from the right, but there is a slope behind this pin. It all runs away from it. You're going to have to in middle of the green here. Don't want to flirt with that flag too much.
Absolutely, you can see there she's gone up there to try and find a mark. So she's going to find just right of the gorse. She's going to aim.
Well, this is how she made to the final. Defeated plenty of good players along the way. It's a great match yesterday afternoon, playing against Farah O'Keefe, the American ranked 3rd in the world. Andrea ranked number 4 in the amateur golf rankings.
Yeah, she's going to have just around 180 yards to the flag, 160 to the front, which is probably the yardage she's looking at to land it. So you can see there that buggy you can see is on the right, is to the right of the green, so she's aiming over the wall.
Oh, I thought she was going to get lucky again. She found that greenside bunker, managed to miss the one off the tee box. That's going to be front bunker on this par 4. Gonna have plenty of green to work with. Have a little look at a lie in a few moments' time. But Delon in the centre of the fairway here, a perfect position off the tee. Wind just slightly into off the right side. Can start this one at the pin, let it just drift into the centre of the green. Very nicely played. Well, advantage. Dillon.
And there is Gladys Docera, who we've been talking about, all in the black with the white cap. I think that's the thing a lot of you enjoy about these amateur championships, is that the Spanish will have come as a team, the French will have come as a team, and the other players who've been knocked out will be out watching, supporting, I'm sure, at some point in this match. Oh, yeah. I sometimes think, that's why the Europeans are so good at in team competitions, because they're so used to it from such a young age, playing as a team, cheering on your teammates.
Absolutely, and they've both been over previous to this event to come and have a look at the golf course with their national teams. Great preparation ready for this tournament.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure about your day, but my day was certainly a long time ago. But I think that the preparation now with the amateurs and the support they have, all their support, they really are like little, nearly semi-professionals, really getting them ready for the professional game in every aspect, from strength and conditioning, nutrition, psychology, coaching, course management.
Yeah, you're right. They're growing up in the college system, and they've got great programs over there, and they're all ready. They're ready and made to turn professional, and that's why they come straight out of the blocks and they win straight away. You don't see, I don't feel like when I was playing, didn't really get that as much, but now they come out of the college system and they're straight winning tournaments straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that recently with Rose Zhang, Lottie Wood. Now here we go, Revuelta. She ran back a little bit into this bunker. Not too difficult a shot.
Yeah, got plenty of green to work with here. Pins 20 paces on. Yeah, a well played shot there out of the bunker. She putted so brilliant yesterday, didn't she? And I see another one of them 6-footers that she holds so well all afternoon.
She did indeed. And all going in the middle. It's not as if they weren't, they were just nice pace in the middle.
I suppose it's going to be quite slow for Dillon. It's into the breeze, also uphill. Struggled to get the pace over the first few holes, coming up a little bit shy. Could be a little bit more aggressive with this one. Oh wow, what a fantastic putt that was.
I think she got the pace on that one. Very good.
Well, that's how to win the hole. Back to 1-up for the Frenchwoman. Oh, it's going to be a back and forth match today.
It is indeed. What a great putt there. Not even give Revuelta the chance to make the par.
That's what you've got to do, isn't it? Got to grab the opportunities. Well, Sophie is on the 7th. Let's hear a little bit more about that hole.
The 7th hole. Don't be short of it. There's a trap waiting for you. And you can be short because it plays slightly up the hill, which is quite unusual for one of the par 3s here. Back into the wind as well, and many say club up on the 7th hole, and it is the case here. A blustery wind and only a short iron from 126. You need to make sure you carry it 120, and if you've got that short iron, you can generate quite a lot of spin, so it could send the ball down the right-hand side of the green, which is kind of the miss. You can find, playing into the wind, that you turn it over, and there's some bunkers waiting for you on the left-hand side. So let's go long, and right, but take enough club. It's only 126 yards. Don't get that ball stuck up in the wind.
Well, that's how to play the hole. 126 yards today into the breeze. And as Sophie said, that pin is tucked on the left-hand side, only 5 yards from the left, and then bunkers that you can see. Nasty.
Yeah, very nasty pin. They're deep bunkers, those ones on the left-hand side. So absolutely, you need to be aiming here just for that front middle section. I always think with a short iron into the breeze, you're better off maybe just trying to play more of a half shot, take a little bit of speed off it, take a little bit of spin off the ball.
Nicely done there. Pin high. Perfectly placed right of this pin.
She did exactly what Sophie said she should. Good shot.
You know, it can be so easy to try and go for pins, try and play aggressive. And if it doesn't pay off, you can get into all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, you're right. You've got to be quite disciplined, especially coming in with a short iron. Make yourself aim it a little bit right.
Yeah, well played. 2 great shots into this par 3. Good club from the caddy. Sister on the bag. Well, the wind's not picked up as much as yesterday yet. It was very calm yesterday morning, but it really did pick up in the afternoon. You can see just a little bit of breeze at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's coming. Forecast says, what, about up to 30 miles an hour. That's a stiff breeze. Or wind, I would say. That's getting up to wind. When I look out the window now, if it's above 20, oh, will I play?
I'm the same. Well, we had a northeasterly wind yesterday. Today it's switched in the other direction, southwesterly. You know, you're from the area. What would you say is the easier wind direction?
I think potentially this is a slightly easier wind direction. No, oh, sorry, this one's slightly harder. I think you've got the holes like, well, 7 back into the wind can play quite tough. You're going to have 9 into the wind, won't be reachable. And then you've got holes like 12, 14, 15, long par 4s into the wind. But this is a slightly unusual links course in that the direction of the wind probably isn't as big an issue as on other courses, with the course kind of going all different directions. It's not a straight in, straight out golf course.
Oh, another fantastic view of Muirfield. In fantastic condition this week for the Women's Amateur Championship. Well, we saw a great putt that DeLon holed on the previous. Can she get another one? This one's going to be uphill. Left it below the hole here. Well, good pace on it. That one's going to be conceded for a par.
A good opportunity here for the Spaniard. to get back to all square. Could not have left this in a better position, just below the hole.
Oh yeah, straight up the hill here.
I saw the longs just fall off to the right, so maybe just inside left. Just hit it through the break. Just hit it too hard.
Well, she left herself with a little bit of a tester. I think it's nice to sometimes hold these early in the round.
Yeah, I think it's always nice to see a short putt hold, settles you.
Gotta be careful with this one, it's downhill.
Yeah, just keep it in the hole, don't give the hole away.
Fantastic. Putted so well all day yesterday.
She always looks so calm over them, never looks stressed, looks very relaxed, soft hands.
Yeah, she's got great temperament out on the golf course.
They both do. We saw the real difference. Savannah de Bock yesterday in the semi-final, very different sort of player. Energetic, jumping around. We always knew exactly how she was doing on the golf course. These two don't give much away.
Well, that is how this final match is shaping up so far. They've played 7 holes. DeLon leading the way 1 up, but a long way to go. It's a 36-hole final. Moving on to this 8th hole now, which we're getting a good view at. Dogleg from left to right. Lots of bunkers down the right side here. Fairway wood for DeLon. Just catching the second cut down the left side.
Yeah, it's a tricky tee shot, this one. Slight dogleg to the right, you can see, and that cluster of bunkers down the right, which you just need to try and avoid. It's so easy to run out of fairway on that left-hand side. Generally plays as one of the hardest holes on the golf course, this 8th hole. It's one of these ones you want to, how close to those right-hand bunkers can I hit it without going in them?
Well, that first bunker sitting at 205 yards to reach. The last one is 256. They are all in play today. DeLon's father, Antoine, out on the golf course. Captains the French national team. Looking like she's having some snacks out on the golf course, getting some energy in. It's going to be a long day. Revuelta also going with a fairway wood. So important to find the fairway here. Keep away from them deep bunkers down the right side. Wind today slightly helping, but it's off the right hand side, pushing you away from the bunkers. You really have to be strict with your line off this tee box. Don't try and take too much on here.
It's leaking right. Oh, that was very lucky. Just skipped over one of those bunkers. Now in very good position.
Yeah, golfing gods looking down on it. Well, there is Valentine Dillon leading the way. 1 up in this match, in this final match. Let's hear a little bit more from the Frenchwoman.
Hello, my name is Valentine Dillon. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Paris, France. Yes, my nickname is Titine. My family call me like this. Sometimes I like to play with a French ball marker. No. Golf? Yeah, golf maybe. No, I love sports, so every sport with a ball, I'm pretty good at it. I would say Stacey Lewis because she got the same back surgery as me. So I got back surgery in 2019, and after my surgery, my dad told me that's another player that's really like a legend. She had the same surgery as me, so he helped me to come back and never give up. I will say Augusta National. That's a good question. I will say hole number 4. I really like the setup of the par 3 and with the wind in my face just before the par 5. I think it's a really important hole. Go back to France and party with my friends and my family.
Yeah, but don't party too hard because you might have a major the week after in France. There she is, and she said Valentine. The starter said Valentine, but she's saying Valentine. We better go with Valentine. It could be Valentine's Day, couldn't it, today, the way things are going. 20 years of age, Virginia Tech. She plays for the hockey. Consistent player without really winning any big events.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to win some of the big events. There's so many good amateurs around now. But yeah, as you say, look at that. What a scoring average, 71.67.
And down the bottom there, she played that Open de France, the French Open, was at Evian a couple of weeks ago. She made the cut there. I bet when she was playing that, she wasn't dreaming necessarily being back potentially in a few weeks' time.
Well, maybe she was dreaming, but maybe she didn't think she would quite make it there. But who knows? Yeah, to go back, I mean, they've probably had a lot of training, played that course at Evian a lot of times. The French will be wanting to try and play that in their home major.
Yeah, interesting. She spoke about the back surgery had, scoliosis, which is a curvature of the spine. She mentioned something Stacey Lewis had. She had to have back surgery, and that was in 2019. Basically didn't swing a golf club for 6 months. And she thinks in the end it's been a really positive thing in terms of made her the person she is today, and maybe, you know, as a consequence, toughened her up a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes when you have to go through that little bit of adversity, it makes you really want something when you can't do something for a little while. I remember Stacey saying she was in a back brace for, I think she was in a back brace for nearly about a year, just before she was just at college.
No tally on 7.
Doesn't look happy with that. And that is why.
Well, the lie wasn't too bad, actually, for the Frenchwoman. She just missed a divot on the left-hand side, but snagged that hybrid from 200 yards. It's really weird. The wind was gusting and now it just feels to have settled. As Andrea's got 195. She's kind of playing across the green here, whereas Valentine was playing down it. So this wind will be more of a help in the air, kind of from the right. That flag is 7 from the right-hand side and it's at the back of the green. So maybe starting this at the pin, having the wind drift off and feeling it down the left-hand side. So 195, long iron here.
You hit the green, you end up in the rough.
Yeah, that was a pretty good long iron there with that wind coming off the right. That was a difficult pin to try and access.
She's flirted with the bunkers off the tee the last couple of holes, got away with it.
And you've got to take advantage of these little breaks. They've both missed her on the right side, got a lot of green to work with for their chips across.
This is a part of the world you know so well, Katrina. You're a, what do you call it, North Berwickиan? How do you...
North Berwick native, I would say.
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
Grew up there, went to school there, and now back living there. Just 5 miles along the road to the east.
And today's a decent day, isn't it? I mean, there is, you know, we can see the winds around, but these are good conditions, really.
Absolutely. It's not often. I mean, we've seen some amazing weather like the whole of Britain these last few days, but it's not often you can play these golf courses without any wind.
And how good is it for this championship? You know, such a storied championship, so much history. You're a champion yourself back in the early 1990s, but to have it being played out on this golf course?
I think it's great. It's just like when the AIG, they started moving that to the kind of open rota courses. You know, these players that have watched, you know, women's opens, men's opens being played on these golf courses, and to have the opportunity to come and play them, I think that's why they're attracting better fields than perhaps they used to do.
Yeah, we had 40 players from the USA here this week, 6 of the world's top 10, 12 of the world's top 20. As far as I can remember, you probably can go back a little further in terms of, you know, you played in these championships, but the best field that I can remember.
Yeah, I think they have said this is the best field they've had. So, I mean, I think it's great. They want to keep these events up there. I think that this event, the US Amateur and the ANWA, now they want them to be the top three events and attract all the top players from the world.
And I think that is the way it's going. So what about coming out of this sort of grass?
Very much lie dependent. Obviously just got to hold that face open. Even for this short little shot, that scraggly kind of grass can grab the hosel and move the club face to the left. So just really got to hold it open. Firm wrists. But you know it's going to release. So she's going to want to land this probably 5 yards onto the green. And then it should release on down to the hole. You can see that she kept her wrists firm, very little wrist break, and very nicely played.
Nice to hear the crowds building as well. That ripple of applause getting a little louder, and we'll build. 36-hole final, so plenty of golf to come this afternoon as well. There many of you are watching around the world, but it's just about to tick to 10 o'clock on the east coast of Scotland in the morning.
Now an easier shot here for Revuelta. Doesn't have to deal with any of the long grass, but as we've seen the last couple of days, she likes playing these with a lofted wedge. And play the higher route, land it further onto the green.
She knows what she's doing, though.
She does indeed. Very well played. That's the beauty, I think, of links golf. There's so many different shots you can play around the green. The main thing is you've just got to be confident and decisive on the one you pick.
That has been conceded. One down at the moment to Valentine Delon, Andrea Revuelta. Always nice though when the ball's chucked back to you.
Isn't it, Deed? And you can see the caddy just putting the putter back in the bag, not needed.
Just feeling the slopes with her feet here.
Yeah, you see more and more players using the aim point these days. Just another way of trying to feel the slope rather than see the slope. Green reading really is an art. I always think a good way is to just think, if you poured a kind of jug of water, which way the water would run when you put it on the green.
To remain ahead in this final. Caught the right edge, went in, that's what matters. Excellent up and down.
Two very good up and downs. A 4 is always a good score on the 8th hole.
And they'll be expecting to make 4, won't they, at the next hole, even though it's a par 5?
Well, into the wind today. Yesterday it was downwind.
True.
We saw a lot of fantastic second shots, eagle chances. 2 if they're best, they might just squeak there today before the wind picks up too much.
Yeah, there's 148 bunkers on the golf course. They're all unnamed apart from one on this 9th hole, which is called Simpson's or Simpson's Folly. It's the one that's about 50 yards short of the green, named after Tom Simpson, who carried out the course renovations back in the 1930s here. One to avoid, though.
One to avoid. And off this tee, there's a bunker down the left at 257. See DeLong's going with the 3-wood just to keep it short of that bunker. She can get past the one on the right, 227 past it. Perfect.
Certainly was. What's she contemplating here? I mean, she's had...
I'd wonder whether she's contemplating whether she should hit 3-wood.
Yeah. She not teed it up at all?
Or she's got the 3-wood out. Maybe she was wondering whether she would hit driver.
So both nicely off the tee at this 9th hole. And as we would have expected, a tight affair so far. As they are walking down the fairway, DeLong just ahead. Doesn't know what it's like to trail in these matches, does she?
She does not. Was ahead all day yesterday.
So far today as well. Coming up to the quarter mark.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if Revuelta can get the upper hand, how De Long responds. But she played some beautiful golf yesterday in some testing conditions. Didn't really give her opponents much of a chance.
I just wonder if she, on the first hole, just before she was going to putt, she had a little sneeze, Valentine. I just wonder if it's a little bit of hay fever, something like that.
There is a lot in the area. My husband suffers and is sneezing away at the moment.
Not annoying at all, is it, Katrina?
Oh, not at all.
And has some of your family been out watching?
Yeah, I spotted a couple of them yesterday out watching. Not sure if they're going to pop along this afternoon, watch the end of the final.
So, as we're looking out to the Firth there, what's on the other side?
That is Fife over there.
Right.
So you're looking at the two wee hills over there.
Kingdom of Fife.
The Kingdom of Fife. Kirkcaldy. Anstruther just a little bit further to the right. Ely.
Both players nicely down the fairway at this par 5 ninth. I take it they went with 3-wood off the tee too far back.
Yeah, they're going to have about 260 into the front, so I think, yeah, too far back. I think they both decided off the tee they would rather take the fairway bunkers out of play, play it as a 3-shot hole. Sure. Now you just want to position this one up the left-hand side. Avoiding Simpson's folly.
Exactly. Job done for Revuelta.
That's long, maybe didn't quite catch that one. Left herself a little bit further back. But on the short stuff.
Well, I'm not showing the graphic all the way back to 1993.
That might take a little long.
It might do, but, you know, nice to see C. Lambert, Katrina Lambert, as she was known on the trophy. But these are the more recent winners. And it was a Spaniard who goes to Stanford from Madrid who won last year. We got a Stanford student.
I think the thing that stands out to me there is the difference in nationalities. It just shows the strength and depth now of women's golf.
And we know the two flags at the top. It's going to be one of those from Spain. No French winner, though, since 2015, which was Céline Boutier. And
you know how well she's gone on to be a major winner, Solheim Cup player.
Yeah, you can see Julia Engström, 19th hole. That was, I mean, the 36-hole final is a fairly recent thing, but that was the last time it went to extra holes. Been a lot of matches that have gone to the wire this week, so here we are. Thirds to come.
So on the right, if you come down the right side of this fairway, we mentioned the pot bunkers, but it's also not a great line to that front right flag. Down that left side is certainly the better option. So Valentine, I think, like you said in the comms box, just sprayed that one up in the air to the right because there's an out of bounds that is very much in your mind down this left side. So she's got 114 yards to the flag. The ball's above her feet and that pin is front right. Anything right of it will grab a slope and take it away from it. So 114, wind into, playing 125 yards here. So just wants to play maybe a 9-iron back of the stance and just take it down that left side of the flag. The pin today is 6 from the right, 14 on. I think she just might be switching from wedge to that 9-iron. Just want to flatten the flight out. With the ball above her feet, it'll want to err on the side of caution down the left as well.
Yeah, you could see her just gripping down that one, gone to the 9-iron, nudging one in, and very well played. Excellent shot, taking a little bit of spin off into the wind. Just slightly closer for Revuelta. 100 yards. Same sort of shot, just with a wedge. As Sophie said, a nicer angle. And another good result.
Playing some lovely golf, both these players. You know, Revuelta, just wondered when she had that shank at the second, you know, how if that would unnerve her, but she's certainly not been.
Doesn't seem to have phased her in the slightest. Straight back on the third with an excellent iron. Normally if you've hit a shank, the chances are you might hit the next iron a little bit left, but no, she hit a really good one in.
Yeah, 2 up through 3 holes was Valentine Dillon, and then Revuelta coming back with wins at 4 and 5, but then Dillon taking the 6th, which is why we are where we're at, both with good birdie looks at this par 5 9th. Great way for the spectators that are here to view, walking up behind and around, no ropes.
Isn't it? That's the beauty of coming to watch an amateur event. You get to wander down the fairways. You get very close, good access. And you get treated to some wonderful golf. See, the dogs are out in force today. Lots of dogs in the crowd as well.
Yeah. All very well behaved so far. So it's going to be Andrea Revuelta, the 20-year-old from Madrid, the world ranked #4 player. We'll have the first of the birdie looks here.
And it's just going to be back down the hill. The screen tilts from left to right.
fabulous putt. Looked like it might just creep away to the right, but hung in there.
Yeah, it was trying to miss, wasn't it? But just enough pace on it. Catch that right edge.
Yeah, just on the dog thing, I couldn't bring my dog.
Our dog
golf.
certainly will not be there.
No.
He'd probably bark
Yes.
at the top of someone's backswing.
Yeah, definitely. Mine the same.
Slight
Oh, these
chaos
two
over there.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Getting friendly, aren't they? They're just having a little play. Oh, and now the leads are getting a little tangled. And all the while, Valentine's trying to concentrate on remaining one up.
Oblivious to it all.
Yes, thankfully. Okay, so that's all sorted. We can focus on the putt.
So again, just down the hill, just left edge, just outside left edge.
Not quite. We're back at all square. Classic old match play situation there.
Isn't it? First in wins. As they say, puts the pressure on the opponent with the shorter putt.
Didn't get it second time round either. Revolta heads to the back nine, back on level terms.
We could have stayed in bed a little bit longer, just started at the 10th. And this is a great par 4, the 10th. You can see those 3 bunkers down the right-hand side.
Where do they start at then, in terms of yardage?
They are going to be 200 to that first one on the right-hand side, and then 257 past the last one.
Right.
The wind today kind of off the left with a little bit of help. So they'll just want to fire their driver down the left half of the fairway.
I think she's worried about those bunkers. Not on this occasion, at least.
Nope, always a good sign when you look away, pick up the tee. DeLong's turn just to jump past that last bunker.
Yeah. Well, we've heard from Valentine out on the course with Sophie. I think it's time for Andrea to catch up with her now.
Well, thank you for joining me. Great birdie at the last hole. How have you found this morning's play so far?
Yeah, it's great. It's a beautiful day today. I'm enjoying the golf course, and the wind's blowing the other way than where we playing last yesterday afternoon. So it's interesting to see everything's changing. So you need to adapt.
I'm interested to see how you and your sister work, because you mentioned about the conditions. Do you take responsibility or does she help?
I take full responsibility, but no, she helps. She played the stroke play here, and she's a great player. She didn't make the cut, but yeah, she's been in the bag all week, so she's getting there, and now we're like discussing more, but we're bonding more as caddy and player through the days are going by, so yeah.
And as sisters, what would you get up to at night after the golf?
Like, go to dinner. I mean, these days, honestly, I've been finishing at 6:30 p.m. after 36 holes. We went have dinner and straight to bed. Angela loves to sleep. Like, she will skip dinner if she has to sleep. And yesterday she was like, tomorrow I need to wake up again at 7 or 6:30 or whatever. But yeah, so just getting rest these days. we'll celebrate this tournament after. Yeah.
Yeah, she can sleep afterwards, can't she? We'll let you get on with your round. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, these teenagers like a lie in. I don't know about yours. Mine can sometimes see midday through.
Sorry, yeah, absolutely. Mine can sleep and sleep. We were just over in America and we came back in no jet lag. 12 hours sleep every day.
Yeah, jealous. It's interesting, actually, the way, for both families, both parents have gone with same-lettered kids. So we've got Andrea, we've got Angela caddying for her, and then she's also got a brother called Alvaro and another sister called Amanda, whereas Valentine has two siblings, Victoria and Vladimir, so they've gone with the V's.
Well, the parents obviously never got past the A's when they were looking at names, and the other ones couldn't decide, got all the way to V.
Yeah.
Not an easy thing, picking a name.
No, it isn't. But, yeah. Sometimes it gets confusing if you just put Vidalon or A. Revuelta. Things may get mixed up a little bit, but I'm sure they know what they're doing.
Gives you options, though, couldn't it? Anyone could turn up.
Yeah.
Who's free?
But you could tell there was a little big sister, little sister vibe going on there in that interview with Sophie.
Wasn't there? The big sister's gradually letting her little sister help her a little more.
And a wonderful learning experience for Angela to be there today in this final on the bag and seeing the processes her sister's going through.
Isn't it? Obviously a very accomplished golfer in her own right, but to be here in the final caddying for her sister.
Well, maybe not the right club.
Yeah, went with the 8 iron, maybe just needed a little 7. I know you want to keep it below this hole, but she'd like to get it a bit closer. It's 20 paces on, 6 from the right hand side. 2 perfect drives though, just looking straight down the hole. This should just be a nice 8 iron. Good shot there.
It's going to be a tricky one coming up for Andrea.
Yeah, got a little bit of that shoulder of the bunker to deal with.
Exactly. Muirfield hosting this 123rd Women's Amateur Championship. It's actually a championship that dates back 132 years. They are 1893 at Katrina's favourite course, Royal Lytham and St Anne's. Lady Margaret Scott.
Oof.
It's interesting when we go through the history of the event, and they give us a media guide, and it goes through the former champions. And so we start with Lady Margaret Scott. Here's a little bit more history there in terms of 95 players have won it last year. Paula Martin beaten Farah, who was a beaten semi-finalist this time. And then as it runs through the years, so you and Miss C. Lambert, nowadays it's just full name titles. So last year it just says Paula Martin Sampedro, moving with the times.
Moving with the times.
Do you have a replica trophy, or?
You don't actually from that. No, I got a little quake actually. I have from winning that one.
Okay.
It is, I think, one of the biggest trophies.
Yeah.
It's.
I mean, going back to France or Spain with that, you're going to have to pay a bit of excess luggage, aren't you? Wouldn't mind though.
That'd be the one time you wouldn't mind paying for excess baggage.
Indeed.
And you can see here, you're right, she's going to have the shoulder of this bunker just to putt over. Going to kick the ball from right to left and slow up this hill. A good putt from there.
Certainly was. Yeah, and this is this championship's a couple of years older than the US Amateur. You know, we were talking about a lot about the history of that a couple of weeks ago, because the US Women's Open was at Riviera, and the second US Women's Amateur was at Riviera as well, also in the 1890s.
Yeah, Riviera was a fabulous venue for the US Women's Open. Now this is a tricky putt. Down the hill. Just needs to watch the pace. One of the faster putts on the golf course, that, on the back of the 10th.
Well, this would be an excellent two-putt from Andrea Revuelta. Yeah, couldn't quite see how close that putt was from Valentine Delon, but you can see there's still plenty of work left in her par putt as well. That's disappointing. Just got the match back to all square with a brilliant birdie over at 9. Makes a bogey at 10, and now given the opportunity for Valentine Delon to edge ahead again. More from Katrina Matthew in a little while. Amy Bolden back in business.
Oh yeah, that was costly, wasn't it? Just got the match back to all square. Delon now with a chance to take the lead once again. Lovely putt.
Ahead again. Got a nice surprise yesterday morning. Came back from the weather delay to see Mum Laetitia and Dad Antoine had turned up at Muirfield.
Yeah, how lovely. Nice surprise when she finishes her round. It could have gone one or two ways, couldn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm sure she's very happy to have her parents out supporting and watching on. Very proud parents.
Well, she's led from the get-go so far. Just past the quarter-way mark of this Women's Amateur Championship final. Back ahead again with the honour on the 11th tee.
Well, yeah, getting a good view of this one. 351 yards this par 4. It's a blind tee shot.
Yeah, so that beautiful view we're seeing right now, they see none of it. That sort of mound, if you like, that's in the middle of the fairway, blocks it, but you step over that and suddenly you see it all. And yeah, lovely hole.
What fairway wood for Dillon. Bunkers down the left and the right side, taking them out of play today. 257 yards to reach the one on the right, 269 yards to reach the one on the left. So laying up of both of them.
Two good hits there. Now they'll be able to walk up and enjoy the view they will get when they're on the other side of that big mound. Not much left in either. So walking down the 11th, Valentine Dillon leading one up. Let's see how they got there. Start of the second, and well, Revuelta with the word we don't like to talk about, whereas her opponent Dillon hit an absolute beauty, and she was one up through the first two holes.
Yeah, a fantastic approach shot there from the French woman. This on the third hole. Wedge play was hot early on.
She rolled in the putt, and now two up through three. So the comeback required, and this is the kind of tee shot you need. Her opponent was already through the back of the green.
Well, what a brilliant tee shot this was on the par 3. Coming in nicely from right to left, set her up nicely for a 2. Get it back to 1 down. And this on the par 5. Just a long iron in hand here. Look at that, working nicely down to the pin, setting herself up for an eagle.
Yeah, she take that hole as well. So from 2 down, back to all square. But then Dillon, she may have had 2 putts for it, but she didn't wait to see. One would do.
Yeah, what a fantastic putt that was. Rolled it in nicely to take the lead once again.
But back came Revuelta just now, the par 5 9th. You could see the marker there of Dillon. She had her own chance, missed it, but then a 3-putt from distance from Revuelta at 10 meant it's back to 1 up for the French player. So that's how it swung. A lot of holes won, really, not too many halves. Dillon always the one up so far.
Yeah, it was the story of yesterday as well, wasn't it, for her? Never went down in a match in the quarterfinals or the semi-finals yesterday.
Valentine just pulling away to the left-hand side of her golf ball. See this pin, it's tucked on the right-hand side, and you need to carry a ball 123 yards, and that's almost like your minimum carry from this right-hand side. But what will happen is, as it gets to the green, if you keep it left of the flag, this hole's in a bowl, and it will all just move towards the hole. So if you land it left of it, you can catch the slope. The wind is down off the left, so she'll probably play it like a 730 wind direction. But 123 yards, it's a good wedge for her. She tries to get a little bit of nip on it left of the flag and have it spin down towards that hole.
And right now they're just in match mode, aren't they? They're not thinking necessarily the enormity of the match itself, the consequences of it. It's about each shot at a time.
Yeah, they know how big this tournament is. They know what comes with it. But right now, all they're focusing on, one shot at a time, one hole at a time, trying to win as many holes as possible. Well, it was a big wedge for Delon to get there, coming up just a little bit short. Well, this looks like a nicer angle in for Revuelta.
.99 pin.
Only one match where she hasn't headed to the 18th, and that was in the last 32, where she saw off one of her compatriots, Paula Guaita. Took on another of the Spanish contingent here this week, yesterday, and Cayetana Fernandez as well. Trying to keep this trophy in Spanish hands. In Stanford hands as well.
Yeah, they produce some fantastic golfers, don't they?
Don't they just? I mean, they blew away the opposition this year in the NCAAs. You can see why. Valentine at Virginia Tech. I'm sure her coach, Carol Robertson, the head coach there, is keeping a keen eye on things here.
Well, looking like she's discussing whether to putt or chip this one with her caddy. Got a little ridge, shoulder of the bunker to come up and over. Do you take that out of play? Well, she looks like she's got wedge in the hand. Sophie says holes in a little bit of a bowl, all feed down.
She's
to
got
the
both, both in her hand, actually, Amy. Yeah, putter wins the battle.
Well, they say a bad putt normally gets inside a bad chip, so I think this is the right play.
We'll soon find out. But no, I take your point. Particularly in a links layout, you often see it. It's just never quite sure how it's going to react off that shoulder.
Yeah, it looks the higher up you go to the right here, the more it's going to swing from right to left. Got quite a lot of fringe to putt through. Difficult to get the pace on this one. Going to be uphill, then coming back down.
It was coming back again as well. She had the line there. That was really well judged. Yeah, that's what they saw from the tee. All that lovely view. Don't see it for a little while. There is the Firth of Forth. But she's played the hole really nicely so far, Andrea Revuelta. With this opportunity to get the match back to all square again. Yeah, I think Delon's marker was right on her line. So that's why she's getting the French player to move it.
This is going to be a quick putt down the hill. Get it to the top and let the contours do the rest. Give it a good go.
So close. both her wins yesterday came late. She won, I think, the 16th and 17th in her morning match to go ahead. Won the 17th again in the afternoon to go ahead. There will be no panic at all. It's only one hole in it. A lot of golf to be played. This to remain one up.
There's not going to be a lot of movement in this part. Keep it inside the hole. Nicely done. Good two-putt from the front of the green there.
Not too choppy right now on the Firth of Forth. Just a wonderful place to come and play some of the best courses in the world on the both the East Coast, I suppose, and over there on the West Coast of Scotland. You played many of them, Amy?
Yeah, I've actually not played Muirfield. It's one of the courses that I've not played up that part of the country, but there's just so many fantastic golf courses in the area, isn't there? North Berwick, got Ganton, so many fantastic courses. Gullen, not Ganton, sorry, thinking about where I played the Women's Amateur Championship.
Gullen very close to this layout.
The 12th hole, par 4, 368 yards. It's been interesting to see how Leona's played her tee shot so far in the round, taking out the bunkers out of play. Very strategic off the tee, trying to find the fairway. There's a bunker down there at 240 down the left side. You know, and it's so important to hit fairways on this golf course. As most links golf courses, the bunkers are really penalising.
Yeah, 148 of them here. Yeah, you can see all the grandstands ready. That's because the Men's Scottish Open's in a couple of weeks' time at the Renaissance.
Yeah, another fantastic golf course in the area. Well, driver here for the Spaniard. Aggressive play.
Yeah, and then they'll go from there, the men, to Royal Birkdale. Whereas the women are off to Dundonald Links before they head to Royal Lytham and St Anne's for their Scottish Open, AIG Women's Open fortnight. And one of these players will be at Lytham as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. One of the incentives to win this championship, they will get a place at the Women's AIG Open this year at Royal Lytham and St Anne's. What an opportunity.
Not too many taking a dip in the Firth this morning.
Yeah, it's a quiet beach today, isn't it?
Everyone's watching the golf. feels very peaceful and serene, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a well-behaved dog.
Yeah. I assume our camera operator's throwing the ball, and now old Patch there wants it thrown back again.
Can have a friend for the day now following you.
Do you have dogs growing up, Amy, in the house?
Yeah, we've got cockapoos.
Oh, they're very cute.
Cute and crazy, I'd say.
They are. There's a couple on the beach. They love jumping in the water, don't they? They don't mind the temperature. Well, not everyone is focused on the Women's Amateur Championship final. In this lovely part of Scotland on the east coast, East Lothian, the region, in the town of Gullen at Muirfield. But for some, it's about taking the dogs out and taking a stroll on the beach. For others, well, a lot at stake for Valentine Delon and Andrea Revuelta. The French player with the slim advantage. We're at 12. Oh, that looks a lovely little cut in.
Oh, fantastic shot there.
Great ball follow as well with our camera there behind. You could see that one working its way in. Yeah, very different hole today to what it was yesterday when the wind was helping.
Yeah, this hole today, opposite direction into the breeze. Pin position all the way at the back, 37 yards on. That one coming up just a little bit short on the putting surface, though.
That breeze, or maybe more than a breeze, picking up. Although we're getting closer to the Firth here, so a little more exposed. But it is that time of the day, isn't it, where it can get a little stronger.
Yeah, it was around this time yesterday, wasn't it, that the wind really started to pick up. And it's interesting with that switch of the wind direction today. Southwesterly today, yesterday northeasterly. And it just makes it so different. The golf course play is so different. Your decisions off the tee boxes become different. Bunkers come into play that you hadn't had to think about yesterday.
Love these drone shots though, don't you? Give you a real overview of the area and the golf course, the colours.
Yeah, it's stunning, isn't it? Muirfield been in fantastic condition. See how green it is as well.
Yeah, getting a little clearer now across the Firth. Yeah, striding this one out. As you mentioned, at this 12th hole, flag on, 37 paces, and she's got much of it here to deal with, Revuelta.
You can see how much that flag's moving now in the breeze, really stiffening up. This is going to make a difference on the putt. It's going to be uphill and into wind. That's going to make this a very slow putt coming up. This one all about pace. That was very good, very well judged. It can be so difficult to get the pace of the greens when you've got to think about the wind, the slopes. Nicely done there. What a fantastic shot it was for Valentine Delon. Hybrid into this green. It was playing a long way into the breeze.
Well, she won 2 of the first 3 holes on the front 9. She's got the chance to start the back 9 in the same vein.
Coming up the hill here can be aggressive on this one. A little bit of movement from right to left.
Decent try, just the par though. Hopefully, Revuelta to tidy up.
Keep this one inside the right half.
Yeah, no problem. So they head to the 13. Delon 1 up. Here's Sophie.
The 13th hole, pin position is quite similar to yesterday's. It's on the left-hand side. It's 10 yards closer, so it's 146 yards, but it's downwind. Downwind and uphill, very hard to judge. Now, on the green, it's really gusty, but back there on the tee box, you might not be able to feel it as much. Bunkers surround this green. It's like a horseshoe. We've got them down the left-hand side and we've got them down the right. Very similar to the 7th hole, how it slopes from back to front down this right-hand side. You would love to leave it here, which brings the bunkers on the right into play. 146 yards plus your 5 yards uphill. That's 151, but it's very gusty and downwind. And this green, it's narrow, long and narrow. Tough one to hit. Good luck, girls.
Well, I'm glad they can't hear Sophie. They wouldn't get the club back, would they, really, after that? But yeah, brilliantly described, and it just shows what's ahead for these two and what a good shot would be.
Well, yeah, there's the pin position, 19 yards on, just 5 from the left side of the green. It's in line with that left bunker. Want to stay away from that. Short side in yourself, keep it right of this pin. 146 yards is the number. Now Sophie says playing uphill. Good look at this green. See them bunkers on the left side, just left of the pin.
What a bounce that was. Not a kind one, really. Just caught the downslope.
Yeah, that was very unlucky, wasn't it? Just left of the pin, hit the downslope, just released now to the back of the green. So hard to stop it when it's downwind. Green's elevated here. As soon as it hits the deck, it's going to release.
But still a satisfactory result.
Yeah, a good shot here is hitting the green. As Sophie said, it's a difficult par 3 today. They're not hitting a lot of club, just 9-iron. Yeah, very well played. Keeping it below the hole. Perfect position there.
So both on the putting surface at this par 3. It's all very social, isn't it? Some come prepared, picnics. There's the gentleman there with his seat he's carrying around. Some bringing their dogs. Some with the kids. All, though, enjoying what is a top quality final in some tricky conditions now. It's funny, isn't it? There is Andrea Revuelta. Last year, she was sat in front of the television, watching on YouTube, watching the final with her good friend, fellow player from Madrid, win it, and thought, I need to be there next year. I wouldn't mind a bit of that. And here she is, 12 months on, like Paula Martin, who I'm sure is also watching on. Unfortunately for her, she exited in the first knockout round this time around.
Oh yeah, Spain are producing some fantastic golfers, aren't they? As is Stanford University, as we've said, they're both part of Stanford University college system.
Yeah, you go through the list of Spanish players, and Andrea Revuelta is certainly one of what is a golden generation. Delondo with the lengthier of the birdie putts here at 13.
Yeah, this putt's going to be downhill, but she's playing back into the breeze. It's going to be a lot of movement from this, from right to left.
All in all, very well played.
Andrea Revuelta here with an opportunity to get it back to all square. It's going to be a slow putt coming up the hill.
Oh my, I mean, rod there. I mean, look at her face. Says it all. How has that not gone in? My.
That was a fantastic effort.
They hurt, don't they? You've hit the putt you want. You think it's going in, and then somehow it doesn't. I mean, now I'm thinking this is going.
It looked in all the way, didn't it? Just skimming on the left edge there. Great pace.
That's all you can do, isn't it? Hit a good putt. Sometimes they don't go in.
Well, this one now from Dillon down the hill. Well done. Good two-putt from the back of the green there.
Yeah, Amy Bolden with me in commentary. Amy, you've been here, semi-finalist at the women's amateur. Yours was what, Royal Portrush?
Royal Portrush, yeah.
Yeah, there's a golf course as well. Host of last year's Open Championship. Won by Scotty Scheffler. Be back defending at Birkdale in a couple of weeks' time. Everyone trudging off down the 14th hole. Yeah, we were talking about Revuelta and the Spanish play. I mean, I was writing down a list of some of the young players there are in this golden generation. Now, we know about Paula Martin, she won last week, and then you think of the other players like Carla Bernat won Augusta National last year as well, and there's Carla Tejedo, and we saw Cayetana Fernandez yesterday in the semi-final. There's Carolina Chikara, Julia Lopez Ramirez, who's on the LPGA tour now as well. So I mean, there's others coming through as well. But that's 6 or 7 that you'd expect to be playing LET LPGA regularly over the next few years.
Yeah, it just shows the strength, doesn't it? In women's amateur golf at the moment, it's incredible. Going on into the professional game as well.
Another fairway found from Dillon, or is it?
Oof.
Famous last words and all that. Thought that was going to skirt the bunkers.
What's interesting, she's taken fairway woods and 3 woods off the tee quite often so far in this round today to take the bunkers out of play, hitting driver there and just rolling into that left one.
And that looks one of those it's up against, too close to the face for her to get to the green. We shall see.
Well, it's 240 yards to that left bunker. Need to keep this one down the right side. It's into breeze today.
Also a look of worry from Revuelta. And that is why. Oh, but that was a softer bounce.
Oh, got her lucky with that one.
I mean, how soft was that bounce?
I'm not sure if she'll know that that's...
No, she'll be thinking that's in the bunker, surely.
Yeah, she'll get a nice surprise when she walks up there.
Well, let's get to know a little bit more about the Spanish player.
I'm Andrea Revuelta, I'm 20 years old and I'm from Madrid, Spain. My dad calls me Andrew sometimes, but yeah. I play the piano, I draw, I used to dance ballet. Tennis, I like to play tennis in the summer. Paddle, I think it's more fun, but I'm maybe more of a burden to my partner because I don't play very well. I've watched like Gilmore Girls like 7 times. When I have nothing to do, I just put it on. I even know like what they're gonna say next. Like I could say the episode, but I just like it. It's my comfort show. As a Tiger or Rory, I'm a huge Rory fan. I would love to play St. Andrews. I would love to play, we were saying the other day, Pedreña, which is a golf course in Spain that it's the Sevi one. Pinehurst, maybe, number 2. I haven't played that. Spanish omelet. When I'm in the US, I miss Spanish food so much. I'm lucky to have California food, but Europe is so much better than the US when it comes to food, so I'm happy to be back. Like, I don't know, I don't like to think about that, but I don't know, I wish my family was here and have a great dinner with them and then fly home and like see my friends and my coach and just have a good dinner.
Yeah, nice to know, Andrea. Now, one flirted with the bunker, one went in the bunker. Sophie's down there.
And I wonder if she will keep her poker face, because it's Andrea's ball, which is alive and well. The bunker on the left-hand side, it's a C shape, and she has missed it, whereas her playing partner is in it, so has now got 190 yards and can go at the flag. It's back into the wind, but Valentine will be coming out 50 yards, hitting this green in 3 from 150 yards, whereas Andrea can find the putting surface. She's got a stance. Huge break here for her, but it's 190. He's probably playing the best part of 210 now, pinned all the way at the back, but this is a huge green on 14 and it's a huge break. Valentine has already grabbed the lob wedge. She's chipping out, whereas the Stamford student, she can go at this pin. She's grabbed herself a long iron. There's loads of green short of this flag. It's 24 yards on and the green is only 33 long. 190 back into the wind.
I think that's just short left of the green.
Yeah, no problems over there. No bunkers on the left side of this green.
Problems there, though.
Yeah, this is nasty. This is just a wedge out, trying to get it back into play. Just showing how penal these bunkers are at Muirfield.
A little bit of sand in the face as well for good measure. Try and make par the hard way. Not like Rivalta's in there looking at birdie.
Yeah, still a little bit of work left to do for the Spaniard. She's going to have a long chip and run up the green. It's a back pin today, 24 yards on, 10 from the right.
Funny, we've seen quite a bit of Rivalta playing on the Ladies European Tour, Amy. She's played the Spanish Open, which has been the final event on the LET, the last 3 years. The first year she played it, she shot a 64 in the 3rd round and finished in 5th position. The second year she played it, she finished 7th, and she was one of just 4 players to play all 4 rounds in under par. She finished tied with Celine Boutier, who we know won this event, and finished ahead of Carlotta Ciganda, who we know won this event. And last year, disappointingly, she finished outside the top 10, finished 15th. Can you believe it?
Crazy. I mean, it just shows she's such a strong player, and she's already proven, you know, she can compete against the professionals.
Yeah, yeah. Which is shows you the caliber of opposition that Valentine's got ahead of her, but she is the one ahead, although this is now her 3rd shot at this par 4.
$140 yards, 6 iron.
Well, par's a possibility now for sure.
Well, she's given her that opportunity, hasn't she? That's exactly what she needed to do. Took her medicine, hit it in the bunker off the tee box, back in play. And now a nice iron shot into the green, giving herself a chance of making par.
Now, it looks like Revuelta's actually in the bunker.
Yeah, this bunker's a good 25 yards short of the green here.
Suddenly the momentum might have swung back in DeLon's favour.
Yeah, this is a difficult bunker shot. It's one of them awkward ones. Got just over 50 yards. One of the hardest shots in golf there. She has got plenty of green to work with, but it's into wind. She's trying to hit it hard enough to get it all the way back there. Oh, and that is so easy to do, just catching it a little bit heavy and coming up short, but on the putting surface.
Yeah, isn't it just amazing how the momentum can switch off the tee shots? You'd have thought the Spaniard was in pole position. And they've got some bunker rakers with them now for the final. The caddies don't need to do the bunkers, as you see often at the Open Championship.
How do you want the pin? Okay.
Well, it's going to be the Spaniard, Andrea Revuelta, to putt first. Such a mental battle, isn't it, match play? Seeing how the momentum shifts constantly during the round.
It is, isn't it? I mean, it could switch back. She pops this one in and suddenly it's switching back the other way. I think that's the beauty of match play, the fun, playing it. But this is no easy putt.
The amateurs get to play a lot of match play, don't they? A lot of team events.
Yeah, the team events, European Championships, home internationals for the British and Irish players, their national championships.
It was a nice putt from distance there. Valentine DeLon now has the chance of extending her lead.
Yeah, and walking up to the tee shots when they saw DeLong saw hers in the bunkers, Revuelta's not. She perhaps wouldn't have been thinking she would have a putt to win this hole. Back up the hill.
Gave it a good try there. Lovely effort. It's going to be a halved hole.
And off they move to the 15th tee.
It's going to be a different hole today.
It most certainly is.
Yesterday, players getting pretty close to this green.
We saw Farah Keith with that drive of, what, nearly 400 yards. But today, those two fairway bunkers are without a doubt going to be in play. 284 to that one you can see on the left, and 254 past the one on the right. So I would think into the wind, they'll just be aiming at that bunker on the left.
Yeah, it's a great view of this 15th hole of dogleg from left to right. Some well-positioned bunkers. Bunkering on Muirfield, so cleverly thought out with all the different wind directions. They all come into play.
Yeah, and they actually have a tee we can see there over on the left-hand side as well, which completely changes the angle, makes it more of a straightaway par 4. I've played that one in the winter where you struggle to get over those 3 bunkers.
Driver out for Dillon, aiming at that left bunker into the breeze. Just leaking a little bit right in the second cut.
Yeah, and just settled down, looks like. There you get a great view from the drone. See that little bunker on the left-hand side? That's the line.
Lovely drive, perfect position.
See more spectators out now. They're definitely beginning to swell, and I think this afternoon we'll see more out coming to watch the conclusion of this match.
Well, it's great, isn't it, to come out and watch two of the top amateur women golfers competing against each other at an iconic venue that is Muirfield.
And to be able to see them just so up close, look at, you see the spectators just walking down the fairway, no ropes. You get a great view.
Yeah, you look at some of the winners of this championship. You being one of them, Katrina, going on to do fantastic things in the women's game, major champions.
Yeah, victory in this event can set you up for a great career as a professional. Obviously the Spaniards, Carlota Seganda, Azahara Munoz.
Yeah, I think it's great with it being a match play event as well. You know, these players will be looking, especially both being European, looking at future Solheim Cup players. They can show that they're a good match player, getting through all these rounds. Sets you up for the future.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Yesterday, I think we were saying we could, in a few years' time, see an O'Keefe, Rivalta and the Solheim. Nice to see some young girls out watching, hopefully inspire them, take up the game, if they don't already play.
Well, we can see Dillon's ball here. Not quite in the wispy stuff, got away with that.
Well, this hole, the 15th hole, is playing a lot differently today. Players could nearly drive the green, but now they're left just inside 200 yards. Valentine has found the rough on the right. She'll be first to play. She's a couple of yards further away from playing partner Revuelta. It's got 192 yards. The pin on the left-hand side, so there's some hurt, and it's into out the left, the wind, so it's going to be a really difficult flag to get to. Now, she's got a local caddy, and Paul Cunningham will be saying long is wrong here. It feels like you've got the world to the right of this pin, and you've got to respect it. Now, on the 8th hole, she hit a hybrid from this type of rough and snagged it left. You don't want that here. So anything right of the pin, absolutely, but short right's okay as well, because it falls off the planet to the right-hand side, which is probably why she's got an iron out, because this will be a big iron to get it there. She's got 170 yards to the front, and that's kind of what she's looking at landing this. Don't be long.
A bit of second guessing here, not quite comfortable. Wind is gusting into the breeze off the left today.
Oh, you could see her trying to keep that low punchy one, the low follow through. And that just finding the front. Just short right, not a bad leave, as Sophie was saying. Last thing you could go would be long.
I tell you something, Beanie, that only just carried the trap 30 yards short of the green. It just hit the wall of the bunker and went over it. She got a big break there. And now Revuelta has got 190, exactly the same yardage as she had on the last, and that didn't really go to plan. It's blowing now. This is the strongest the wind has been. 190 yards with a long iron. This has got to stay low and fizzed.
No, and I think she's popped that one up to the right. And short, I think they were so anxious about going long. Long left is dead.
Yeah, as Sophie's saying, that wind really picking up now.
But that did seem a big iron, 190 into that strong breeze.
Yeah, I suppose if they know that long's not a great miss. Trying to play back a little bit, not quite getting it, ends up coming up 10, 15 yards short. They're going to have plenty of green to work with their chip shots up the green.
And with the change in the wind direction out the west, 14, 15 are just long par fours. 15 obviously the site of Ash Buhai's near disaster at the AIG. See up there in the distance at the top of the hill, that's the 7th tee of Gullen number 1. You get the most fabulous view down over Muirfield, over all the courses at Gullen, over to Fife. You could stop and have a little picnic when you got to the 7th. If you're not getting blown away.
That's right. Such a fantastic stretch of golf courses, isn't it? Along that east coast. Andrea Revuelta having a walk up. There's Valentine Dillon looking at where they want to pitch their chip shots here. Got plenty of green to work with. It's going to be into the breeze.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Rivalta still opts for the high shot that we've seen her hitting, especially with this wind. Makes it just that little bit more difficult just to judge where you're going to land it. She's going to have to fly it. If she plays it through the air, just probably 5 yards short of the flag, it'll stop very quickly into that strong wind. Or will she opt to try and go a little bit lower?
Well, she's got a lofted club in her hand. Be interesting to see whether she tries to put this one back in the stance. She's got a great short game. Well, opted to go most of the way there.
Yeah, very good shot.
Getting a good look at the contours of the green here. Delon looking like she's trying to play this one a little bit more back in a stance. Trying to play one in low and running it up. Nicely done.
Yep, another excellent shot. Just shows two different ways to play the same shot, and both executed very well. She, as you said, played that one back in her stance, punched it through more, landed it just halfway, let it release up towards the hole. That's, I think, what we all love about links golf, isn't it? There's the variety. You could have putted that, you could have hit hybrid, you could hit a 7-iron. The 60 degree that Rivalta went with, maybe the gap wedge that DeLong went with. Can be confusing as well, though.
Yeah, you're exactly right. You've got to be so creative, haven't you, on links golf? So many different styles of playing.
So would you want to putt first or second in this instance?
I'd want to go first. I think first in usually wins the hole, doesn't it? You know, you put that extra pressure on your playing partner. I want to be the one that holds it first. I want to put the pressure on, step up to the occasion.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree. That old adage we've already said, first in wins. I always think that's an odd look, the woolly hat with the shorts.
Typical Scotsman. Oh, nice putt there. Great up and down. Puts the pressure on her opponent.
And that one definitely deserved a smile. Very good par in the 15th today.
Yeah, such a different hole to yesterday. Completely opposite wind direction today, playing a lot longer. Well, over to you, Andrea.
Little chink, 2 up to DeLong.
That's just a typical match play situations. You'd hit it slightly inside it. DeLong goes first, holds it, and the pressure all of a sudden.
Just suddenly makes Revuelta's putt just seem a couple of feet further, a couple of feet longer.
Well, they'll now move on to the 16th hole, the par 3.
Which I think must be Valentine DeLong's favourite hole. She hit 2 of the most fantastic shots here yesterday. Into that breeze. She went with 2 hybrids and hit them both to, I think, about the exact same spot, to about 6 feet.
Yeah, you're right, she did. She enjoyed this hole yesterday. Playing slightly different today. It's going to be downwind off the right. 172 yards today. See there, the pin position, 17 yards on, 10 from the right.
There's a bit of a false front here. About 15 yards on, you've got to clear. You can see that wind probably just helping out the right.
I'd like to think she's going to start this one between the edge of the green and the pin. Wind slightly off the right-hand side, helping.
And there's a couple of deep bunkers down there lurking, ready to catch that ball. Just got taken there by the wind.
It can be difficult, can't it, with a wind off the right that's starting to gust a little bit. You know, when you have to aim it really at the right edge of this green. Do you decide to hold it up or whether you draw it in with the wind?
Yeah, the wind sounds like it's getting nearly too strong to try and hold them up. Just about have to play with it a little bit. But then it makes it difficult firing it out over those bunkers on the right.
Walter teeing it up more on the left side of this tee box, trying to play more directly up to the flag on the right hand side.
And down in the same place as DeLong. A difficult pin to attack, as you're saying. She's annoyed with herself there, isn't she, Amy? She knew she had a little glimmer, little chance there with DeLong missing the green in front of her.
Yeah, it can be so frustrating, isn't it? You're 2 down, you see your opponent miss the green into the bunker. You think, right, try and hit the green here, try and get one back. It's difficult conditions now as the wind is picking up. Crowd growing. Still a long way to go in the match though, isn't there? It's a 36-hole final.
Yeah, there is indeed 36 holes. It'll be just want to. Revuelta will be trying to get one back, get into lunch, maybe just one down. DeLong trying to build on her advantage. You can see one in that middle bunker.
Yeah.
Doesn't look as though it might have a great stance. Just up against, let's see, gonna have her feet out. And in fact, is that the other one in the first bunker, which is even worse?
Oh yeah, very awkward stances for both players here.
Yeah, I certainly don't think Revuelta will be able to go at the flag.
Revuelta looks like she's got a very, very awkward stance. Looks like she's going to have to come out completely the other way, away from the pin position at the left.
Welcome to Links Golf. Andrea, look at this. 16th hole par 3. Both players are in the sand, but Revuelta has got a tough lie. Both players, actually, Valentine and herself, they're stood outside the bunker with the ball in it. They've got to use all their athleticism. I would say Andrea's is slightly easier than Valentine's to get into the back of the ball, but both are playing away from this pin. Valentine first to go. He's got to get this ball up so quickly, play a good 25 yards left of the flag and stay in posture, keep those knees bent. I'm surprised she's gripping so far down the shaft, yeah. Change of grip there. So uncomfortable, this shot. It's like you can't get your knees flexed as much as you want. She could easily leave this in the bunker.
And that was very well played there. Kept the flex in her knees. That's where you've just got to try and get into position and then not move your legs. Try and just use all upper body swing to get the ball out.
Andrea, the wall of the bunker is going to hurt this shaft almost. She could have to get down on her knees to play this one. This is nearly impossible. Oh.
Oh, what a fantastic shot that was. Could have been so easily left in the bunker there.
They both made them look remarkably easy. As Sophie described, they were very difficult just to even get them out. Both played beautifully. Not a shot you'd practice particularly often.
No, they're usually the shots that you find that you get at links golf, isn't it? And deep bunkers surrounding this par 3 green.
Yeah, it's the kind of shots I think when you're messing about with your friends, maybe in the practice days, oh, let's try this one. See this, put them in the worst possible spots.
Well, it's all about the putting now. Very similar putts that they both left themselves with.
Yeah, both a little back down the hill, breaking from left to right. But the wind's got to that strength now where it's going to affect the putts a little bit. You've got to take that into account. So it's downhill but back into the wind, so most might just kind of even each other out.
quite comfortable over that one. See, holding on to her hat. Wind really is picking up.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether she maybe felt her hat was going to blow off there. To be tightening it soon.
This one down the hill, moving from left to right. See how much that releases after it went past the hole. It was a good effort.
Gave DeLong a pretty good teach though of the speed and the line.
Yeah, she would have been right in there having a look to see how Revuelta's moved.
She maybe didn't learn a whole lot though. Just played that one a little bit wide, a little bit hard. A little tester back.
She's putted brilliantly so far in this round today. These putts are so important. Every putt's important. Don't want to give one back here so easily. Was a costly mistake, wasn't it? A 3-putt. Giving Revuelta a chance to get back in there, get a hole back.
Yeah, she'll be annoyed after such a good bunker shot from that very awkward lie.
Very good 2-putt. Back to 1 up for Valentine Dillon as they head to the 17th hole. She'll be having a talk to herself as she walks to that next tee box. Try and get that out of her mind. Reset.
Yeah, you never like to lose a hole to a bogey, but to have a double go after winning the previous hole.
Well, they'll now move on to the par 5 17th. 502 yards today, playing down breeze. It's like dogleg from right to left. Bunkers down the left side of the fairway that are in play.
Yeah, that last one we can see there off the 4 is 277. They want to hit ideally a nice little gentle draw off this tee, scamper down the fairway, and it'll be easily reachable in 2. Just shows the strength of the wind, just going with a 3-wood. Slightly easier to get the draw shape.
Yeah, Still be reachable in 2 with 3 wood off the tee. A strong breeze downwind. Nicely done, found the fairway.
She's lost that to the right, was trying to turn it over, but didn't. Got to settle. That's okay, just in the first cut.
Well, one of the incentives for this week, the winner will receive an invite into the AIG Women's Open, which this year will be held at Royal Lytham and St Anne's.
The AIG Women's Open is for women who dare to defy convention, to reshape the sport, to shatter expectations. Women who dare to play, to compete and to win. Generations of pioneering players have dared to make their mark. Memories a lifetime ago. I just wish I'd kept that sweater. Champions who set new standards. Competitors who played legendary shots amid storied careers. Women who threw open doors and inspired new generations around the world to pick up a club and play. 50 years on, we unite to celebrate the athleticism, ingenuity and daring of our players and the shared love of the game that has fueled our play for centuries. To grow from humble beginnings to the award of major status in 2001, to knock down barriers, play our game on our terms, on the best and most renowned courses in the world. This is our legacy and our future. This is our championship and this is our game.
Well, it's a huge opportunity for one of these players that will be teeing it up. The winner of the Women's Amateur Championship getting into the AIG Women's Open this year, which will be July 30th to August 2nd. The 154th Open Championship is going to be at Royal Birkdale. And then the Walker Cup in September. Some exciting events on the calendar this summer.
Well, 2 excellent tee balls found the fairway for the Spaniard down the left half here. Opting for a 3-wood, and that 3-wood went 240 yards off the tee, and she's left that to the front of the green. Now, from the left, you can see the pin. Anything landing 200 yards here will hit the deck of the fairway and keep releasing and releasing. She's actually got 260 to the pin, but you're looking at a land of around that 200, 210 mark. And the question is, can you stop it? It's so downwind now. And I mentioned this fairway running down and to her left as she looks at it. Now this green is surrounded by slopes and hills. It really does bank around it. So everything should gather towards the flag. Coming from the fairway, maybe get a little bit of chase, but this is where you've got to have some imagination, where you're pitching it and then how far it's going to keep on running down. So she's opting for a hybrid, so plenty of height. Would ideally have it coming down right of the flag in order to catch the slope and gather towards this hole. So 244 to the front of this green. 260 pin.
Yeah, the ball disappearing there behind the mound. Hopefully be okay, but it will be an awkward third from there. Coming towards the end of our opening 18 holes. Delon out in front the whole way, but not getting away.
No, definitely not getting away. Just most she's been is 2 up, and then kind of gave that 16th hole away to go back to 1.
Yeah,
but she's held the lead. She's never been behind.
And look at this one emerging. How about this from Delon?
What an excellent shot. Using the contours.
Sensational, isn't it? I mean, a little bit of luck's required, isn't there? But she's hit the shot she wanted.
There is, yeah. All you can do, I think, in links golf, where it's so bouncy, the wind's up, you've got to get it out on your line and hope you think it should kick in from that way, and you've just got to hope you get the kicks. And she did on that occasion.
Yeah, I love the way, like, the ball disappears, and you're thinking, oh, and then suddenly it merges. Watch this. And once it does, you know this is getting close.
I know, you can never do the early call. You've always got to wait until the ball actually finishes on links golf.
And I think it might have actually called a little sprinkler head as well on its way.
It was just trying its hardest to get as close as it could.
You know, she's just thrown in a double bogey. I know the score's irrelevant in a way, but, you know, your opponent makes bogey and you've lost the hole. That really hurts. And then how do you respond? Probably with an eagle to win it.
It's a funny old game, isn't it? Yeah, that double will have annoyed her, because, I mean, they both hit fabulous bunker shots from such difficult lies. And Revelta's probably caught that bunker just there in the front left.
Yeah, Delon with the opportunity to head to 18, it would seem. 2 up. Let's catch up with Sophie again.
Oh dear, she's got another bad break. It's just gone into the bunker, which means it hasn't gone into the middle of it. So she's going to have a stance, which is fine, unlike the last hole. But can she get the club into the back of the ball there? She'll be right on her limit, and then it's going to be landing on a downslope and running away from her.
As Sophie said, not a huge amount going for her in this bunker shot. She's got the stance, but she's going to have to take it very steeply on the backswing, try and chop it up, and then you can see there landing on the downslope.
And you can also see there where your opponent's ball is, knowing you probably need to hold it. Whereas, you know, last time, at least when she was in a poor position, she knew her opponent was as well.
You kind of think the only way she can stop this is by hitting the flagstick. But that's kind of the beauty of match play. She can give this a go in stroke play. Perhaps you perhaps might have aimed a little bit further right. But here she's just going to have a go if it hits the flagstick. Just take it up steeply. Weight on her left side. Well played.
Magnificent.
Magnificent, you're right.
Oh,
she did very well to get that come out so softly.
I mean, the last bunker shot she hit, I thought she might even have to get on her knees, but I suppose when you're 20, you can, you know, have the flexibility to do what she did. I mean, that didn't require the same amount of flexibility, but the technique involved just made it look so simple.
Yeah, we thought that was really quite a tricky shot, and she just kind of toddled into the bunker. Little look at it, off we go.
Kept the hole alive. Now DeLon has to make her eagle putt.
And as you said, she'll feel this is redeeming herself from giving the last hole away. It might still just be Revuelta.
Yeah, I think it will be. But make it, Sunday you're giving your opponent something to think about. Hold on to the flag, yeah. It's getting that windy now. Oh, wouldn't this be some up and down? It might not lead to anything, but certainly make her feel a little bit better about things.
Oh, excellent birdie there. Forcing DeLong now to try and make the eagle. And that's all you can do, isn't it? She's made a fantastic up and down birdie. If your opponent makes eagle, well done to them.
And it just shows you in match play, never make assumptions. You know, if you're DeLong there, you're like, oh, look at where, you know, admiring your shot in. Look at where my opponent is.
I know, thinking, oh, might get back to 2 up here.
Yeah, this becomes one of those really, you feel, important putts in the scheme of things.
And how often does it happen in golf? She just had a putt very similar length on the previous hole, which she missed, and now got another one here.
Wouldn't you know it? How about that? Match play golf, providing drama at 17. What an up and down from Andrea Revuelta. She is now still just the one down to Valentine DeLong.
Yeah, that's going to be a real, as you said, a real body blow to DeLong. Walking onto that green, she must have thought, half thought to herself, however much you're not wanting to think that, she must have thought, oh, I can get one back here. And then the wonderful bunker shot.
Especially after what happened at 16 as well. Actually, might not be a bad time for DeLong to be facing lunch and a little bit of a break come the end of these first 18 holes.
She does have to still remind herself she's one up.
Yeah.
She's never been behind. She's leading.
But look at Andrea's face there. That's
kind of tells it all.
Yeah. Fantastic. I mean, not always the prettiest over the last half an hour, but great watch. And all on this wonderful setting. You can see the clubhouse, there's the 18th green.
Yeah, they wander back here to this 18th tee. And this hole will be playing so different from how it did yesterday. These fairway bunkers very much more in play today. That first one on the left, 240 to it. And the second one, 253. But back into the wind. And the TV, I think, makes this fairway look much wider. When you're back on that 18th tee, it doesn't look nearly as wide as that.
Sometimes a half can feel like a win. I'm sure it does to Revuelta. Wonder if we'll be seeing these players this afternoon on this 18th tee as well. someone in her eye line there, worried that they might be in the way.
Yeah, 414 yards back into the breeze. On the fairway, though.
After the interview we heard from Andrew, I wonder if Angela's going to have a 20-minute nap during the lunch break. Says her sister loves to sleep. Not happy with the early alarm calls. Another fairway finder for Delon.
Yeah, two good drives there. I'm still fascinated by her footwork.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the advantage of?
I think that she's just really trying to clear her left hip out the way. I mean, it's really, if you watch it, it's really after she struck the ball, the left foot kind of jumps over to the left. It's just that she's trying to open up their hips, get the right hip through, get all that power from your legs. You get all the power nowadays in your golf swing comes from the ground up, so it's getting all that kind of the leg movement, big muscles.
There's the Saltire. Surprised you're not on your feet right now, Katrina.
I won't give everyone a rendition of Flower of Scotland. Anyone who's heard me singing will be shouting, no, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll be hearing it in the World Cup too much either.
No, you do keep telling me our percentage of getting chances of getting through keeps going down dramatically.
Yeah, it's now less than 1%.
Said with a little smile there, Richard,
well,
as well.
No. Stayed up late to watch some of the Brazil game. It was a little disappointing. Spain and France are going well, though, aren't they? Not just in the...
They are indeed. I watched a little bit of the French-Norway game last night. Some amazing goals from Dembele.
Yeah.
Let's see what England can do tonight.
Already through. So this is what faces them at 18.
This 18th hole is showing its teeth today. Back into the wind. Tee shots barely went over 220 yards, and that is what they have left in. So you'd like to tee it up again. You'd love to hit a driver, but it's opting for a 3-wood. 217 yards, right back into the wind here. Pins in the middle of the green. It's 198 to the front of this 18th green here at Muirfield, and guess what, there are two bunkers way short of the green that anything mishit here, it will find them. Need every inch of this 3-wood.
Yeah, trying to squeeze this down the right hand side. Oh, and she's tugged it. That's going to leave a very difficult third shot over that bunker.
par 5 in all but name, really, isn't it, the way it's playing?
It is, most certainly.
.208 yards, 3-wood.
Just short left of the green from Revuelta. That is the case. Not a bad spot to be.
No, if she's just short, she takes the bunker out of play, so a very much easier chip than DeLong's going to have. But yeah, you're right. It really is nearly playing as a 4.5, 5, par 5. You could nearly switch the pars on 17 and 18.
Yeah, that's
Play
it.
17 as a par 4, 18 as a par 5.
Getting a little choppier out on the Firth of Forth. We're in the east coast of Scotland. And what is turning into now a breezy afternoon. But I think these players are relishing it. Valentine Delon, the 21-year-old, born and raised in Paris, now attached to Chantilly in the north of France, up against the 20-year-old from Madrid, the capital of Spain.
And who wouldn't be relishing this opportunity?
Just short of that bunker.
That was a very good layup from her sister, Angela, caddy. But you can see she's got very much the easier shot. Playing straight up the green.
You know, she's had a big performance at a big amateur event this year. Finished second at the Augusta National Women's Amateur. She does not want to finish second at the Women's Amateur as well.
She has one of her favourite shots. She's been unbelievable with these pitch shots. 40 yards, pitching into a bank that protects this pin. Looking right of it. Time to show off.
I thought she was going to hold it for a moment. That is a touch of class from Andrea Revuelta.
And she did just show off there. That was fantastic. Took the whole slope out of play, threw it the whole way to the flag.
Yeah, there's part of me that thinks, oh, maybe it's a little one-dimensional, but when you're that good at that dimension...
Why not keep doing it? Fabulous shot. She's given us a little bit of a masterclass in pitching.
Really, every time.
To be able to judge how far you're carrying it's quite an art.
Just clips it perfectly. Whereas getting this one close is going to be so hard. Taking the high route.
That was really all she had. Had to throw it up high. Had very little green to work with. Managed to get that to land fairly softly. One advantage, at least she was playing into the wind.
Well, what was it, about 10 minutes ago? It looked like she was going 2 up.
No.
Valentine Delon, it could be all square going to the clubhouse.
Angela will be saying to Andrea, I could have stayed in bed. Got some more sleep.
Yeah, it may go to all square. The scoreboard wouldn't be telling the story.
I think this is a big putt for DeLong. She's had the lead, you know, this whole 18 holes. Can she hold on to it? Go into lunch?
Yeah, and this putter's gone a little bit cold on her over the closing holes of this 18. This to take, or to make sure of maintaining the lead at the halfway stage. Brilliant. Fantastic up and down. And I suppose, like we had at 17, now a little bit of pressure on Andrea Revuelta.
Absolutely. You can see that little smile there to her caddy. She liked that one.
I mean,
and after Revuelta hit that shot there, her third shot, she must have thought she was in a good position to try and win this hole with where DeLong was in 2.
I don't think that up and down was quite as good as Revuelta's at the last, but it was up there.
It was certainly up there. She goes through that same routine, kind of looks into the distance before she hits every putt.
Oh no. Well, again, classic match play. I mean, what were the odds on that happening?
Isn't it amazing? We were sitting here thinking, oh, it could be square at lunch,
yeah,
and suddenly it's 2 up.
Wow. I mean, how much of a body blow is that going to be? I mean, she's going to have to dwell on that now for about an hour.
Yeah, I mean, the difference in emotions now going in, DeLong's going to be really kind of pepped up, ready to go, thinking she might be going back to all square. Suddenly she's 2 up. Revuelta, thinking she had fought back, was going to be at square going into lunch, and now she faces herself at 2 down.
Yeah, she looks a little shell-shocked, doesn't she? I mean, you can see a spring in the step from DeLong, and then sort of an ambling towards the clubhouse from Andrea Revuelta.
But the one good thing, she does have lunch, and she's got time now to kind of process that and get over it, be ready for the afternoon.
Yeah, don't stew on it, or maybe have a nice stew, maybe, because it's that kind of weather, isn't it, really? So let's look back on what's been happening. I mean, the score is 2 up to Valentine DeLong, should emphasise that, and she was the one out in front from the start. They both parred the first, so they halved that, and then at the second, Revuelta was in trouble anyway. She had that shank.
Yeah, kind of mishap with her second shot, but DeLong put that second shot in close, goes to 1 up.
Well, you could hear Sophie there saying, take dead aim, hit wedge. That's what she did.
She did exactly as she was told.
So she's 2 up through 3, but then through the green, DeLong.
Yeah, gave the Spaniard a little opening here, which she gladly stepped up and took, and hit a fantastic shot into the par 3 fourth.
Yeah, and there were some more struggles for DeLong over at 5, the par 5, whereas again Revuelta stood up and hit the shots required.
Yeah, playing downwind today, this par 5, and hit a fabulous second shot, setting up a good eagle opportunity.
Yeah, she 2-putted, but that was enough to take the hole. So back to all square, but back immediately came DeLong.
Yeah, 2 good shots onto the 6th green, and then this long putt for birdie. She'd left a few short, but judged that one perfectly.
So 1 up again for the French player. They halved 7 and 8 off to the par 5 9th. Delon had a chance still to come for birdie. Revuelta made hers, Delon missed.
Yeah, so first in again wins, and then on 10, just sneaking past the right edge.
That was enough to give Delon the hole. So Delon back to 1 up. And then we had a few runs of halved holes.
Yeah, and they were bearing 16. They'd both hit great shots out the bunker. Then a 3-putt from DeLong gave Revuelta the opportunity. Knocked that one in to get back to 1 down.
And then the drama of the last 2 holes, 17 and 18. We had it all, really. I mean, this was a fantastic, looked like hole-clinching shot with her opponent in the greenside bunker.
Oh, didn't it just? It suddenly appears. Wait, there we go. And then when you see it appear, you know it's going to run down there close. Revuelta's in that front left bunker.
So we're thinking Delon's going to go 2 up. Think again. Look at this from the Spaniard.
Yeah, 2 fabulous bunker shots in a row on 16 and 17.
She'd hold that. Delon missed her putt. And then it was roll reversal over at 18.
Yeah, very good chip from short-sided left, and you can see her there. She knew that was a big putt. Rolls it in for the 4.
It meant she knew she was going to be leading, but not necessarily be 2 up at this stage.
Yeah, I don't think she thought she was going to be 2 up, but she knew she was going to be 1 up.
Well, that is the state of affairs and what has been a really absorbing Women's Amateur Championship final. Valentine Delon didn't trail at all in the quarterfinals, in the semi-finals yesterday. More of the same so far today, and a dramatic finish. They head for lunch with Valentine Delon 2 up. We'll be back for the second 18 in a short while. Well, there we go. Good, Trina. We're going to have our lunch as well. And back for the second 18. And if the first 18 has shown us anything, don't assume. Don't assume.
Don't assume anything. It's going to be an exciting last 18 holes. Only 2 holes in it. Could go either way. But yeah, you've got to be tuned in and watching to see what happens in this final.
Yeah, one thing I can probably with security say is the wind might blow.
I think we're going to see some challenging conditions. It was to get up to 30 miles an hour this afternoon.
Well, it's been a fantastic first 18 holes. Seen some wonderful golf, some brilliant short game work, a little bit of drama, but the real drama is yet to come, because somebody is going to win the 123rd Women's Amateur Championship final. At the moment, it's Valentine Delon in the driving seat. We'll see you at 1:30.
wind is still there, isn't it? It's still a bit blowy. We've not had awful conditions at all over the last couple of days, but the breeze is still knocking about. So Nairn Golf Club looking a picture on this Sunday afternoon, the final of the Women's Amateur Championship. If you're just joining us, you've missed a cracker, but stay with us now because these last few holes could be wonderful. Paula Martin Sampedro of Spain is 1 up on Farah O'Keefe of the USA with 5 holes to go. This is Sampedro off the side of the green.
Left herself a little bit more. She's been so good at pace control with these chips round the green.
This is as prestigious as it gets in the amateur game.
Keith now with a birdie putt to get back to all square. You can just see her marker there. She just stayed on that top level. So it's going to break a little bit left to right.
A variety of vantage points. Well, we're looking right over O'Keefe's shoulder here, aren't we? Down to the hole.
Yeah, maybe even a fraction of a double breaker here.
Drifting right. Back. Drifting right and not coming back.
And run on a little bit.
Yeah, that'll be further than it looks from here.
Won't be conceded. It's been such a good match. You'd hate to be it kind of maybe decided on missed short putts, so hopefully they'll both knock them in.
Yeah, you want the match to be won positively, don't you? Not by a mistake or something like that.
Sampedro's been very solid over these kind of 5-footers today. All been going in with pace, right in the middle. Very good.
I don't know how many times I've shaken my head in wonder at her putting today. It's quite a count. She is such a good putter. So to halve the hole and stay just 1 down. Oh no. Oh, what a shame for O'Keefe. Exactly what you were saying just now, Katrina. You wouldn't want a match as good as this to be decided on a missed putt like that. Of course, that's not the end of the final by any means, but 2 down with 4 to play is significant.
Yeah, that was a real body blow. Just pushed it slightly. Sorry. Just as you get, I mean, these kind of 4 or 5 footers as you get closer to the end of a match do just start getting a little bit more difficult.
It's worth saying again, though, yesterday in the semi-final, Farah O'Keefe was 4 down with 5 holes to play. Came back to win that match on the first extra hole. So this is a walk in the park compared to that. Having said that, this is the final. And there's a lot of pressure now. That was a shame, it has to be said. And she needs to just erase that from her mind.
Shake that off.
Yeah, definitely.
She had another good shot off this tee. Short par 4, set up a good birdie chance. It'll be interesting to see if Sampedro, she laid up this morning but dropped into the bunker, so got 2 clubs back with her, might just go with a shorter one. If you're going to lay up, lay up. It's just a short par 4 this 15, 303 yards. But you've got 2 bunkers down the right and 1 down the left. They're kind of all in range with driver, 3-wood, but you can't carry them. So both these players have opted to lay up short.
I mean, in fairness to Sampedro, although she was given the hole by O'Keefe's missed putt there, her own pitch and then yet another solid putt, you know, she did exactly what she needed to do as well for her bit of the equation. She's looking at it long and hard.
Yeah, went with a club less, so even though she's missed right like she did this morning, but she's kept it short of the bunker.
There we see another example of how the friendship between the 2 Paulas is really helping Sampedro, I think, just keeping her not just calm, but happy, being able to share a giggle about something.
Yeah, left of the flag. Yeah, on hammock, yeah? Okay.
Keith here's going with the driver, feeling she has to do something. 2 down with 4 to go, taking on these bunkers. Let's see if she can thread it down between them, get it close to the green.
Oh, that's run on. That's
very
nice,
good drive there.
Nice little run on. Can Farah O'Keefe mount another comeback here at the Women's Amateur Championship?
And that was a great drive from O'Keefe. Changed her game plan, 2 down with 4 to go. Decided to be more aggressive, go with the driver. And it's paid off. She ripped one down the middle, just short of the green. So Sampedro just down the right side, but kept it out the bunker this time. Let's maybe see if Sophie's caught up with the ball and can tell us about the lie and what she's got.
I'm up by the green, so I've got O'Keefe's ball. Paula Martin Sampedro, she's just got inside 100 yards, but like you said, she has made sure that she has not gone in that bunker. O'Keefe's got some mounding to contend with. The lie's pretty good. She wants to land it a couple of yards short of that green, but that 3-putt, it really pressed her to hit driver, and she's hit a good one here down the 15th.
I'll leave you for a little bit, Beanie. Look what happens. I mean, I had it beautifully balanced, all square. 2 quick wins. Still not over, though.
It isn't. It just shows the kind of grittiness, I think, of O'Keefe, that she's had a 3-putt on the previous green, changed her game plan, gone with driver, and hit a really good shot. That wasn't an easy drive to thread it between those bunkers.
it's almost like she pushed all her chips in. Well, the American's got to make 3 from where she is. She has to make a 3.
Absolutely. 2 down, 4 to go. She's in prime position to make a 3. She obviously can't control what her opponent does, but she's definitely put the pressure on this second shot.
The Spaniard's going to remain controlled and play blemish-free golf over the closing holes. That's what she's going to try and do. Which means to at least end up all square, the American will have to be 2 under for the last few holes. It's a tough call.
But we saw that from Tilly Claggett yesterday. She had the match against O'Keefe kind of under control. Let's see if she can get this one in. Punched it in with a wedge.
Great shot. Great
Very
shot.
good.
Well, she's going to have to putt to half the hole, worst ways, and keep things very much in her favour. Shame somebody has to lose, really.
It has been such a high quality game.
They've been so good.
Nip and tuck the whole way. But O'Keefe now, she's got to be thinking. She's got to hole it, put it into kind of 2-3 feet.
She said something interesting yesterday, that she has a history of coming back in junior championships from being in what looks like a very grim position over the closing holes. And she's done it more than once. She did it yesterday, and she's going to reach down into the well once more.
It's kind of like in stroke play. Some people are better front runners, others are better coming from behind.
I think she's going to pitch this around about where the green cut starts and just let it tumble down to the hole.
Take the mounds out of play.
It's very good. Very good.
Very nice. Gave it a chance, but still close.
Yeah, classy shot. Classy drive as well, by the way. So she's not done.
No, Sampedro can't afford to slip.
No.
She's got to keep her foot on the pedal, so to speak.
So both players there in 2. She's got to hope that she has that putt to get a hole back.
Yeah.
And for Sampedro, it's...
She's thinking if she holds this, I've got one hand on the trophy.
I've nearly buried her, yeah. It's not a putt for the championship, but it's not far off.
Just got the edge. Oh, that must have looked pretty good.
You know there's a lot of tension out there because that's the first reaction we've had from the 2 girls.
It wasn't a smile.
Correct.
Even
First
on their
time.
bad shots before, there's always been a smile.
First time.
They know how important these putts are now. And it's coming down to where this is a must make.
The hole is right in between the 2 Spanish players.
Oh.
That hurts.
Yep.
That hurts. All the hard work she did there.
Taking the gamble and hitting the driver, hitting a great pitch. And you have to say that those last 2 putts really nerves. Those last 2 little short misses. I mean, they're not gimmies.
No, it's 4 feet, and
yep.
Yes, it's not a gimme. Particularly, both players know what the goodies at stake here for winning. It's colossal.
Yep.
If you're staying amateur for at least another 12 months, it's like winning the lottery. You're going to play in things, you might get drawn with Nelly Corda, or there's all sorts of... Oh, it's just... The difference between winning and losing this is... It's a chasm.
Get that opportunity to play with players you've looked up to, you've watched.
Yeah, and you'll get huge draws as the winner of the women's amateur. You'll be in the big, with the big players in the world, in the pro ranks.
Anyway, 2 up with 3 to go.
3 to play.
The 16th, par 4. Downwind, no fairway bunkers. Just that gorse on the right, we were saying, you've just got to watch. We've seen a lot of people just in that left-hand rough. And I'd be very surprised if Sampedro's not in the left-hand rough. She's just got to keep this ball in play, give herself a shot to the green.
The right side of this hole does not exist. Ripped it.
Nice.
Absolutely perfect.
Split the fairway. What a shot. What a swing. Well done. Right, she's running out of options. That's her best.
Another one ripped down.
She's a runner, she's a rock star.
Perfect, she is a rock star.
That is rocking its way down there. That's 40 past.
That little fan is loving it.
Well, it's 400 yards, a shade shy of, and it's down breeze, so it's not playing anything like that. The key thing is to find the fairway, and they've both done it. And the Spaniard gets to impose her will on the American because she's going first into this par 4.
I think the difficult thing now for Keith is she's got to try and shake off those, sorry, 2 short missed putts.
Don't forget the upcoming events, the Amateur Championship. That is going to be sensational down in the south of England, June 16 to 21. Then the 53rd rather, Open Championship. Can't wait to go there. That's going to be absolutely unbelievable. On the island of Ireland, and then the AIG Women's Open, which you'll be looking forward to.
I will be, yeah, down there commentating on that one. 4th call, not been there since I was an amateur. Really looking forward to seeing the golf course again.
Have you played Portrush, by the way?
I haven't. I've only played 1 hole at Portrush.
1 hole.
I did an outing there.
The other 17 are very good.
Yeah.
And then the Walker Cup in September.
Yes, Cypress Point.
What a lineup, eh?
Yeah,
what a lineup.
Lineup of tournaments and a lineup of venues.
Yeah.
You can really see the difference there in the distance. O'Keefe really buttoned that one.
I can't see any way out of this for her unless she birdies at least 2 of the last 3 holes.
Yeah, potentially all 3,
maybe
with
all
18
3.
being a reachable
Yeah,
par 5.
maybe all 3.
She's got to have the last 3 holes of her life.
Yeah, absolutely. She'll never get this opportunity again. Sophie, what do you got?
We have 2 perfect drives. I'm here with Paula. She's got 122 yards to the pin on the left. Bit of a sucker pin this. If you turn it down the left, it misses the green and catches the bank. O'Keefe, she has ripped one down here. She's 30 yards in front. But the issue has been all day that the Spanish is playing in first and hitting great shots, and the American has got to respond. She needs something special with 3 holes left to play.
I think we're all thinking the same.
Yeah.
Keith needs something special.
Yeah. Last hole's a par 5. The first thing she's got to do is get it to the 18th hole. So she has to birdie here. Has to birdie 16. She's hit such a good drive again.
And that's just hoping that Sampedro doesn't birdie.
That's right. Sampedro can close her out here.
Yep, she's definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah.
120 yards, downwind, probably just a little wedge, a little bit off a wedge.
Yeah, she's probably going to carry it 110, something like that, 112. Get a big bounce down the breeze and then stop eventually.
I think she's still got to stay aggressive. Even though she's 2 up with 3 to go, she
no.
knows what a good player O'Keefe is.
Yeah, in her mind, it's birdie here and shake hands in her head.
Might even just be her gap wedge she's going with here.
She plays with a lot of poise.
She does. Maybe just the left side of that cart. She does like a slight little draw. Hold a hand off.
It's no harm done, but you wouldn't think that's 3 country there.
No. Not ideal from that distance. She would have wanted to put a little bit more pressure on O'Keefe's shot.
I don't know if she got that a little skinny or something, because she took her hand off. It wasn't a, that's my postured finish. It wasn't one of those.
I wonder whether she was just trying to hit that maybe just too hard and caught it a little thin.
Well, I wouldn't say the door's ajar, 2 down with 3 to play, but there is a chance here. Get a hole back.
She's got a glimmer. She's now thinking, she's going to be thinking Sampedro's probably not going to make birdie. Going to make par, but not birdie, so she's got a chance if she can hit a good shot in here.
She wriggled out of danger. Very similar situation in the semi-final. She's got to do it one more time. Well, be your best shot.
With that. 90 yards. She'd have wanted to get that probably in within about 10, 12 feet.
Little uphill to start with, and then second half of the putt back into the breeze. It's going to play slower than it actually is.
But after missing 2 shorter ones, maybe the longer one she could be a little bit freer on.
Yeah.
Perhaps not expecting to hold it quite so much.
It's a throng now.
Yeah, it sure is. All modes of transport.
He's got his
little head
favourite
cover,
company
little
toy
dog,
on the back.
yeah.
Low maintenance dog.
Now, what breed was that one?
Not sure.
She's chipped beautifully this
has.
whole final.
She's going again with a lofted wedge.
This is a situation, though, you have to go with what feels most comfortable. And she's chipped well with this.
Look, she'll spend weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months in the States never hitting chip and runs, never doing it.
Yeah. I can guarantee, however good a chipper she is, she would rather have been putting on the green. Let's see.
That's too strong.
Just a testy distance.
Yeah.
See that thing right from this?
With the wind, just putting across the wind, everything's gone.
Look, you know, when we're
on
down,
the edge of my seat
we're
here.
down to DEFCON 1
Yeah.
here. There's no room, there's no squeaking room at all.
No.
Keith has to imagine that her opponent's going to make 4. She has to hold it.
Absolutely. She's got to think back to that hole, the putt she held on 9,
Yeah.
10.
Exactly.
Forget about the 2 she's just missed.
And to your point that you've made through the week is speed is everything here.
Yeah, sometimes people are, you know, really desperate to make it. They hit it too hard. They feel I've got to get it to the hole and they just blast it through any break.
Well, this is to reduce the deficit for sure to just 1, 2 holes to play. Hit your best putt.
I think that was just a misread. That was a good putt.
Everything was fine about that, yeah, bar the read. Over borrowed, and would be very irritated with the second shot in there. Not what she wanted. Still
Yeah,
a bit of work to do.
There's still a bit of work, but we've seen O'Keefe hit so many good wedge shots
Yeah.
from that sort of distance.
And we've seen Sampedro hold so many 3
Yeah.
and 4 footers without touching the side. But none of them like this one.
No,
2
none
up
with this significance.
with 2 to play in the final, if it goes in. She doesn't waste much time. Gets in there and executes. Fantastic.
Very good. Nerves of steel. She's just edging ever closer.
Keeps her head absolutely still. Little look and pure as you like.
And right in the middle.
Yeah.
None are hitting the edges and going in.
Very impressive. You know, if there was going to be a wrinkle, it might have been there, but in her own quiet, polite, determined way, she's been superb.
Yeah, and we're seeing the odd little fist pump now. She knows what it all means. And here we are, the 17th, short par 4, 357 yards. We saw them both lay up short of those 2 bunkers we're just seeing now. Will O'Keefe perhaps go for it now? Try and get past the bunkers, give herself a shorter shot in?
I don't believe so. I don't think there's any value in her trying to get it between the bunkers and the water hazard. I don't.
And the pin here in the screen, the front 2 bunkers not really in play with the pin 20 yards on, 5 from the left. It's 250 over the one on the right. I mean, she would have to flush it, but
You know, she left herself with a halfer at the previous hole and didn't make the most of it. So maybe a fuller wedge for her is
yeah,
going to
might be better.
And bunker avoidance is.
Yeah, if you go in the bunker, you know
it's
you're
the
going
whole
to
game
lose
for
a
her
hole.
here. Yeah.
Wait, is this the...
I mean, I think for Sampedro, absolutely no doubt, just take the bunkers out of play.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would be coming up. So they have to.
Par for Sampedro means birdie for the American to go extra time. When you need to make 2 birdies in a row, it's hard to do.
Yeah. I know, Keith, yes, you're right, just taking the iron.
Little hybrid for her weakest wood off the tee for the player that's 2 up. One hand on the trophy.
Absolutely.
But only one.
Yeah. And that second bunker down the left, 256, so that's the one they're just going to keep it short of. The one on the right's 240.
She got a simple swing.
Very neat and tidy,
2
isn't
turns and a swish, it's a bit like you.
Really not much can go wrong with it.
Very nice. Very nice and accomplished.
And I love the way she's just kept her quick routine.
Yeah.
Just getting up over the putts, over the shots.
That's gone 20 further down there than she thought it would, but it's fine. It was that good. Birdie, you would think, essential
Absolutely.
for O'Keefe.
She's been excellent with these long irons off the tee. And another good one.
Well, for the first time in a long time, she's going to have the first approach in.
Which might be to her advantage.
Maybe so. It's been an exhibition, I think, from both players, and if O'Keefe does lose the final here, she can be very proud of what she's done and how she's conducted herself and how she stayed in the game and been resilient. It may not quite be enough.
Yeah, she can be, but I mean, as a player, she's going to be kicking herself thinking of those two short putts.
Sure.
But, you know, after time, you know, you look back and look at all the good shots she hit.
Yeah. And there's a reason that somebody wins, isn't there? There's always a reason. Farah Munoz, you'll know her well.
I know her well. I partnered her in her first Solheim Cup at Killeen Castle. Excellent player.
Gosh, I remember that Killeen Castle. That was an amazing finish.
Yeah, that was one we should never have won.
Never ever have won.
Yeah, we had an amazing singles on the Sunday.
Well, they've been chatty for 34 holes.
They have been.
And they're still going.
Now, was it Love Island their favourite show? Maybe they've been chatting about Love Island.
I think those alongside you decided that Long Island was the go-to show. But, you know, they're young, aren't they? They're college kids. Their whole golfing life is in front of them. And for her, it may well be as the amateur champion this year. It's looking more and more likely.
It's looking more and more. It is looking more and more likely. It needs one really good shot here from O'Keefe.
So what she must say to herself, Sampedro, is, I've got birdie here to be the champion. Forget what the American player's doing. I make a birdie, I'm the champion. End of. Create your own history, make your own luck. And for O'Keefe, she's just got to hit, again, the right approach shot and hole a putt from somewhere.
Absolutely, she's got to hit the best wedge, 100 yards, she's got to hit the best kind of wedge of her life here. Which isn't easy. Firm green, downwind, tough to judge just quite how it's going to release.
Yeah, if it's pitch and plug, you know, Parkland Golf, you can...
Just on that, and let's just let it slope round, okay? A little bit of spin, I'll take it down, okay?
More elements to think about, isn't it? The wind, the bounce.
Yeah, release, lack of grip, more grip. Let's see if you can get it right this time. She'd love to shove it into a foot. Straight downwind, not bias on any side. Right behind her.
She's eyeing this one up. Is it going to check? Oh. Just with the strength of the wind, stopped that checking.
Yeah.
She thought that looked good.
It was a good swing, it was. It was 15 yards too far through the air, the way that released down the green. Barely any purchase at all.
No, didn't just get any check. Now Sampedro just middle of the green.
How far she got, Sophie?
97 yards, but there is a bunker in front of the green. The carry on that is 87 yards, and you can hit a downslope. So like you've been saying, take it right of it. It's a good 2-club wind up there. You've got plenty of room right of this pin. That's your chance to get it in pin high. If you go at the pin, you could catch downslope and run through. 97 yards, lob wedge.
Oh, this is a shot. So with a tight line of fairway and all the groove that she could get on that.
She still couldn't get any check on it, but a good shot.
That was a proper links green reaction, that.
It looked as if it was wanting to check, but it just didn't.
Yeah.
You could see the ball just it was trying, but it wouldn't.
It's still a healthy breeze blowing down the last couple of holes. Can't see wind, and sometimes when you're sat at home watching, you can't feel how strong it is, but it's there.
I never think watching on television shows how strong the wind is. But unless O'Keefe chips in here, Sampedro's going to have 2 putts for it.
Yeah, her situation could be very clear in about 5 minutes' time. I would think the putt is coming out for the American. And for Sampedro, she is so close.
Yeah.
It's not immortality, but it's a name in the record books with a big one.
It is, isn't it? I mean, amateur golf, this is the pinnacle. You're at the top.
Yeah.
These are the events you want to play in, the ones you want to win. And as we've been saying, you just see the names of the people who have won it. Carlota Saganda, Zahara Munoz, Georgia Hall, Leona Maguire, Nordqvist.
Wasn't even a choice. The putter's in the hand very quickly. What are the chances, though, of making a putt back up the green into the wind, and you have to hole it to go down the path? What are the chances if you were a bookmaker?
Pretty slim.
50 to 1?
I would say potentially even 100 to 1. I would have to say the stats would probably show you've got what, about a 5%, 2% chance of holding one of these. But you never know.
Golf is a very, very intriguing game, and you're always surprised by it. This has to go in, you would think.
Disappointing.
Yeah.
It was a tough putt. Long distance, back into the wind.
And now it's a simple equation. It's 2 putts for Sampedro to become the amateur champion.
And she's had such good speed control today. Can she do it one more time? That's all she needs.
Yes, she has, and she's been, her whole game has been utterly competent, all of it. And factor into that as well, her game planning, the way she's taken on some of the holes, negated a lot of risk. She's been excellent. How she would love to just roll this up to a foot, and that's that.
Yeah.
It's not a concession for
It's not
me.
a concession,
No.
but I think she'll be, if O'Keefe holds, she'll make her putt it.
Well, she looks cool there, but there's a lot of churn going on.
Yeah, her mind's got to be racing.
Yeah, I've
Why
almost
couldn't
got
I have
there.
got it a little closer?
Absolutely, I've almost done it. This has got to go in, otherwise it's congratulation time. This and a prayer for O'Keefe.
Good putt. Make her hold a putt to win.
She hasn't looked like missing one of these. She has been as good as anybody from the inside 5-foot range. And I mean anybody in the world. She hasn't taken anything but the middle of the hole out. One more time.
Fully expect this to go in. What a moment.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Won it like a champion.
She did. Fantastic match. Hats off to both players, but
Completely.
gosh, what a final.
It was a fitting end on a wonderful location to a brilliant championship. 9 rounds of golf to eventually come out in front with her bestie on the bag for the last
The two Paulas.
Yeah, since the quarterfinals.
Teammates.
Look at that.
Those smiles have barely left their faces.
Smiles and tears, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's incredible. For both women.
What a moment. I think it'll take a while to sink in all the exemptions she's getting.
Oh, I think,
Tournament she's going to get to play in.
I think it's a lot of that stuff you don't get too into that when you're playing it. You kind of, if I get there, okay, I'll look at it then. But there's a lot of gravy.
Yeah.
And well played, the Americans. Team America.
Yeah, Team America have been great this year. I think it's fantastic to see them over here playing. Elevates the whole event.
It does, and Farah O'Keefe has taken this very well. She's given her very best and came up a smidgen shy, that's all.
She certainly didn't lose it. Sampedro, I would say, I mean, the golf they both played.
Yeah. They could barely be separated over 36 holes. Well, let's hear from the champion now, talking to Sophie.
Paula Martin Sampedro, the women's amateur champion of 2025. That was one of the most outstanding finals we've ever witnessed. What was it like to play and win?
Yeah, it was. I knew it was going to be super tight with Farah. She's a great player. She's been playing solidly, and today we got a great day, some wins. So Links Golf Challenge was just always super fun, and I feel like we both played super good. I think we made just like a couple bogeys each, which is like insane in these conditions. And it came down to like the 35th hole, which is like almost the whole 36 hole final. So super happy to get the win. I can't believe it right now. It will take a while to sink in, but really, really happy.
Well, you were 8 under par. You only made 1 bogey. This morning, the conditions were a lot different than this afternoon. How did you manage that?
Yeah, it was pretty windy in the afternoon, especially the first 9. The golf level was obviously great throughout the 35 holes, but the first 18 were amazing, bogey-free, both of us. And I think just like staying patient throughout the round. I was up a little early, just 1-2, went back to O square. So I knew it was going to come down to the last few holes, and I was lucky to have Paula by my side. I think that was definitely key for me to get this win.
Yeah, you looked like you were having fun out there, which is the most important thing. And you're going to have some fun with this schedule. You're going to get into 4 major championships, including the AIG Women's Open at Royal Porth Call. Playing links golf again in August. Looking forward to that?
Yeah, I can't wait. And as a matter of fact, my coach won the amateur. I think it was 2002, and he won a Porth Call, so it's going to be a challenge. Hopefully he can come and caddy for me, and it's going to be a full circle moment, but super happy to play more links golf at the end of the summer.
Well, you are the 6th champion of the women's amateur from Spain. Tell us what that means to you.
Yeah, it's great. Like, we're lucky to have a lot of great players to look up to in Spain, and being able to put my name on that trophy alongside Sarah or Carlotta is great. I'm just super happy right now and just looking forward to keep going.
Well, many, many congratulations. As I said before, that's one of the best finals we've ever seen.
Thank you so much.
And she does look super happy.
She does. No wonder. Spoke very well.
Very well, very well. You know, they go across to the United States, have a college education. They play a lot of golf, a lot of competitive golf, but not much like this. This is very special.
And
out
not
of their
much in
comfort
front
zone.
of the cameras. And very nice of her to mention her caddy, Paula.
Oh, how
who
lovely.
She beat in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And a great experience for Paula.
Definitely. Her caddy Paula.
Yes, her caddy Paula.
Yes.
Sorry, the two Paulas.
Just a fabulous week. The R&A Women's Amateur. In the end, it was a 2-1 victory for Paula Martin Sampedro, just pipping Farah O'Keefe, who can be very proud of herself, especially the way she got here. Her journey was not straightforward in the semi-finals, and then produced her A game alongside Paula, particularly the first 18 holes.
She came back very well in that semi-final.
Let's show you how it all unfolded. Let's get to the fourth.
Yeah, the first par 3 in the morning. She had just lost the third hole to a birdie, but responded beautifully with what a fantastic shot.
And down breeze, you could see how much softer that green was than when we finished this afternoon. Bunker play at 16. In the end, it was for nothing, but it was just exquisite.
Oh, fabulous bunker shot. Not the easiest of stances, her feet just in the bunker. But O'Keefe rolled this one in for birdie.
Back and forward they went for 18 holes, both 5 under par, both blemish free. Absolutely sensational. And then a break and then back out at it.
Yeah, back out in the afternoon. The wind had definitely picked up for this front nine. Just missed the green here. Lip out there. And then this was an interesting one. Oh, on the third hole, in the green, the fairway bunker, took 3 to get out.
It was always that the American got back to all square, but couldn't get ahead in the match. Every time she got to a point where she might put some pressure on, the Spaniard came back.
Yeah, and a great chip here at the 6th. O'Keefe has hit a good shot in on the par 3, but not much you can do against a chip-in birdie 2.
No, she's part Sevi's bloodline. Unbelievable. Again, with the putter.
Yeah, on the 7th, the par 5.
But then this was the start of a bit of a rally for the American. This one went in at some speed, out at the far end of the golf course.
It did. She made a little bit of a rally here around the turn. That was a 9.
This is the par 5 10th. And with her opposition on the green in 2, nearly an albatross.
Nearly an albatross. And that was two fantastic shot spin there. And she
and
pulled
made
that
the
for eagle.
Yeah. Now this had a bit of curl on it.
It certainly did, just from the upper level. Judged it to perfection though. And then this was just little par miss. This was a big, big moment for par and 14.
Tight game. You can't do that. You can't do that. And this is the putt to take care of it all for a par on the 35th hole of the final.
And so nice of Farah O'Keefe there, clapping. It was played in such good spirits.
What an advert for the women's game. Young women like that, full of ambition, full of skill, and able to play it in that manner.
Yeah, the fiercest of competitors and both desperate to win.
You know, if golf has anything, that's what it is. But we get into the pro game and it becomes a bit tetchier than that. That is golf in its purest sense.
Yeah, both respecting in each other's great play.
Yeah. It was wonderful, truly wonderful, as was Nairn.
Yeah, a wonderful venue.
Well, she talked about the trophy and the names on there, Spanish names that she can identify with, not from yesteryear, modern ones, and hers will be there.
What a trophy. Looks quite heavy.
It does look very special, yeah. Well, let's throw down to Sophie for the presentation.
To present the trophy to our champion, Ian Patterson, captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews.
Paula, congratulations. You are the women's amateur champion. Thank you.
How beautiful.
Lovely. Looks like you need to go to the gym to hold that trophy up. Goodness. Hope so. She'll be filling with that something later.
I hope so. I wonder if we're going to hear from her. Great atmosphere, great crowd, a lot of the competitors still here. Moments to cherish.
And the members have really loved this event. Come out, supported it very well. There we go.
Well done the Golf Club of Nairn, well done the RNA, well done all the competitors, and well done Mother Nature for giving us a fabulous last day.
Yeah, we had just what we wanted, didn't we? It was a nice day, sunny, warm in the morning, wind picking up. And maybe we're going to hear from the champion.
I hope she goes on to have a fantastic professional career, because she's got something. You can identify with her. She's got grace. She's got a quality that not everybody has. Very appealing.
And seemed very composed under the pressure.
Muy bien, muy bien. And the Scottish version of that as well.
Yeah. She looks like she's going to say something, but the crowd keep cheering.
I know. Maybe she's done her interview and she's just milking it, savouring the moment.
Enjoying the adulation.
Pictures she can show her grandkids.
Yep.
Very, very special. And didn't the crowd that turn up see a really proper top golfing occasion?
Oh, lovely. It'll be lovely for them once, you know, to look through all the names when they've got a moment, see all the names that have won it in the past.
How lovely for Paula Francisco as well.
Yeah.
You know, to be part of that. All right, she didn't win it. She competed well and got through to the end of, pretty much the end of the competition, but was part of a famous win. Oh, it's so good. I think they could stay there all night.
I think they could.
Yeah, I'm not leaving.
I think the crowd are going to stay there all night.
I think they would.
I think they'll get that trophy into the clubhouse.
I think Instagram is going to be very busy in about 45 seconds with those pictures, those images that we're watching from around the world. Could not have been better. It could not have been a better final. Thank you, Beanie. Good luck on your travels.
Thank
and we'll
you,
see you all
Rob
next
and Andy.
time. Fabulous week at Nairn.
Well, good afternoon once again after 18 holes of absorbing action in the 123rd edition of the Women's Amateur Championship. The good news is we get to go around the favoured links of Muirfield once again. Valentine Delon and Andrea Revuelta have put on a show so far, but it's the French player who holds the advantage after a dramatic conclusion to the back nine. This storied championship being hosted for the very first time by Muirfield in the east of Scotland, overlooking the southern shores of the Firth of Forth. There is Valentine Delon, 2 up. I'm Richard Kaufman. We'll be hearing from Sophie Walker and Katrina Matthew. Alongside me right now in the commentary box is Amy Bolden. And Amy, an hour and 15-minute break for these two players. Much for them to contemplate.
Yeah, definitely, Richard. You know, this feels like the start of a new match. Yes, Valentine Delon, she has a 2-up advantage, but both players have had the chance to reset, mentally regroup, and, you know, how they start off this second lot of 18 holes now is crucial.
Yeah, just to remind you, Delon 2 up after surprisingly winning the 18th hole. I wonder what's in store over the next few hours. The starter is Fiona Moran.
Good afternoon and welcome to Muirfield for the final of the 123rd Women's Amateur Championship, which will be contested by Valentine Delon and Andrea Revuelta. The status of the match after 18 holes is 2 up to Valentine Delon. The scorer this afternoon is Lindsay Gordon. The board carrier Alistair Sutherland. The referee is Dimpna Conlon. On the tee from France, Valentine Delon.
Looking to become the first French player in 11 years since Celine Boutier won this championship to walk away with the trophy, but a lot of work to be done, despite a nice lead to take into the second 18.
On the tee from Spain, Andrea Revuelta.
Well, it's important Andrea gets off to a fast start in this second 18 holes, 2 down.
Yeah, lovely tee shot though from Delon. Just the start she wanted, driver in hand for the Spaniard.
Quick tee pick up there and another lovely drive straight down the centre of the fairway.
Well, she's shown, especially when we watched her yesterday, Valentine Delon, she's a pretty good front runner. Led in her quarterfinals, semi-finals, never behind, and she's ahead in this one. Let's go back, though, to that first tee. Sophie Walker is down there for us.
As we see the crowds walk away from this first tee. Now, you want to know what happened at lunch. Well, like you said, we had an hour and a quarter. And the famous Muirfield Sunday lunch, or roast dinner, it was not there. We had a barbecue instead, and a bit of a dominant move by Andrea, taking the top table at the bay window, looking out onto the 18th green, where Valentine, she sat with her French counterparts and family and had a nice lunch. Then both of them headed to the practice ground to warm up. Conditions: warm. It's a southerly wind, but it's really windy. It says 20 mile an hour on the forecast, but I could see this gusting up to 30 mile an hour. The front nine this morning played 2 under par total for both of the players, but they were 6 over total for the back nine, which just shows how this is going to play. And you're so right. Andrea is 2 down You don't want to go 3 down. The world number 4 needs one of those big performances this afternoon. But it's all set up really nicely for this Women's Amateur Championship. With 1 lap left to go around this famous links course, it's all to play for.
It really is. But barbecue, nice, isn't it, to have a barbecue, especially when it's a nice warm weather. But you're going to find it hard to get the old Sunday roast going on a Saturday, aren't you, really?
Yeah, I think sometimes it feels like a Sunday, doesn't it, with it being the final.
I know.
Well, there's the forecast. Getting up to 24 degrees, but as Sophie said, it's going to gust this afternoon up to 35 miles per hour.
Yeah, when it's the last day, it does feel like a Sunday in golf, doesn't it? 2 lovely tee shots here. Yeah, I still, if Revuelta goes 3 down, she doesn't look like someone who's going to panic. You know, this is a player who's won big events in amateur golf, played pro events as well as an amateur, and had a lot of success. Think about Delon. She just seems so composed.
She does, leading out in front 2 up, and as you say, looking so calm and composed out there. Both players do. And really, Valentine Delon, she's the underdog when you look at it on paper with both of their amateur careers. She is ranked 66th in the world, but she's playing against Andrea Revuelta, who is ranked 4th. So, you know, she is, I'd say, slightly the underdog in this final.
Sure, the crowds are looking forward to this one as well, as you are watching. If you caught the end of the back 9, well, we had some real fun and games with some wonderful up and downs and a few twists in the plot that we weren't expecting.
Safely on to the putting green there.
Pin position's the same?
Yeah, I think that's going to help as well, because yesterday with that different wind direction being more from the northeast, today southwesterly, they've already played the same conditions this morning, the same pin positions. This one on the right side of the green, just 6 yards from the right edge. Nice angle here for Delon.
Trying to cut one in. And I would say fairly similar results to what we had the first time around at this first hole.
Yeah, both players made par earlier on this morning.
Yeah, and then Delon went on and won the 2nd and 3rd before Revuelta hit back, won the 4th and 5th, and then Delon won the 6th, and off we went.
Well, she started off her round over, you know, yesterday, the course of yesterday, quarterfinals and semi-finals, very fast out the blocks. Again this morning, 2 up early on. And really, she needs to go with that same mindset for this second lot of 18 holes now. Treat it like you're all square and try and get fast off the blocks again, see if she can extend that lead.
And this is what is part of what's on offer. So, I mean, if we're going in chronological order, the winner will go off to Evian the week after next on the shores of Lake Geneva. Then they'll be off to Royal Lytham and St Anne's for the AIG Women's Open. Then they'll have a place at Augusta National Women's Amateur Championship. If they make the cut, they play Augusta National. Then they'll head to the Chevron Championship, which Andrea actually played this year. And then they'll have the US Women's Open to play, plus a couple of events on the LPGA Tour and the LET. The Standard Portland Classic, that's in August, the LET event to be determined. So, I mean, your next 12 months schedule will be completely different to what it will be if you don't win the final.
Exactly. There's so many incredible opportunities, isn't it? You get to test your game against the best players in the world, and that's exactly what you want to do. You know, these two players are at the top of the amateur game, but they're going to be looking to turn professional in the next few years. They're getting to be able to test their games against them top players, seeing how they compare.
You know, Revuelta, you mentioned, is 4th in the world. Well, I think for Delon, at the moment, none of that matters. She beat the world number 6 in Maya Ortengren in the last 16.
Yeah, she won't be scared of this match, you know. Even though she's ranked 66th in the world, they would have played a lot of golf against each other in team events when they're representing their countries, European team championships, college golf. They'll be very familiar with each other's games.
Should have hit a lovely putt, similar kind of line. This one a little closer in when she played the first, as I mentioned earlier this morning. Almost hold it. A couple of feet past. It was beautifully judged. So expect this one to threaten the hole. Then again,
it's on a good line.
Never had enough pace in it that time, though.
It can be difficult, can't it, when you've had that little bit of a rest between rounds. Trying to go back out, get the pace of the greens. A little bit tentative on that one.
That's, I think, a bit shorter than it looks. There's plenty left in that one, so Delon, similar kind of line.
Yeah, she would have had a good look at Andrea's putt there, seeing which way it's moving. There's not a lot of break in it, though. This one's all about the pace. It's a little bit uphill in the first half of this putt.
This is to go 3 up. Oh, what a start to the afternoon for Valentine Delon. The biggest lead she has had in this Women's Amateur Championship final. A birdie 3 to go 3 up.
Well, she's just continued that form, hasn't she? She won the 18th hole.
Okay.
And then straight back out the blocks after lunch. What a fantastic putt that was. Straight in the middle of the hole. Didn't look anywhere else, did it?
No, the pace so good. And right in the middle. Delight for Delon. And maybe a little bit of anxiety for Revuelta.
Yeah, being 3 down now. It's quite a bit of work to do, but there is still plenty of holes. You've got to think this is your 2nd hole of the day. Try not to think about this morning. Treat it as a new match.
Well, if it is a new match, another fast start from Valentine.
Wind's helping off the left on this 2nd hole. 354 yards. Bunkers down there to be wary of. Just running into the 2nd cut down the right side. Andrea with driver looking to thread this one down the middle. Nice drive there. Long way down there. Will only have a wedge in hand.
Got to keep fighting, you know, she will. Andrea Revuelta 3 down right now to Valentine Delon. Let's find out a little bit more about the French player.
Hello, my name is Valentine Delon. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Paris, France. Yes, my nickname is Titine. My family call me like this. Sometimes I like to play with a French ball marker. No. Golf? Yeah, golf maybe. No, I love sports, so every sport with a ball, I'm pretty good at it. I would say Stacey Lewis because she got the same back surgery as me. So I got back surgery in 2019, and after my surgery, my dad told me that another player that's really like a legend, she had the same surgery as me, so he helped me to come back and never give up. I will say Augusta National. That's a good question. I will say hole number 4. I really like the setup of the par 3 and with the wind in my face just before the par 5. I think it's a really important hole. Go back to France and party with my friends and my family.
Well, she's looking to make it 11 wins for French players at the Women's Amateur Championship. One of those, Brigitte Varengo, won it 3 times back in the 1960s. She goes to Virginia Tech, which is why she is a hockey, and she led the scoring average. 7 top 20s in the season that's just gone. She also had 7 top 20s the season before that. You can see some of her amateur wins. The Championnat de France, one of her biggest back in 2024, and you can see just that's a couple of weeks ago in Evian, the Jabra Ladies Open de France, the French Open. She made the cut there and finished 56th. She could be heading back to the shores of Lake Geneva, well, a week after a party with her friends, as she suggested. if it's still a big word, even though 2 letters, she seals the deal here this afternoon. Sophie's down at the second.
Not the easiest spot actually on this second hole because she didn't hit the fairway. It's got caught up into the second cut of grass, hanging lie. So ball's below her feet, wind from left to right. She's got 106 yards. There's a ball wash back left of this green, and that wants to be the start line because everything is going to favour this golf ball to move to the right as it gets in the air. 106.
Coming from the downslope, releasing onto the front half of the green. A nice shot from there.
Well, Revuelta's gone on a bit of a walk here, hasn't she?
Yes, she does have a bit of a walk. 50 yards between that golf ball and pin after a drive that went over 300 yards. It caught the downslope and off it scampered down the fairway. So she's had a walk up to the pin just to see what it happens to the golf ball as it gets onto the green surface, because the green actually kicks from right to left, but this chip is not going to be too affected by the wind because it's not going to go in the air, but once it lands you'd expect to have more release than a normal chip shot due to it being downwind off the left. So 50 yards from the fairway. We keep saying this, it's her favourite shot.
She'll be a little bit disappointed with that one. Coming up a little bit short.
Yeah, she set some very high standards over the last week, and I'm sure over the last year with that shot.
It's always hard to judge a wedge shot downwind She had plenty of green to work with, but expected that one to maybe release a little bit more than it did.
Yeah, right by the boundary of the golf course here. Well, similar length putts coming up for these two. It will be Delon to putt first. Player born and raised in Paris. This one's going to be down the hill.
Yeah, there's a little quite flat putt, slightly downhill if anything. Also a little bit downwind. That can definitely affect this putt.
Well, that's a little bit of a misread. Polite applause nonetheless.
Well, there's an opportunity here for the Spaniard to get one back. She'd really love to see one go in early. This one's going to move from right to left as it dies at the hole. She got it high enough.
Well, also misread it a little bit as well. Hasn't been conceded yet. Nice to see a few shadows appearing, sun peeping through.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful week up in Scotland. Some nice temperatures. That's still on Andrea to putt. Well, she can't afford to miss these this afternoon.
You're making me nervous, Amy.
Keep this one inside the hole. Inside right.
Well, you said it. She can't afford to miss them. 3 down. Now staring in the face of potentially going 4 down.
She'll know how costly that is.
You know, you've got a putt to win the hole, and then you 3-putt. I mean, and you didn't really threaten the hole with the first one. It's not like you raced it 4 or 5 feet past.
She struggled with a couple of them putts this morning. 5-6 footers.
And this is where you just got to ram home that advantage. If you're Valentine Delon, don't let your opponent off. And that's what she's done. Would you believe it? They both 3 putts.
Well, you have to think Andrea got away with that one a little bit. Reset now onto the next hole.
Well, well, well. That is not what we expect from these two. Been a long week. Maybe sometimes concentration can slip. Or
yeah, in this final it's long, isn't it? It's a 36-hole battle. It's a beautiful look at the 3rd hole here, the par 4. 358 yards today, playing downwind. 2 bunkers in the centre of the fairway, and the fairway really narrows at 280 yards. Then bunkers are in play today downwind.
I know it's only 1 hole, but somehow to me, you know, Delon comes out, wins the first 2 holes. That was for 3 wins in a row. And you're 4 up. It just seems such a long way back for Revuelta. As you say, she'll be thinking, dodge one there.
Yeah, absolutely. Got away with that one. Well, this one, fairway wood for Delon. Laying up short of the bunkers. Perfect, good position off the tee box.
You look back at the Women's Amateur Championships the last few years, they've been pretty tight affairs. Paula Martin, 2-1 winner over Farah O'Keefe a year ago. That's the player that Andrea beat in yesterday's semi-final. Melanie Green winning against Leona Maguire in Port Marnock. That was also, it went down to the last couple of holes. And then we had, before that, we had some really one-sided affairs. Louise Duncan won 9 and 8 when she won at Barassi. There you are, there's the confirmation of those scores. You can see Chiara Horder with her win over Annabelle Pancake, 7 and 6, which allows for a fair few puns. You don't need me to tell you those. And then the tight affairs, you see Aileen Crowther, who's playing in the KPMG Women's PGA this week, a one-up victory over Annabelle Fuller. And Emily Toy beating Amelia Garvey very close in 2019. Garvey this week is right up there near the top of the leaderboard in the latest LET event, which is in Czechia right now. The last time we went to extra holes was when 15-year-old Swede Julia Engström won. Two tee shots in good position down this 3rd hole.
Yeah, not playing very long today, downwind.
No, and it's so important actually, Amy, to hit this fairway when it's downwind in order to get the control and the spin with the second shot to try and hold these greens, and both players have done that. First to her ball, Valentine, she's got 120 yards left to the flag. Revuelta is a bit more down the left-hand side. She's got 106, but off a bit of a downslope in an old divot. It shouldn't cause too much problems, but it's not as simple as the French woman's off a flat lie and a nice piece of turf. Now, the whole location is 15 on, 8 from the left-hand side here. Anything pulled will catch a bunker to the left of it. Wind is down slightly off the right-hand side, so it's 120 left for Valentine, but with this wind strength, it's playing a 100-yard shot.
Tasty, very, very tasty.
Brilliant wedge shot that, straight at the pin, leaving it under the hole as well. As Sophie said, can't afford to go long of this pin with that back bunker.
Now I mentioned the lie, it's a bit below her feet, and a divot, which it's an old divot, so it shouldn't cause too much of an issue. 106 pin, 101 to the front edge. Wants to play away from this flag. Have it land 100.
Well, a good strike on that one out of that divot.
I feel like the pressure's building, though, on Revuelta. Apologies if you're feeling a little dizzy. But yeah, you feel like the pressure's just building here a little bit on Andrea Revuelta. You know, DeLon's hit another fabulous approach, and she birdied this hole this morning to make it 2 wins in 3, the first 3 holes. Andrea's got to start now showing some first mental toughness and then some quality with her golf.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we're only on the 3rd hole of this 2nd round, but you're 3 down early on. Don't want to go 4. There's a long way back from there, isn't there?
Yeah, she got away with it, as we suggested at the last hole, after 3 putting, to see her opponent do the same. Just feels like there's just that. I mean, I know the scoreline says DeLon 3 up, but it feels that's a reflection on what we're seeing in general. Just there's a greater consistency about the French player right now, Valentine.
And especially with her getting to play first, Valentine, hitting one in close. She's the one that's 3 up, she's in the lead. She gets to play first, knocks one in close, puts that extra pressure on the Spaniard.
And you've played the women's amateur, you know, you've made the last 4. The momentum side of things, you know, the winning of that 18th hole, and it's built into the 2nd. Somehow, Revuelta needs that pendulum swinging back to her somehow. Something to happen. Hole a putt here, for example.
It's huge, isn't it? You know, that we talk about that momentum shift so much in match play, but that 18th hole especially, you know, Andrea looked like she was going to win that hole for a second. She ended up losing it, and then you go in for lunch with the momentum not on your side. This is how she got to the final.
Yeah, she's taken every match but one to the 18th. She'd love to head to the 18th again this afternoon, given the match situation, but could get in here first.
Well, she's below the hole. It's an uphill putt. Oh, and it's tracking.
Just what she needed. Brilliant.
Oh, we've just been speaking about that momentum, Richard. Could it be shifting and moving the other way?
Yeah, the smile back. Yeah, the pressure was building. She needed, really needed this.
Just shows what the quality player she is as well. You know, she's ranked 4th in the World Amateur Golf Rankings, and that's exactly why. Pressure's against her and holds a fantastic putt like that.
Well, 10 minutes ago, she had a shorter putt than this to go 4 up. It's a beautiful shot in here. This to remain 3 up.
Well, it was a quality wedge in. Below the hole. This one moving slightly from right to left.
A big gust of wind. I think the ball might be oscillating a little bit as well. Rock solid. That took some composure.
Fantastic. She birdied this hole this morning and again this afternoon. Brilliant.
So, Valentine DeLon remains 3 up on Revuelta. I mean, Andrea and Angela, they were watching. You don't want to wish ill on your opponent, but, you know, just come on. Give me a chance. But she's not. There's no let up, and we've been seeing this from her. Player in control at the moment. Do have to stress that things can change so quickly.
to the 4th hole, the par 3.
Which Valentine said was her favourite hole on the golf course when she did that getting to know you little chat.
She likes the par 3s around this golf course. Played number 16 very well yesterday, didn't she?
Well, I was going to say, today it bit back, didn't it?
Yeah, that's what this golf course can do, can't it? 151 yards today, this par 3. Pin tightly tucked on the left side, just 4 yards from that left edge of the green. Don't want to miss this left. Aiming just right of it.
I think that's in the bunker down there.
Well, the door's open here, isn't it? Down breeze. Just a 9-iron.
Yeah, if you remember back to the 16th, Valentine went in the bunker. She ended up in the bunker as well after that. Got to take the opportunity this time.
Nicely well played on the green.
Revuelta trying to battle back. First time Muirfield hosting the Women's Amateur Championship. Old Tom Morris, the original creator, but you can see it's been updated a few times over the years, and most recently by Martin Hawtrey in the last couple of decades. I mean, had 16 Opens, some wonderful champions here. Max Averniels and Phil Mickelson and Tom Watson and Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus. Number of amateur championships here. And the Curtis Cup, the last time the Curtis Cup was here was back in the 1980s. Close fought affair, which the USA won by a point. Laura Davies was in the GB&I team. And that match, that Open, Women's Open, the AIG back in 2022, I remember watching that and thinking, are they going to get this done before it gets dark? I think it was 9 o'clock in the evening when Buhai got up and down from that bunker to see off Inji Chun.
Yeah, 4-hole playoff.
So I think they started quite late in the afternoon, and then we had the extra holes.
Well, that approach shot, it just didn't catch the wind. It actually knocked it down, which means she's found the front right trap a good 6 feet below the surface, and it's not rolled into the middle of the bunker, which makes this harder. They'll run away from her once she gets onto the green.
Oh, that was really nicely played. Yeah, nod of approval there from caddy Paul.
Well, Andrea Rivalta is going to have a look at birdie here. Going to be a slow putt coming up the hill. Just not quite comfortable over that. The wind is gusting out there. Can make these putts so difficult. All about the pace. Oh, thought she had another one. A fantastic effort there from Andrea Revuelta. Well, she's asked the question. Put the pressure on her opponent. She's 3 down.
Yeah, let's see if Valentine DeLong can respond again after holing on the 3rd to match the birdie.
Yeah, this will be a great up and down from the bunker. She putted so well. You feel like 3 up just as a bit of a cushion, doesn't it, rather than 2?
Absolutely, it just feels that little bit better than 2.
This one just off the left. Well, the Spaniard got one back.
Goodness, and it's amazing how quickly, just looking at the second green, she had a putt to go 4 up, and now she's back to 2.
Well, they're going to move on to the par 5 fifth, playing downwind, a reachable par 5 today.
Yeah, crucial to hit the fairway. We saw that this morning. The Spaniard hit the fairway and could easily get on in 2 with an iron.
.513 yards the 5th. Bunkers all down the right side. A couple of bunkers on the left also in play.
With the firm, fast fairways, though, downwind, if you hit the fairway, you get a good extra, probably 50 to 60 yards run.
There's a good look at the hole. Slight dogleg from left to right.
Yeah, you don't really see those bunkers down the right from the tee, the 3 further ones. A good line here is that cart on the left side of that long 3rd bunker down the left.
She had 2 great shots into this hole this morning. Needs to find the fairway here.
Tucked it a little, I'm not sure.
Looks like that one's in a similar spot.
Yeah, we'll see that second bunker down the left-hand side. It's just at 300 yards past it. 296 to it. Could just about probably in range.
.148 bunkers round Muirfield, and they're all very well positioned off the tee.
Difficult to play around and avoid them all, isn't it?
So penalising. As we know, links golf, go in these bunkers, you've got to take your medicine.
Yeah, but nice to see the sunshine out.
Yeah, highs of 24 degrees today.
Definitely a day for your sun cream with that sun blast, the wind blasting that sun on you. And Angela's still going for the pulling of the three-wheel trolley. I'm quite fascinated by this. Been following her progress.
Oh, she's doing well on the bag, isn't she, for her sister? Well, Sophie is down on the 5th hole. Sophie, how are the tee shots looking?
Well, you've been talking about these bunkers down the left-hand side, and that golf ball there has got the blue dot on it, the French dot of Valentine. So it's gone 300 yards off the tee box, but she has found the bunker. Now, just over the bunker to the left-hand side, I don't know if you can see that, but this is where the Spanish girl is. So Andrea is over this bunker, and she's got 195 yards to the pin, so she can go for this green in 2, the wind from right to left for her line, but a massive break here. I mean, this bunker, what is it, 10 feet wide? And she's found it, unfortunately. So Valentine in the bunker will have to lay up. Andrea down the left hand side, having just won the last hole, can go for this par 5 in 2.
It's amazing, just the fine margins. Andrea was probably just 3 yards further right, skips round the corner of the bunker.
Yeah, Valentine's not going to be able to advance it to the green from that bunker.
No, absolutely not. Just going to have to lay up, sand down, gap wedge out. As you said, these links bunkers really are stroke and distance. They're a real penalty, a real hazard. So when you're walking up there just praying you're the one that skipped round, and then she'll see that little blue dot that Sophie described.
Take her medicine here, get it back out onto the fairway, try and make for the hard way, still be able to reach with a 3rd shot. Safely back out into the fairway. Well, from the front of that bunker, 197 yards to the front of the green. This pin position on 23 yards today.
Yeah, with the strength of this wind and out the rough, she'll just be looking at that front yardage, I would think. Land it there and then let it release up the green. Favour the right side, and the slope's all going to bring it round towards that flag.
You're correct, this green slopes from right to left as you hit the surface. 220 yards to the pin. She's going to be hitting up into the wind down that right hand side, so if she does kind of hit a draw, once it lands it's going to scamper and just keep going, so you've got to look at landing that front edge. There are 4 bunkers left of this green, and that's really where you wouldn't want to leave yourself, because you would short side yourself. The tee box of the 6th hole, the sign is there, and that would be my vision of the pin if I was Andrea. Long iron for a 2nd.
She's going to be wanting to keep this one right off the pin. She had a beauty in this morning.
That sounded like very good contact. Excellent shot.
Well, that's exactly what she wanted to do, isn't it? Take advantage of the good break, just missing that bunker. Her opponent went in it. So had to splash out back into the fairway. taking full advantage.
They've stayed very relaxed, maybe having her sister on the bag, just helping, keeping her relaxed. You've seen them laughing, smiling, chatting to each other.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? And a great experience for her sister as well. She's also a good golfer. Angela played in the event this week. Unfortunately, didn't make it through to the match play stages, but I'm sure it helps having, you know, a good player on the bag for that advice. Keep her calm under the pressure. Delon now needing to hit one in close.
Just a little short, it's caught that front left bunker. The pressure was put on her there though by the quality of the Spaniard's second shot. Forcing it there, going at the pin a little more, trying to get it close.
Well, you can see her route to the final. Hasn't yet played the 18th hole in a match. Obviously she did this morning with it being a 36-hole round, but every round has finished on the 17th or earlier.
Yeah, and an excellent win against the Swede Mia Ortegran. In the top 10 in the world ranking. I believe she's a Stanford player as well. Might be a teammate.
Walking up to the 5th green, the par 5. The advantage definitely with the Spaniard here. She's going to have an eagle putt coming up.
Yeah, you have to feel that DeLong's got to hold this one out the bunker. Or just out the rough, just missed the bunker. Can use that slope behind the flag though. Try and bring it off the slope if she wishes. Sophie's right, that's definitely looks stronger than a 20-mile-an-hour wind.
Well, I think she knows this one really needs to go in. She gave it a good try. Fantastic chip shot.
Excellent try there.
Andrea's going to have 2 putts for the hole here. But we know on these greens, in these conditions, not given. This position, they're just trying to cozy one up.
Yeah, in these windy conditions, you just never quite know. I'm sure she'll just make her putt the one and see how she does. But back up the hill, it should be fairly straightforward.
exactly what she needed to do. She had to take 2, back to 1 down, and the fight back is on.
Yeah, since that missed putt, took her too long to go 4 up. Andrea has won a couple of holes.
Yeah, you now feel that momentum shifting, don't you? Even though Valentine Delon, she was 3 up, now back to 1. Huge couple of holes there for the Spaniard. Right back in it. This next hole, the 6th, the par 4, 404 yards. It's a blind tee shot into the breeze today.
Yeah, just a few 4 bunkers down the left they're trying to avoid. Hit one down the right side of the fairway with this wind, a little bit off the right and into, and the slope of the fairway should kick it back towards the middle. It's not an easy one, there's not much. You've got to try and pick something on that horizon to aim at. And that looks good. That gentleman might just be standing in the perfect position for them. Aim at him.
Yeah, as you say, trying to pick something out in the horizon. Commit to it.
I heard a spectator there, tight up the left. That's flirting with those bunkers on the left.
Well, the Open Championship this year is heading to Royal Birkdale, a fantastic venue.
These links, they're the links of legend. And to become one, you have to tame Mother Nature. Not a straightforward task, not with these pesky pot bunkers, the grassy knolls, the fiendish rough. Oh, the things that this course has seen over the century of championships? Sevy's teenage genius, Rosie's moment of magic, Harrington's audacious 5-wood.
Shot of the championship.
The king won here, as did the master of the links. And of course, there was a special champion here in the 100th Open.
There's the man of the hour, Lee Shorbino.
A championship shaped over centuries, defined by moments. This July, someone else will add their name to the history books. This is the Open.
Well, the 154th Open Championship heading to Royal Birkdale in July. And then the AIG Women's Open. One of these 2 players will be heading there. Then we have the Walker Cup in September. Some of the best amateur golfers in the game. Looking forward to a summer of golf at some fantastic venues.
Well, this is known as Jack Nicklaus's favourite hole. And the person that's driving me around today, one of our IMG workers, said, Jack Nicholson's favourite hole? I said, no, have you never heard of Jack Nicklaus before? So, you know, every day's a school day out here. Now, it's a dogleg right to left, and that's probably why it's Jack's favourite hole, because he loved to shape it that way. Now, Andrea has found the middle left of the fairway. Still a long way this hole. I mean, she's got 193 yards to the pin. It's in the middle of the green, but it's off on the right edge. This wind hurting from right to left. And whenever she's had this number, she's always been in between clubs and always opted for the long iron instead of the hybrid. I get the feeling that this is the gap in her golf bag. Many players have a gap where instead of it being a normal 10 yards, it's actually more like 20 yards. So she's looking to hit the iron again, which means she's going to really have to hit this one low and move it from right to left. So it's 193, and this wind, I would say, is coming from 2 o'clock. Maybe with her playing partner down the left and in a bit of trouble, she's opting to just get this near the front of the green.
And that's careered straight into that front right bunker, just where she was in the morning. She coped with it well this morning. See if she can do the same again this afternoon. Not an easy pin position, as you said, Sophie, to attack, though, on the right-hand side with the wind in 2 out the right.
Yeah, and down this left, Katrina, this is the wall. This golf course used to only be 12 holes, and this was like a boundary wall around it, and that's what she is going to have to hit over here, Valentine. The wind is going to be way more right to left from where she is. She's got 160. She's got 187 pin, but it's blind. She's got to hit it at the edge of the wall and have the wind rock it from right to left. It could get caught up in a bit of fescue, this club face. Watch for the left one.
Just squirted out to the right on her. So difficult to hold that club face open out the fescue rough. That long wispy stuff catching the club face. She was desperate not to let it flip over to the left.
She's going to have left herself a tricky chip shot over the bunker now. Tough hole, this 6th into wind today, especially with that pin position hanging on the right side with a right to left wind. To see some young juniors out watching. Hopefully future stars of the game, inspiring, getting inspired by our 2 finalists.
Let's hope so. The dog is a prime attraction there, I think.
I can see how much green both players will have to work with here. Pin position 20 yards on.
Just hopefully that her ball's not too close to the face of that bunker. It fairly raced its way in, hitting the face. Oh, but it's come back. I think that could be about the spot she was in this morning.
Yeah, it looks the exact same spot, doesn't it? She had the same shot this morning, played it nicely. Now you can see the ball of Valentine. Looking like she may be chip and running this.
She isn't she? She looks like she's maybe going to go low. I think definite advantage to Rivalta in the bunker and get a little bit more control in the golf ball. You're right though, I think she definitely may be putting, chip and run. Definitely looking like she's going to try and play this low.
Yeah, as you can see, she's got this big slope in front of her, going to try and bounce it into it, get it releasing up and down to the pin.
Yeah, she'll just play this back in her stance, hands forward, bunt it forward. She just didn't quite hit it hard enough.
Yeah, it was a nice idea, but that's the thing with links golf. There's so many humps and bumps. You miss your spot, take it the wrong direction. There's the ball of Andrea Rivalta. Oh, great shot there. Had a good look for a second.
It did. I was thinking about it for a moment. That's the difference. The top amateurs and professionals would always prefer to be in the bunker. You can just get a little bit more check, a little bit more control on the golf ball.
Thank you.
Let's put here, down the hill for Valentine Delon. She has lost a little bit of momentum over the last couple of holes. Was 3 up, back to 1.
Yeah, and down the hill, downwind. Just needs to be a little wary.
Just moved at the last second there. Well, Andrea Rivalta is going to have a putt to take it back to all square. Probably the first time since the 9th hole this morning.
Just a little slider, slide a little touch maybe from left to right.
Fantastic. In. And that takes the match back to all square. So important now for Valentine Delon not to get down. Had an opportunity to go 4 up early on. They came back out after lunch.
Yeah, now she's lost 3 holes in a row. 4, 5, and 6. As they move on to 7, the second par 3 on this front 9.
I mean, she would have known that she's got a tough opponent in Andrea Rivalta. She's not going to give up easily, is she? Grinding it out, fighting her way back from 3 down.
Yeah, there we go. We can see it's been close. the whole of that first 18, with DeLong just having the upper hand and then getting off to that great start this afternoon, winning the first, getting to 3 up, but then losing the last 3 holes. And this 7th hole, even though it's only 126 yards on the card today, is playing a lot tougher than that. Kind of into, off the left, the wind, back up the hill a little bit, and that pin tucked on the left-hand side, just 5 yards from the left. 3 bunkers guarding the left side. I just wanting to play this ideal spot to leave it would just be a little bit short, right of the flag.
Yeah, as you say, only 126 yards, which usually would be wedge 9-iron for these players into this strong breeze today. Can add at least 2-3 clubs onto that.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, Amy, I'm a great believer of swing easy when it's breezy. Just take a little bit of speed off your swing, maybe take half a club more. Just takes a spin off the golf ball, then the wind doesn't affect it quite so much.
Yeah, you can see where that pin position is there on the drone. Just 5 yards from the left. There's 2 deep bunkers left of this pin. Keep it right, as Katrina says.
I think the wind just caught that one. Maybe found that front right-hand bunker.
There's a chance here, isn't there, for Valentine to put the pressure back on. Not yet been down in this match. Really want to be trying to find the putting surface here.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? You can see the flag. It's into and off the left, but you know you don't want to miss it left because then you've got no shot. It's tough to make yourself hit it out on that flag and let the wind do its job.
Abbreviated follow through, trying to keep the ball down. Oh, fantastic. What a golf shot that is from the French woman. Brilliant.
Now that's the way to respond to going back to all square. What a fantastic shot. She wasn't behind at all yesterday in either of her matches. Certainly doesn't want to start going behind now. Second round of the final.
Yeah, seeing what a tough competitor she is. See where the ball of Andrea Rivalta is walking up to this hole. Has she found the bunker? What a fantastic shot that was from Dillon.
It's one of these ones as you walk up gets better and better. Sometimes they get further away, but this one's getting closer to the hole as you get up to the green.
Fantastic golf shot. Par 3 is difficult round Muirfield. Every hole's difficult round Muirfield.
Especially on a windy day like this. Dry, windy, bouncy conditions make for a tough golf course.
Well, Rivalta has found that front left bunker.
Perfect line, a little bit of green. She's got a good chance of getting this up and down.
little bit hot.
She frightens the holes with them though, doesn't she? She gets them online.
Well, Valentine Delon is going to have an opportunity to get back in the lead on this hole. She's got a birdie putt coming up. First of all, Andrea Rivalta to play first for her par. Don't want to give any holes away. You want to try and force Valentine to hole it.
Yeah, isn't it? She'll expect Valentine to hold that, but you still want to make her have to hold it.
Breeze making Rivalta back off there, resetting. Well, a good chance.
Very surprised she's not conceded this. I think she's clutching at straws, 2 putts from 4 feet. I think even we could do that, Amy.
Oh, this one down the hill. She's got 2 putts to win the hole. But only needs 1 that time. Back in the lead. 1 up.
Yeah, I must say, I can't quite understand that, because it just gives your opponent, they've holed the putt, haven't they? Now let's see the 8th hole with Sophie Walker.
This 8th hole, it's a dog leg from left to right, and those bunkers beyond me are the line off the tee. It's never good when you have to aim at trouble. And why is that? It's because the wind is howling from right to left, so the wind is opposite to the way the hole moves. Now this morning players were hitting 3-wood off the tee in order to not run through this dog leg through the fairway. And if you do that, you can find yourself in the rough down the left-hand side, and really that could be quite a hard shot to hit out of, as we saw this morning from Valentine. The second shot is going to be a long one. The pin is on the right-hand side and it's back into the breeze. Now this is known as the hardest hole on the golf course for members, and I think you know why.
Well, thanks to Amy. She'll be back in a little while. Been going on, hasn't it? I mean, there's never a dull moment. Back in front again.
It is. There are not many holes being halved here this afternoon.
No, not at all. And if they are, it almost feels like by default. Fairway missed.
Fairway missed, but bunkers avoided.
Yeah, there's been plenty found, hasn't there, as well this afternoon. It's one of those you can't take your eyes off, though, isn't it? I mean, it's got everything. I mean, there's been a few ugly moments, but a lot of quality shots as well.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those days, isn't it? I mean, it's windy, it's bouncy, the course is firm. It's just not easy out there. You're going to see the odd mistake, but you're going to see some birdies as well, and that's exactly what we've been seeing.
Been a terrific fight back from Andrea Rivalta. I mean, she was, what, about 5 feet away from going 4 down. Then suddenly she's got it back to all square, and then in a blink of an eye, she's back 1 down again. There's applause. One hand was off the club. So both in that rough. Sister by her side, Andrea Revuelta. We've been getting to know her, haven't we, this week at Muirfield.
I'm Andrea Revuelta. I'm 20 years old and I'm from Madrid, Spain. My dad calls me Andrew sometimes, but yeah. I play the piano, I draw, I used to dance ballet. Tennis. I like to play tennis in the summer. Paddle, I think it's more fun, but I'm maybe more of a burden to my partner because I don't play very well. I've watched like Gilmore Girls like 7 times. When I have nothing to do, I just put it on. I even know like what they're gonna say next. Like I could say the episode, but I just like it. It's my comfort show. As a Tiger or Rory, I'm a huge Rory fan. I would love to play St. Andrews. I would love to play, we were saying the other day, Pedreña, which is the golf course in Spain that it's this Sevi one. Pinehurst, maybe, number 2. I haven't played that. Spanish omelet. When I'm in the US, I miss Spanish food so much. I'm lucky to have California food, but Europe is so much better than the US when it comes to food, so I'm happy to be back. Like, I don't know, I don't like to think about that, but I don't know, I wish my family was here and have a great dinner with them and then fly home and like see my friends and my coach and just have a good dinner.
Are there many tapas restaurants in East Lothian?
There are not actually, no.
Well, she'll have to wait. She goes home. I mean, she's won 4 collegiate tournaments. She was a runner-up this year at the Augusta National Women's Open to Maria Jose Marin, who was a wonderful winner. She'd finished 4th in that tournament previously as well, behind her compatriot Carla Bernard. It's a star-studded resume, isn't it? Look at the junior Solheim's Junior Ryder Cup. She played. You were the captain, weren't you, when she was in the junior teams?
Yes, 2021 was Inverness.
Yeah, so you were the main captain.
I was captain of the main team there.
Yes.
She would be there. But that 2026, the NCA Stanford Regional, that was where the Stanford team won, I think, by a record 47 shots.
Unbelievable. And then went on to win the NCAA team event itself as well. She was very much part of that, as was Paula Martin Sampedro, who won this Women's Amateur Championship last year. Yeah, so, I mean, it's a resume that, even without this title on there, would still be extremely good. But adding this one will just give it that extra gloss.
Oh, absolutely. And especially, I think, being European. This is one, you know, a lot of our compatriots and fellow Spaniards have won.
Going to have to win it the hard way. The skies are blue, the sun is shining, but this wind is getting up. It's getting stronger and stronger, and the flag is almost leaning over here. It's pumping from right to left on this 8th hole. Both players, you could throw a blanket over them. There's about 2 yards between each. 195 for Andrea is the number, and this wind is cross. It's a heavy right to left wind here. There's 195 for the front, and I would say this on the last hole. Is she going to finally take a head cover off? And that she has. I think this is a good play, a hybrid. There's a bit of an indentation in this part of the rough, so she's not in the fescue. The lie's okay. Both of them have caught a break. 195 yards. Hybrid, wind into right to left.
Yeah, I think that's the danger with the hybrid, into that kind of right to left wind, out the rough.
And that looks
so easy to pull them a wee bit.
Yeah, sorry, Katrina, I was going to say that looks like it's got into a nastier lie.
A little thicker section. But one advantage is at least the pin is on the right-hand side, so she'll have a lot of green to work with.
Sophie, I'm not sure if you can hear me in the wind, but I mean, how many club wind is it, would you say?
It's a 3-club wind, Richard, but it's a crosswind, which means you're aiming so far away from your target. You've got to aim this at the trap on the right-hand side, so you've got to aim this 25 yards right at target, which is why it's so easy to turn it over left. 193 yards, same club.
Yeah, you can see her aiming out there.
Yeah, and still trying to hold that face, stop it from turning over. And she did that very well. Might just trickle off, but a good shot.
Yeah, it's so hard, isn't it? That's why I want, you know, to watch it on TV and to just really understand how much that wind knocks the ball down.
And I think that wind now, it's so strong, and it's just a heavy wind, that kind of coastal wind, that it's so difficult. It's too strong to be able to try and fade one into the wind. You've really got to try and play with the wind, try and just hold it, but it really is too strong to try and hit that cut and cut it into the wind. Yes, the television never quite gives justice to how windy the weather is.
Yeah, I mean, the flag does help. You can see the trees being buffeted as well. It's that, as you say, the heaviness of the wind. You were, you know, in the US recently, and you know, when it's windy there, you know, we talk about the Texas players, but it's somehow a lighter.
Yeah, and the ball just seems to wither because it's just maybe a little, I know it's warm today, but it's warmer over there. The ball just seems to fly through it a little bit better. But nice to see the crowds swelling. The sun's bringing the crowds out.
Yeah, and it's been a really entertaining final. A great mixture of shot making and mental battles, and
it's been a fun final to watch because with it being windy and bouncy and tricky, you know, they've been missing the greens, and I mean, Andrea's treated us to some fantastic little pitches, playing them high through the air, landing them, getting them to stop.
But what sort of lie has she found here? Well, the fact that she doesn't know where the ball is right now.
I think that sums it up.
Yeah. Sophie, you had a look at this?
Yeah, I mean, I nearly had to stand on it to find it. That is how thick it is, and I finally get to say it's sat in the fescue because it's thick, lush. It's really thick at the bottom, this. It's sat down so much, it's gonna have to get it in steep, pick that club up, open the face and almost drop it on the back of the golf ball. There won't be a whole lot of control out of this. It has to be like an explosion shot. It's back into the wind. That's the one thing that is going for her. And it's Andrea Revuelta, another thing. But look at these practice swings. She's almost stopping as she gets to the ball. It's that thick.
Didn't move. She's left it there.
Yeah, you could see her getting steep and trying to thump down behind it, but just couldn't get enough of the ball. Potentially in an even worse lie now.
Mm-hmm. And this time she does manage to dig it out. She is there in 4. This is where you just want to try and knock it into 2 feet.
Absolutely. Just try and get it inside that 2-3 feet. Try and give yourself no work for the 4. It's got to hustle. That was just what she didn't want to do.
Still, it could still be 2 from there, though.
Chances are. I mean, Revelta's still got a long putt here for bogey, but it's given her a little glimmer, hasn't it?
Mm. Doing a bit of caddying as well, DeLong.
Across the green, slow putt, back into the wind.
Has to hold it, though, for any real hope. She'll make Valentine putt here.
Well, she made her putt from 4 feet when she had 2 putts for it on the last hole, so I think she will make her putt.
I don't think Valentine will mind anyway, will she, really? You don't mind 2 putts from this distance, do you?
You know you're going to win the hole.
There you go. She was briefly caught, and now she's 2 up again, Valentine DeLong.
That's exactly what she thought of going back to all square. Let's win the next couple of holes.
Yeah. She's taken her coach's advice to heart, hasn't she, when he told her not to go down in the game?
She has. Walking over to the par 5 9, back into the wind. Now they both hit 3 woods off the tee here in the morning. Both played it as a 3-shotter. With the wind picking up, they could probably hit driver and still keep it short of that left bunker. Just 257, I believe, to that left one.
It's a beautiful beast right now.
And that wall and the out of bounds on the left definitely comes more into play, I think, when it's into the wind. Because you're trying to kind of hit your second shot down that left section, away from the bunkers. Out with the driver this afternoon.
There's that little shuffle with the feet. Not quite Scotty Scheffler style, but there's a little bit of it there.
There is a little bit of it there. And we do wonder whether it was maybe her scoliosis caused her to do that, just to help her get through. Obviously had some back issues when she was younger.
Yeah, had it since the age of 8 and then took a little while, but eventually had surgery. Straighten out the spine.
Two good tee shots. Just shows the strength of the wind. On the 5th hole, they hit it 300 yards into the bunker. And on this one now they can't hit it 250 into the bunker.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have Sophie Walker out on the course. Amy Bolden's been with us, and well, I mean, I should get you to read through this, really, shouldn't I, Katrina? I mean,
I might find out something about myself. Probably forgotten.
I'm sure they've left a few things out as well. Couldn't fit it all on one page. 11 professional victories. How many of those were on the LPGA Tour then?
I had 4 in the LPGA.
Yeah. Royal Lytham Sedans, where you won.
Yeah, one in Hawaii, and then a playoff in Ohio, and in Mexico.
And didn't you win in Brazil?
I won in Brazil, yeah.
And you were just shortly before you...
I was 5 months pregnant there.
So you were 5 months pregnant and you won in Brazil, and then you were, what, 9 weeks back when you won at Royal Lytham at St Anne's?
Yeah, 10 weeks.
10 weeks.
10 weeks, yeah.
9,
yeah.
10, I mean, who's counting? Yeah, wow, look at that, 9 Solheim Cups. And you've now been captain, Curtis Cup, Solheim Cup. I mean, it's been an incredible golfing life, hasn't it, really? Going back to the days of the 1990s where you were winning the women's amateur.
Yeah, it's funny to think, back in the kind of mid-90s when I was playing in this event, I never would have imagined I could have had a career like that, and now loving being captain of the Curtis Cup side the last couple of times, you know, getting to know these amateurs as they're coming up, and then you get to know them and you can watch them and follow their careers.
Yeah, I just want to point out one other thing as well that wasn't on there. I think you had at least, so it might not be this exact number, but at least 100 top 10s on the LPGA Tour?
Yeah, I think I had maybe just over. Yeah.
I mean, that just
I was
shows...
very consistent. I probably should have won more.
Maybe, I'm sure everyone says that though, don't they? But, I mean, that just shows your consistency over the years. That's something you must be proud of.
Yeah, very proud of that, and just the fact, I think, you know, I played on tour for 25 years, so not many that stick it out for that long.
Yeah, it is true. No, wonderful career. And as you say now, with what you've been doing lately, very much in touch with these young players coming through, the young talents. And the women's game must have changed a lot over the last 30 years.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking that the women, I think the biggest change, even just in the last probably, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years, is the distance the players are hitting it now. I think just the strength and conditioning, the nutrition, there's so much into it, the swings. The players are bigger, they're stronger, and they're all hitting it up with a fade now on the hole. When I first started, everyone used to hit it with a little draw. Now it's a fade.
So this is about laying up in the right spot?
Absolutely, just got to miss the bunkers on the right. Just go down that golf buggy you see on the left at the end of the wall.
Looks like she's done that.
Just got to miss Simpson's Folly, the one named bunker on this golf course. That one you see 30 yards short of the green.
Yeah, yesterday they were getting home comfortably in 2 at this par 5. Proper 3-shotter today, just over 500 yards this 9th hole.
I think sometimes that's the fun of links golf, isn't it? You can be a member at one club, but every time you go and play it, it plays differently. It's like playing a different golf course.
Yeah, totally.
You kind of have to think, Ravelta, she can't afford to lose another hole. She wants to try and put a little pressure on, try and get momentum moving in her direction again.
Yeah, she has been 3 down in this match, but now we're heading into the, you know, after this, the final 9 holes.
Yeah, she'll feel holes are beginning to run out. And on the other hand, DeLong's got to be thinking, if I can just get another 1 up. 3 ups are way better than 2 up.
Looks like DeLong's a little closer than Revuelta here.
that's correct. The bunkers were 200 yards away, and she hit 3 wood, Valentine, and couldn't get there. So she's got 87 yards, where Andrea's got 111. Now, from the right, you're hitting back into the wind more. It's into out the left, and that flag is front right, and anything right of it will catch the wind, and it will catch a slope as it hits the putting surface. She's on a bit of a launch pad as well. That ball is sat on a rise. It's want to get in the air, and we're getting to the point now where the wind's that strong that you're wanting to punch everything, take down that flight. So this is not going to help her. But she's got 111 yards pin, playing 135.
So you're just trying to punch that. She's not caught it how she landed it though. Pulled it.
Well, I'm sure eyes lit up for Valentine Dillon.
As she just changes golf clubs as a gust comes back down this 9th fairway, so it's 87 yards. She wants to play this back in a stance, take it 5 yards left of it, and try and drive this one through the wind.
Just a little bit too long. Very difficult to judge the distance into a strong wind. Vervelta's got a tricky putt downhill. Across the wind.
Right back towards the clubhouse here at 9.
And there you can see the 3 courses at Gallen in the distance going up the hill.
Am I allowed to ask you what your favourite course on this side of Scotland is, or would you upset someone if you gave an answer?
My home course is North Berwick. It's always a fun course to play. Love playing Gallen 1. So many good courses, it's tough to pick one.
It is. I suppose seeing as North
Berwick would be my home course,
yeah,
where I
think
grew up.
It's only fair that you really chose that.
And there's my mum.
Is it really?
On the left in the white trousers.
Ah.
She's watched a few golf holes in her life.
What's your mum's name?
Joan.
Joan. Hello, Joe. Well, she's got a good view of this part of Andrea Revuelta.
Yeah, back down the hill. Might just move a little bit left to right to start with. Oh, well judged. Very good putt.
Next year, the Women's Amateur Championship is heading to England's southeast coast. Royal Cinque Ports, 3rd time that they'll be hosting the Women's Amateur Championship. Last hosted it back in 1988.
believe I played in that one. I remember going down watching a friend play in the Curtis Cup before that.
Oh.
What a good effort.
For a moment. Looked like she nailed it. So whole halved.
Well, this is the 9 holes. That could change her life. 2 up with 9 holes to play.
Yeah, so much on the horizon for the champion.
Isn't it? Looking over there, great view up into Edinburgh. You can just see the outline of the castle. Arthur's Seat on the left-hand side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lovely city, Edinburgh. So, on to the back 9 for the second time today we go. Still, Valentine Delon with the advantage.
Yeah, 430 yards, or par 4 down the left side. Scamper past the bunkers on the right. Perfect. Three bunkers down the right, 257 past them. They should get well past them. That wind helping a little off the left.
Not very friendly down there.
Yeah, maybe just looks like that one settled down a touch more. Couldn't quite see it. Oh, I thought she was going to push the trolley, but she's back to pulling. Little snack.
Well, she was talking yesterday when she was interviewed after a win about, you know, all the practice you put in. It's for days like this, the opportunity to change your golfing life for the better the next 12 months for the winner here. We'll just see their calendar light up.
Isn't it? You often hear people talk of that of professional sports people, that it's all the work that people don't see behind the scenes, all the hours of practice and preparation and sacrifices, but it's just the same for these top-level amateurs.
Well, sometimes, I mean, I don't want to overstretch it, but sometimes even more so, because your peers are out partying, having fun, you know, Saturday nights, the rest of it. You've got to be professional, or I know you're an amateur in name, but a professional sportswoman in reality.
Yeah, you're right there, because once you're on tour, everyone's in the same boat and everyone's taking it so seriously. But you're correct. You know, when your friends are going out, you've got to be that little bit selfish. You've got to give up things, not be able to do everything, which can be tough at this young age. You've got to be very dedicated to make it to the top.
Yeah, dedicated, disciplined and talented as well.
But as Valentine said, it's for moments like this. This is what would make all the practice worthwhile, even though they'll be nervous and the adrenaline will be going. This is why you do it. This is why you practice.
And when she had that surgery in 2019, you know, she knew that, you know, if it didn't go as well as it has, then maybe this would not be the life that she would lead.
And that maybe just gives her that extra edge, perhaps, over some of the other players. She's got that extra drive, that extra commitment. She knows what it's like not to be able to play.
And you obviously knew Stacey Lewis very well. She had a similar kind of experience and that similar kind of drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't think Stacey took up golf till she was 16, and then her first year at university, she was in a back brace, couldn't play, could only kind of putt for a while, chip and putt. But I think that drive just does push you. Sometimes a little bit of adversity can help you. Tough at the time.
Yes. Yeah, you don't want to go through it, but it can have its positive side effects as well. Now, as you mentioned, it might not be quite as kind, the lie for Revuelta. It doesn't look too bad.
And they're both down the left-hand side, which opens up the angle into this pin on the right-hand side on 10. Pin's 20 yards on, but only 6 from the right-hand side, and it looks actually like a nice clean lie. Wind helping a little bit out the left. Just want to land this probably at the front middle of the green, and it should all kick in round back to that pin. Just going to have around 130 yards to the hole, so she can pitch this about 115.
Bunkered.
I think that's caught the front right bunker.
Well, she's shown she is pretty adept at coming out of them, as long as she, I mean, sometimes even when it hasn't been much of a stance.
But with a short iron, she wanted to put a little bit of pressure on her opponent. At 2 down, she doesn't want to make mistakes.
You can just see that bunker there. Just tiptoes onto the putting surface.
Difficult downwind with the short irons. You know, sometimes the wind just knocks them down. They don't fly quite as far as you think.
Yeah, Paul there on the bag, he caddied for Valentine, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago? She came and played your course at North Berwick, amongst a few others. 6 of the French team under the wing of Gladys Nocera came along, and then that's how they sort of linked up, and he said she was going to win this week.
I wonder if he put a bet on her. But yeah, it was a great idea to come over, just because they don't often get the chance to play links golf. Play with some locals, see how they play the golf courses. Just the different shots around the greens, just to give them an idea of what's possible.
Yeah, very different to, I'm sure, her course in Chantilly.
Yeah, and it was a lovely opportunity for some of the juniors at North Berwick. They went out and played, saw what it's like, how good these players are.
Yeah, and both Andrea and Valentine being over in the United States for college until the last month or so. Was it about a month ago, the NCAA finals, where Andrea
just the end of May.
Stanford won? Well, we haven't seen the lie.
It's looking pretty good. Just 20 yards, can play this out down the wind, probably land it halfway and let it release out to the hole. Oh, nearly, maybe just got it a fraction heavier than she wanted. Just got a little bit too much sand between the club face and the ball.
And you can see the 18th there, just over their shoulder. If Andrea wants to maybe push this match down towards that 18th, she's going to have to dig in at this hole here, because she's got work to do for her par. This for birdie for Valentine Delon.
Yeah, and a slow putt here. This is a slow green up the hill, moving from her right to left. She just wants to cozy this one up. If it falls in, it falls in.
It was a little more than cozied, but
I think she'll be asked to put her marker on that one.
for sure. As we say there, you knock it past, at least you have the advantage of seeing the way the ball moved beyond the hole. These are becoming must-makes now for Revuelta. Hole 28 of potentially 36 or more.
Yeah, this isn't an easy one. Up the hill, going to be a bit of a swing from right to left. A couple of cups outside the right. Just got to match the speed and the line.
So, a bogey at best for Revuelta. It's kind of similar to what we saw earlier when there was that putt at the second after Revuelta missed it. Valentine had a chance to go 4 up, didn't she? And missed the putt around this length.
As she did. And this is just going to have to think about this one. We saw a little bit of break.
Yeah, a little
as
bit
it
of
went past.
Little left to right, yeah?
Absolutely, yeah. Just going to be outside the left, down the hill. Not easy under these circumstances.
But what an opportunity. The ball, I think, maybe just oscillating a little. But what an opportunity to widen the gap. And she's got it. 3 up for the French player.
Excellent putt there, and as you said, holes are running out for Revuelta.
Yeah, that you feel is a real body blow for the Spaniard. Yeah, 2-3 up when you're playing the first 18 holes. Plenty of time. Now it's getting towards crisis time for Andrea Revuelta. Amy Bolden's been watching that. You know, she was 3 up. back to all square, and now she's 3 up again.
Yeah, what a day. I mean, she's been up the whole way, hasn't she? But she had a chance to get 4 up early on in this second lot of 18. Let it slip away a little bit, got it back to all square. Andrea making a comeback, and now again finds herself 3 up.
9 holes to go, or I should say 8 holes to go.
Well, she's back in the driving seat.
Probably more so than ever.
Yeah, at this point now, holes are running out for Revuelta. Lovely drive there from the French woman down the middle, exactly what she needed to do. And then I think that's what she needs to do now at this stage, to hang on to that lead, Valentine. Keep hitting fairways, keep hitting greens. Don't give Revuelta a look in.
Line tee shot over the hill. Short par 4. Both in good position. Flag over on that right side, so you probably prefer to be where Revuelta is.
Yeah, downwind today, the 11th hole. One of the shorter holes on the golf course.
You know, you dream of winning one of these big championships. Revuelta, second back in April at the Augusta National Women's Amateur. And at the moment, could be another runner-up here at the Women's Amateur Championship.
Yeah, she's a very accomplished amateur golfer, isn't she? She's, you know, had a great amateur record so far, and
I'm assuming she will not be thinking like that. She'll be thinking, I can still do this.
Yeah, for sure. She is going to be on the comeback charge now, and she knows what she needs to do. She knows that she needs to be hitting it close, hitting lots of greens, holding them putts.
Just tricky conditions, though, isn't it? It's hard to really, you know, attack the golf course when it's as windy as this.
Yeah, you can see the conditions here, the flag blowing in the breeze, and that's what's difficult. It's hard to hit it close. You got a hole like this. It's not very long downwind, 351 yards. Yardage-wise, not playing long at all, but it's going to be hard to get close to this pin downwind, even with a wedge in your hand. Pin tucked on the right side.
Well, she's beaten the world number 6 this week. She beat Maya Ortengren in the last 16. That was over on Thursday afternoon, and it was a very windy afternoon as well. Up against the world number 4 ranked amateur in the final here.
That's the great thing about match play, isn't it, as well? You can, well, depending on where you qualify, but you can play against the number 1 ranked seed, knock them out. You know, match play, you're going head to head. Not playing against the course, you're playing against the player. And it all comes down to the day.
I think you'd want to walk up and place the ball over there, would you not?
You can see the angle she's got here, that pin just 7 yards from the right. There's a bunker that's short right here. Only got a flick in with a wedge. So difficult to get the control downwind. Needs to strike this one well. Get to stop quickly. See how difficult it is to stop it.
No, no, no. That is going to be extremely awkward.
Revuelta here really needs to take advantage. You can see she's got a much better angle into this pin. This pin position sits in a little bit of a bowl, feed down from left to right. I want to pitch this into the slope. Releasing down to that pin.
Well, that's really nicely done. Every chance she could pull one back here. I mean, DeLon's right at the back of that bunker as well. I'm not sure how much of a backswing she's going to be able to have.
Yeah, at this point she needs to take advantage of DeLon missing the green.
One of those bunkers back there that unless you look at the yardage book, you might forget it's actually there.
Yeah, so difficult to stop the ball downwind. Gusting up to 35 miles per hour now.
She's going to get a look at that now. DeLon kind of sinks, doesn't it? I mean, as windy as it's been really all day.
This looks awkward. She's had a couple of these. Feet outside of the bunker, ball way below her feet. Needs to stay in her posture.
If I tried this, I'd topple in. That's excellent. I mean, a little unlucky. She didn't need much more to catch that slope. And it could have gone a little closer to the hole, but did well to get it on the green, really.
Yeah, such an awkward stance. Didn't need much more, did it, to get over the brow of that hill. It's been like this all day, hasn't it? She gets the lead up to 3 up. Looking like Vuelta could get one back here. Gonna still be on the French woman.
She's got no problem getting it to the hole, and you know, pretty much has to hold it. Big bonus if it did go in.
This one's going to have quite a bit of break on it from right to left, and it's going to be extremely fast down the hill. It's a tough putt to hole, this one. See how windy it's getting now, holding on to her hat.
So that was for par, which means 2 putts for Revuelta to try and eat back into this Dillon lead.
We were saying earlier, 2 down sounds way better than 3, doesn't it? Especially with holes running out.
There you go. Excellently done. The deficit reduced somewhat. Just got to keep battling away. We've seen it from her. She was behind against Cayetana Fernandez yesterday morning, coming towards the end of the match, and 116 and 17 to go 1 up down the last.
Getting a good view of this 12th hole. Par 4, 368 yards. There's a fairway bunker down there on the left. That's at 240 yards.
This is into the wind now, yeah?
This one's into the breeze. The bunker is in reach.
Everything to gain, whereas at the moment you feel like for Revuelta, nothing to lose. 3 down, back to 2. With the honour at this 12th hole, the Spanish player. Wind is whipping right now.
Holding on to the hat, straight back into the breeze here. I'm going to play this one down the right half of the fairway with a little bit of draw.
I think hat nearly came off there. Well, you know about that expression, hold on to your hats. She turned it over slightly.
Just in the second cut, can see plenty of the ball. This hole playing totally different to how it did yesterday when it was downwind. Reachable in yesterday's conditions with the opposite wind direction. Different story today. Right edge of the green, that's the line.
Chasing one down there. Nicely done. Lead cut a little as the wind continues to blow. Next month, the winner of this match will be off to Royal Lytham and St Anne's to play the AIG Women's Open, a championship won 40 years ago by Laura Davies.
The AIG Women's Open is for women who dare to defy convention, to reshape the sport, to shatter expectations. Women who dare to play, to compete and to win. Generations of pioneering players have dared to make their mark. Memories a lifetime ago. I just wish I'd kept that sweater. Champions who set new standards. Competitors who played legendary shots amid storied careers. Women who threw open doors and inspired new generations around the world to pick up a club and play. 50 years on, we unite to celebrate the athleticism, ingenuity and daring of our players and the shared love of the game that has fueled our play for centuries. To grow from humble beginnings to the award of major status in 2001, to knock down barriers, play our game on our terms, on the best and most renowned courses in the world. This is our legacy and our future. This is our championship and this is our game.
Well, what a great champion Laura Davies is. Royal of St Anne's hosting the event, won last time we were there by Georgia Hall, who is a former women's amateur champion. Let's catch up again with Sophie Walker. This match tantalisingly poised right now, Sophie.
It really is, and I don't believe there's another birdie opportunity until 17 because of this wind direction. Pars could be good enough to win these holes. It is a fight out here. Tee shots, well, they've barely got over 200 yards. Andrea Rivelta just turned it over down this left side. Her ball went 201 in the, well, with its finish spot. That's how strong this wind is. She has got 145 front. And the pin, they put it all the way at the back. I heard somebody in the crowd saying, is that even on the green? It all drops away from you beyond that pin. She's got 172 yards to it and will be taking furniture out. Which head cover do you suggest? It's a conversation to have, because now it's like, right, we've got 172, probably playing the best part of 200, but she can't hit a normal flighted hybrid because that's just going to go high. So she still needs to hit a low shot. It looks like the same club that she hit into the 8th hole, and that wasn't successful. She turned it over a bit to the left, but this wind direction is more back into her face. So 172 yards, playing over 200.
Taking the hat off now as well.
Beautiful, good shot.
Oh, she's trying to keep this one down. Oh, fantastic shot into this green. A tough hole today. Straight into the wind. You can see how far back that flag is. 37 yards it is on the back of this green, only 4 yards beyond it. Long iron for Dillon. See that abbreviated follow through, trying to knock it down into the breeze.
Two classy shots there. No mean feat. And she's gone with the bobble hat over the cap as opposed to going capless.
Yeah, I think that could be on there just to keep the cap on, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I don't think too many probably had Dillon's name on their list of potential winners. You know, you had 12 of the world's top 20 here, but 66th in the world. So she's, you know, she's shown some pedigree over the years. Former French Ladies Open champion in 2024 big amateur title at home. Nice to see a dad and his daughter out. Inspired by what she's seeing, I'm sure. Not easy to get through the rough walking, never mind playing golf out of there.
It's great to see the mentality of both of these players, isn't it? They've seemed so composed out there.
Yeah, these are some of the players that have won this and then gone on to win a major. Yeah, Louise Suggs and Babe Zaharias back in the day, but Anna Nordqvist winning her 3 majors in 3 different decades, which takes some doing. Georgia Horn, Katrina Matthew both winning their majors at Royal Lytham and St Anne's. And Catherine Lacoste, you saw on that list, she won her major as an amateur. I think she's still the last amateur to have won a major.
Well, one of these players will get that opportunity, won't they? They will be teeing it up in the AIG Women's Open, the winner of this match.
Lottie Woad nearly did it last year at Evian, didn't she? She was 1 shot outside the playoff.
Putts coming up. Looks like they've got the referee on to see who it is to putt first.
My goodness.
I'm wondering whether she'll get a caddy in to tend the flag, because if it does try and have a good look at the hole, it might get bounced back out with how strong that wind is.
That's a good point.
It's going to be a slow putt into the breeze here. And it's uphill. So difficult to hit it hard enough into that breeze.
Well, there's no doubt Revuelta was an interested spectator there. It's a great test, isn't it? Of so many different skills here. Someone's hat's gone. Come on, quick. There you go, well done. Got there in time.
Revuelta will know how slow this putt is. It's all about the pace. A little bit of movement from left to right. But really just wanted to cozy this one up. Nice and close, put the pressure on her opponent.
Even that didn't get there. As you say, you can't make yourself hit it hard enough.
It's so difficult.
And this is when the wind really does affect the putting.
Yeah, as Sophie said just a moment ago, these next few holes, it's going to be so difficult to make birdies into the breeze.
Yeah, you forget the par. This is just, you know, you against the other person here. This is what, you know, when we say it's a battle, you know, sometimes that could be overstated naturally, but it really is. You know, Dillon here, knock this in. I mean, suddenly a lot of pressure back on Revuelta. Not to go 3 down again, but then again, she might have a putt to go back to just 1 down.
It's a huge mental battle, isn't it, as well? You know, with this breeze, having to concentrate so hard over every single shot, every single putt. These are so important.
Factoring in so many things now, including the wind. And the ball moving, or wobbling in your eye line.
just from the left.
They did it again.
The wind's going to have an effect on the ball here. It's going to move it a little bit more.
Yeah, you mentioned it there, the wind. She aimed it fairly straight, didn't she? Well, 3 up, all square, 3 up. Might be 1 up in a moment.
You can see the frustration, can't you?
Just can't get rid of her. Looks like she has. Back she comes. This would be for back-to-back wins for Andrea Revuelta.
I shall note that this is going to move a little bit more with that wind coming over her back. Needs to be just outside the hole on the left side.
Yeah, that was great. We got the close-up there. We could see the ball. I mean, it's just so off-putting. As long as it doesn't come off its spot, and if it did, you could just put it back again.
Yeah, resetting now. Stay nice and still over this.
No. Didn't really learn, did she? I mean, it's easy to say it sitting here.
It's so off-putting.
Oh.
You've got that gust of wind, you just settle into it, you're about to go, and then another gust comes. So hard to trust it.
Opportunity spurned by Revuelta. Off they go to the par 3 13th.
Yeah, changing direction for the next hole. Now going to be going back downwind.
Does that help?
I think every hole's difficult in these conditions. Sometimes it could be more difficult going downwind.
That's what I mean, yeah. And you got that flag over on the left-hand side there, bunkers waiting.
And the problem going downwind, you know, let's say it's a 30 miles per hour wind into and you take 3 clubs extra. Going downwind, sometimes you can just kill the ball, make it die in the air, not getting the full carry. Really got to trust your club selection. Yardages out the window today. 13th hole, 146 yards it is. That pin tucked on the left-hand side. This won't be any more than a 9-iron. It can be tempting to go for this pin, but keep it right. There are 2 bunkers that you do not want to go in on the left.
Yeah, you heard someone saying stay, just worried that it might jump up into that bunker on the right, but all good now for Revuelta.
Yeah, in these conditions, hitting the green is a good shot on this hole.
Also just needs to settle down, and will do. Honours fairly even there. So let's get a parental perspective on things, shall we? Sophie is with Valentine's father.
Antoine, you're out here watching your daughter. How are the nerves, especially on this back nine?
It's very difficult. The wind, everything, of course. It's a big battle, but we try to be very calm, and we will see what's happened. But I'm very supportive for the two girls. They're doing great golf, so I try to be very calm, not a lot of emotion, but it's very difficult.
And you weren't due to be here. It was a surprise, wasn't it?
To be here, yes, because normally I was not able to come, and I make the surprise for Valentine. She was so happy, and it works well, so it's good.
Well, I can't imagine what it is like watching your girl, but you must be so proud of the way she's playing and her career.
Yes, I'm so proud of her. She's a fighter, and I like to see her like this.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed. It's been a fantastic battle. I'll leave you to watch the game.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very proud. It's so hard to, you know, stay even-minded, because as well, I mean, his job is, you know, part of the French Golf Federation. He looks after the men's team, so he can't, in a way, get too emotional in another way as well. And also, he doesn't want to affect Valentine herself out there.
Yeah, I mean, having your parents out on the course watching, you know, he's obviously so proud, but you always feel a little bit of pressure for what a fantastic job she's doing and the way she's handling it. The biggest stage of women's amateur golf.
Well, she'll be putting first, and once again giving a pretty decent look to Revuelta. And it's interesting having the different caddies. You know, she has what we'd call a proper caddy, if you like, you know, someone who caddies in the local area, whereas Andrea has got her sister on the bag, so he's very much, even though Andrea's a golfer, a good amateur golfer, very much the junior between the two.
Yeah, it's different perspectives on, isn't it? Valentine Dillon there with a caddy. You know, there's no emotion there involved, is there? Whereas Andrea has her sister on the bag. You can imagine a little bit of nerves for her sister. I'd be nervous if I was caddying for my sister. You know, you'd want them to win, willing every putt in.
So this putt is into the wind, yeah?
This putt back into the breeze. It's slightly downhill, goes uphill at the end. Going to move from right to left early.
Again, comes up agonisingly short.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of putts. We already have so far today from distance. So difficult to hit it close to the hole. But has Andrea Revuelta learned something from that putt?
Because she didn't on the last green, did she?
No, she'll know that this one, even though it's downhill, it's into the wind. So that cancels it out. And the wind is so strong that you have to now think, well, it's actually like an uphill putt. It's going to be slow. Give this one a go.
Try and force yourself to knock it 2-3 feet past.
Exactly right. And it's uphill after the hole. So don't be scared of it. You can be aggressive with this one. Really want to put yourself in a position where you're getting a gimme after it. You need to put the pressure on. Just 2 down.
Yeah, job done there. Well played. Not one given, but one expected to be made.
Yeah, I think in these conditions this afternoon as well, I don't think there'll be many gimmies outside of a couple of feet, will there?
No.
So much on the line. You can really feel the pressure starting to build. This putt here is going to move from right to left.
Is to avoid another 3-putt.
To start this one outside the hole. Oh. Just didn't come back, did it? It was a good attempt, it was a good putt. A mistake really from the first one. Left herself too much to do there. Frustration.
Well, the last 3-putt didn't cost her a hole. You get the feeling this one very much could. Revuelta has been trailing since the second hole of this 36-hole final. She's cut into that lead again. Her dreams are very much still alive. Just the one down now, Andrea Revuelta.
Gosh, it's mentally exhausting, isn't it? The conditions, the grind. Fighting back from 3 down, now 1. Heading to the 14th hole and switching wind directions again, back into the wind. That's what's so great about Muirfield, all the holes going in different directions. Never really play the same wind direction twice in a row. It's what makes this golf course so difficult.
Bathed in sunshine, but completely wind-swept.
We've got a good view of this par 4 14th, 421 yards into the breeze. There's a bunker down the right at 215 yards, 3 down the left, the first one at 207. That's in play. Heading towards it, but you can see how strong that wind is. It's on the fairway safely, lovely drive. Playing a long way today. Well, a lovely drive from DeLon straight down the middle. final of this Women's Amateur Championship, heading down the 32nd hole of this 36-hole match final. Katrina Matthew alongside me. Conditions are brutal out there, Katrina.
They most certainly are. These next couple of holes are just going to be tough. Back into that breeze. And how tight, gosh. Just seems to ebb one way, ebb the other way.
Beautiful view of Muirfield. It's been a fantastic venue, hasn't it, for this Women's Amateur Championship? And we were just talking about the layout of the golf course, all the holes going in different directions. One of the difficulties of the golf course is exactly that. You don't play the wind direction the same way.
No, every hole is just kind of quartering from a slightly different direction. And it's not straight into, I think these crosswinds are really difficult. If the ball starts going the wrong way, it can just get whipped away. Let's get this 14th hole. I think that's straight into the wind.
Yeah, it's going to be two big hits, isn't it, today?
I think playing a 4.5, 5. Luckily match play, the par of the hole doesn't really matter.
Who would be an on-course commentator, hey? At least it's not raining, but it is so windy that I am struggling to hear somebody talk who is the best part of 5 yards away from me. It's so windy out here at the moment, and these drives were thumped, and they've only gone 205 yards, which is quite incredible, isn't it? So she's got here 210 to the front. I don't think she can reach, as a man's hat just flies off his head and goes right back towards the tee box almost. So this isn't getting there. It's just about trying to keep it low and not turn it over into a bunker on the left-hand side.
You can see that abbreviated follow-through, trying to keep it down. But she had the 3-wood out there before she even looked at the yardage book. She knew she needed it and probably couldn't get there.
Yeah, yardages go out the window at this point, don't they? You know, it's everything you've got and more. Most important thing here is just the ball flight, isn't it? Trying to keep it under the wind. Don't want to be getting it up into the air. Don't want it to balloon. There's a bunker down there, 20 yards short, 25 yards short left.
$195 yards. Got to cover this with her chest.
Both just about in the same spot, just short right, catching that rough.
I don't know where anything's gone.
But they just couldn't get there into the strength of this wind.
See everyone holding on to their hats.
Might be a few making their way to North Berwick, blowing off their heads.
Oh, what a final this is turning out to be. It's very close, isn't it? Andrea Revuelta fighting back. Not yet been up in the match. Biggest deficit has been 3 down. She's fighting. Now back to 1.
Yeah, she just won't go away. Valentine just keeps edging ahead and then getting pegged back. Edges ahead, gets pegged back. I wouldn't like to say which way this match could go.
Well, they're going to have plenty of green to work with their pitch shot coming up. pin well on the green, 24 yards. Got a bunker short of the green, that shouldn't be an issue. Not into the breeze, need to be pitching this well on.
There's another hat going for Burton. But you can see that little ridge they've got to pitch up. Got to be firm enough, tough to get the distance into the breeze. It's just figuring out, isn't it, how much is it going to release into the wind? Will it stop? Will it release a little bit?
Yeah, especially coming out of the rough. You expect it to release a few yards, but into this stiff wind. Having a walk up, having a look exactly where they want to pitch the ball.
And Vuelta, who has been flying them the whole way, likes to go through the air, fly them right up. Will she try and land it right on that top tier? Just get it to stop.
Sitting not bad in the rough, but
you can kind of feel the tension just watching it. Is someone going to make a mistake? Is someone going to hit just a wonderful shot?
well, we know how good she is with her wedges. She get this one peppering around the pin into the breeze.
And that was very uncharacteristic. She won't be thrilled with that one, yanking it a little bit to the left. But not easy in this strong wind, especially going the high route.
Oh, what a brilliant shot that was for Delon. Fantastic. Played that perfectly, didn't she? Bounced it into the slope. Take another look at it.
Yeah, didn't she? She just pitched it in the slope, took the pace off it, trickled up. Very well played.
Seen how difficult it is putting this afternoon with this breeze. The pace especially, it's so difficult when you're putting into breeze, downwind. So much to think about. These players have got to be mentally exhausted after such a long week of golf.
A long week of golf and then battling. I mean, yesterday was windy as well, and the day before in the afternoon. Just takes it out of you.
I think they'll sleep well tonight.
You have to think this is becoming nearly a must-make. Valentine in so close.
Oh, she gave it a go, didn't she? Wow, that was heavy-handed.
And she's conceded DeLong 2 up with 4 to play.
It's been the story of the day, hasn't it?
It has. Every time we think DeLong's just getting ahead and taking the ascendancy in the match, Vuelta fights back.
They'll move now on to the 15th hole. Par 4.
Yeah, you can see it there on your screen, just slight dogleg to the right. That bunker on the left-hand side will definitely be out of range. 284.
Yeah, another hole that's going to be playing extremely long into this breeze.
Crucial to hit this fairway, to give yourself just so you're able to carry that cross bunker. You can see just 30 yards short of the green. So you're just teeing that ball a little bit lower, trying to keep it, the ball flight down into the wind.
Just making that one a little bit right. To see what lie she's got down there. As you say, Katrina, there's a bunker 30 yards short of the green that players need to carry. It's going to be difficult into the breeze, especially coming from the rough. Well, she likes that one, straight down the middle. You can feel it getting tense now as we're coming to the closing stages of this final for the Women's Amateur Championship. Spoken so much about the conditions of the golf course. The wind really picking up over the last couple of days.
And this is what makes links golf difficult to the top players, the elite amateurs, the top professionals. If there's no wind, a links course is there for the taking. It's the wind that is its defence, as we've seen these last couple of days. Muirfield has been a great test for these players. They've seen it in every conditions: no wind, east winds, west winds, south winds.
Well, they know the golf course very well now, don't they? 36 holes of stroke play earlier in the week. Top 64 players advanced into the match play. Sophie's down on the fairway next to Valentine's ball. What's the lie like, Sophie?
Oh, shit. Fucking thing. This.
Well, it looks like it's sitting not too badly. Maybe on a slight downslope. That'll help to keep the ball down, but there's that bunker 28 yards short of the green. She has to carry.
And she's a long way back. She's going to have over 200 yards to the front. So I would say she's got at least 180 to 190 over that bunker, which into this breeze is going to be quite the task.
Yeah, and what do you do in this position? Do you go for it? Do you take it on? Do you try and go left of it, right of it? I'm sure that's what they're discussing.
Yeah, I
think
think
Paul.
Absolutely, I think that's what they're discussing. I think kind of if they can go kind of short right, it would be a pretty good line for where that pin is over on the left-hand side.
Because really the worst miss here is that bunker, isn't it? A 30-yard bunker shot, and the pin's, you know, it's well on the green, 24 yards on. That'd be a really awkward shot to have. Needs to get a good strike on this one. Oh, it's bounced right of it.
That was a superb shot. Very well played. I think she was just aiming for that kind of front right section. And as you can see there, she's opened up the green, given herself a good shot, good third shot. You've got to kind of plot your way around a golf course sometimes, know your limitations. She knew she couldn't attack that pin, get close to it.
Yeah, she played that very well, didn't she? Got to be strategic on a golf course like this in these tough conditions. Where's the best place of putting the golf ball? Where don't you want to miss it?
But a whole different scenario here for Revelta. 2 down. She's got to make something happen. Does she try and push? She's got to try and attack this pin a little bit more.
She's going to be going with a long iron. Trying to keep it down. It can be so difficult when you have a wood in your hand and it flares up into the breeze.
Yeah, she's hit this long iron a lot of times. 4 iron. She's trying to get a low, kind of draw it in. 184 yards to the hole.
She's got to be playing at least 200 into the breeze off the left as well. Want to ignore that flag, really, don't you? There's bunker on the left side, middle of the green. But then again, she's 2 down.
Yeah, she's got to be assuming that Valentine's going to get up and down from where she is.
Good shot there onto the putting surface. Is it going to hang on to the edge? Yeah. Going to be a difficult putt.
Excellent shot, though. As you can see, that wind into out the left. That pin was well nigh impossible to try and get close to. Here we go, a look at all the winners from all the different countries. England leading the way, but a great variety of nations, aren't there?
Yeah, Scotland second. You're part of
Didn't
that
want to
history,
mention that.
Katrina, 17 winners from Scotland.
And then there we are, USA and Sweden, who have had the last 2 winners.
10 winners from France.
And Spain, sorry, not Sweden.
6 from Spain. Who will it be by the end of today?
Yeah, Céline Boutier, the last French player to win. And obviously the great Catherine Lacoste.
Well, Delana's left herself with another pitch shot. We saw how well she played the one on the previous hole. Can she play another? Plenty of green to work with here. She's taken a big walk up to the green. Pin all the way at the back. 24 yards on.
Well, it looks like she's going to play the high shot. Look at those practice swings. She's going to take it all the way. Has got 40 yards to the pin and is going to play it 35 yards, I think. Take the slope out of it.
Oh, another delightful pitch on there from Valentine. Left it below the hole as well.
Yeah, she's been brilliant at that shot, hasn't she? Well, this is going to be a testing pace putt. Going up the hill, then back down. Difficult to judge.
"60 feet away." Just checking if she's on the green so she can mark her golf ball. So Valentine has said yes. It's not ready to clean the golf ball. I would suggest she maybe has a line on her ball or likes to set it up square. But you're going to walk to the top of the slope, and this 15th hole, it's in that famous hole location in the dip to the left hand side of this green, and where she's standing now is how she wants the ball to hit its apex and then drop downhill. Once it gets to 2/3 from the hole, it goes downhill, but it's into the hill to start with, so you've got a 2-pace putt, and this wind you would think was going to affect it, maybe send it from right to left, but as it gets down towards the hole and even past the hole, it wants to take it away all the way to the back left of this green. 60-foot pace putt.
Not bad from where she was. Managed to just get it inside. DeLong will get a good read. But as we've seen, if Valentine can pop her one in for the par, all the pressure is squarely on Revuelta's shoulders.
Yeah, she's running out of holes, isn't she? Valentine will desperately be wanting this one to drop. Close the gap.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to give a player of the standard of Revuelta even a sniff of it a chance. She wants to try and close that door. This is all these hours of practice on the putting green. Go through your routine, be positive.
Fantastic putt, a great up and down. What a four that was.
Excellent four, very well thought out second shot, leaving it in the perfect position to give herself the best chance.
She's playing brilliantly in these conditions. They're tough, grinding it out well. Putting the pressure back on the Spaniard. This putt now to remain 2 down.
Very good there. Calmly done, and I think the thing that impresses me most about them is they both just stick to their routine. Exact same routine she had on the first hole as she's now got on this hole.
Well, Valentine Delon walking to the 16th hole, 2 up. Victory getting closer, holes running out for the Spaniard. And moving on to the 16th hole, the par 3.
Yeah, and after all these ones battling into the wind, they've now got a little bit of help out the right on this 16th. Playing 172 yards today. The pin is 17 yards on and 10 from the right. So not an easy pin to get to with this wind out the right-hand side.
Yeah, a difficult pin location with this wind. It's hard to start it far enough right and trust that it's going to come back.
Yeah, they're just looking, there's a bit of a false front here, looking to land some about 165. Take a little bit of sting out in the slope and just get the middle of the green.
Dillon looking at aiming this between the right edge of the green and the pin. Let the wind do the work.
Long way. Oh, no.
And that was a very good shot. Anywhere on this green today is a good shot.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get close to that flag location. Pin high left, that is perfect. And really now for Valentine, it's just eliminating any mistakes.
Absolutely, birdies are hard to come by. If she can make pars, it's going to be very difficult to get caught.
Another very well played iron shot, pin high.
Yeah, two very good shots. They both learnt from this morning, where they both found the bunkers on the left and had those fiendish lies. You can see Valentine there just striding out down towards the green. You wonder what thoughts are going through her head, trying not to think. She's so close, she's touching distance, trying to stay calm.
Yeah, both players have stayed very composed all day. It's been very impressive. Valentine has spoken about how she's trying to be more process driven, taking one shot at a time, one hole at a time. That's exactly what she's done today.
Yes, I'm sure they're both feeling very nervous, but managing to keep that hidden underneath. Sometimes it's not until you're in these moments that you find out what you feel like, how you react.
Gosh, you can see that wind, can't you? 16th flag there. Really whipping across in the wind. Beautiful view there, isn't it, Katrina?
It is indeed. Down to Gallon Bents. Some brave souls, I think, in the water.
How about those for some tee shots right there? Both players missed this green short left in the bunker this morning. And if you remember at Muirfield, everybody says take more club on 16. And that's clearly what they've done, not making the same mistake twice. And to both find the dance floor is exceptional golf. Now this whole green seeps from back to front. So Valentine will be coming down the hill, but back into the wind. The flag is just rattling away, trying to work out who is first to play. Yeah, they're just calling the referee on, because it's oh so important right now, isn't it? You know, match play circumstances. Only a couple of holes left. Okay, so she's pointing to the woman from Paris who's going to take a putt. I think Paul Cunningham, our caddy, is so vitally important now because he's experienced these conditions. He's been a caddy here for 18 years. He knows how much this wind is going to affect the golf ball. From the high side, it's got to fall from left to right. And it looks like she's going to go a couple of feet from left to right as well. Can easily get away from you from the top of this green, even with these windy conditions.
Was a little tentative, Amy. You can see her looking down. That's going to be a good 5-6 feet short.
Yeah, it's so difficult, isn't it? These pace putts in this breeze, trying to judge it. As Sophie said, that one was so easy to get away from you then. Play a little bit too tentatively. Coming up short there. And the door's open.
It is, it can be so difficult at times. She's trying not to make a mistake, trying not to do something silly.
Well, this putt's going to be slow up the hill into the breeze as well. She had to be aggressive with it, didn't she? Wasn't leaving that one short.
As you said earlier, Amy, nothing's going to be given at this stage in the match on these greens in this wind.
Yeah, those putts just seem an extra couple of feet now, don't they, with all this pressure?
This is a slider, tricky putt, slider from left to right. Just got to keep it with enough speed on that left side. Excellent putt there. What a three, you can see that nodding her head to herself. She knew how important that was.
Yeah, that was a big putt, wasn't it? Forcing now Andrea to hole it. She's 2 up, guaranteed, with 2 to play. Enormous amount of pressure on this putt now.
Yeah, this to keep the match going.
Well done, well holed. She's got a big job to do now, coming down 17.
But anything can happen. 17, par 5, down the wind, good drive away, you just never know.
Playing downwind today as well, 502 yards.
5 to 18.
Yeah, that was a really battling couple of pars, wasn't it, for Valentine Delon and Andrea Revuelta. Hole number 35 coming up in this Women's Amateur Championship final. Dogleg par 5. You can see those 3 bunkers there. That's there to try and catch the second shots.
Yeah, you can see the ones off the tee. That last one on the left is 277. Shouldn't be in play today downwind. Fire one just right of them.
A halved hole at this 17th at Muirfield would be enough to bring the title and its many riches to Valentine Delon. And it looks like it's a satisfactory start.
That is ideal. Look at that, scampering down the fairway. It just won't stop. And that is going to be easily reachable. The pressure firmly on Revuelta. Can she respond going with the 3-wood as she did this morning? And a very good response.
Well, I was just having a look to try and see the last time that Valentine Delon was actually trailing in a match, and you have to go back to the 5th hole of her match against Maya Ortungren in the last 16. I mean, that's a lot of golf to be either all square or 1 up or better against all your opponents. No one since Maya Ortungren went 1 up at the first hole in that last 16 match has anyone been ahead
That
of
just
her.
shows what good golf she's been playing. She's been playing against some great competition who are playing good golf, but she's just managed to... Her coach, yeah, obviously should listen to her coach every time she says something. Don't fall behind.
Yeah, in that match against Ortungren, who's the world ranked number 6 player, by the way, she then, from 1 down, won 5 of her next 6 holes, won 3 and 2, and as you say, really never looked back since. You can see Revuelta, it's a nothing to lose scenario now.
It is now. 2 down with 2 to go. They've both hit good drives. She's got to be thinking she's got to make eagle here to extend the match down 18.
It's been a wonderful battle. We know Delon has had the edge all the way through, but Revuelta has shown her fighting qualities.
Well, there's been a massive drive hit down this 17th hole, and it is by Valentine. Good drive down here by Andrea. She's got 235 yards, but as I peer over all the spectators, I reckon she's 50 back of her playing partner. Can still reach 235 front, pins on 16, so best part of 250. Off a slight downslope, which is going to mean it's going to be harder to pick this ball up from the tight fairway lies here at Muirfield. Wind howling down from right to left. As soon as this hits fairway, it all kicks to the left. Remember this morning when she kicked to the left and found herself in the bunker. Made 4 here this morning. It's all about the landing spot. I would say you got to land this like a 190, even though it's 235 pin. Then it's a 3 club downwind. There's so much to work out. And then it's the trust, the lap of the gods in links golf once this ball hits the ground. So 250 pin, and I'm thinking a 190 pitch. Could be an iron. Yeah, she's going for the iron. Has got to start it at the hut long right of this green and let the ground kick it down to the left.
Just unsettled, a gust of wind came. 5 iron. I think that's quite going to make it. I think maybe off that little downslope, just didn't quite get the elevation and the height to get the wind behind it to help it.
And this is the hole, remember, where Valentine Delon earlier this afternoon, hit it into what, about 5 feet with her second shot here. I mean, what a tee shot. Not just in length of it, I mean, put it down there with your hand any better. Look at the angle she's got in.
To just squeeze it between that bunker on the left and keep it on the fairway. Give herself the perfect angle now into this front left pin position. And she's just going to have a short iron in here. Could be as little as a 9 iron, 8 iron at most.
Well, what an opportunity could await here for Delon. She could be about to make her dreams come true.
Yeah, it's 7 iron she's picked.
Just needs to settle down. Beautifully played.
Yeah, under the circumstances, a good shot. Took it to the back of the green, took all the trouble out of play.
Well, just to remind you of where we're at the 35th hole of this Women's Amateur Championship final. Valentine Delon 2 up, so she needs a half. They've now both played 2. Realistically, Revuelta has to chip in, otherwise it's 2 putts for the title for Delon.
Yeah, Revuelta just come up maybe 20 yards short of the green. But she has hit some wonderful chips. Been so many twists and turns in this match. I wouldn't put it past her.
Well, look what she did at the 17th earlier today when she looked like she was odds on to lose the hole. She came out somehow with an incredible
Fabulous
half.
bunker shot.
Yeah. Well, the title was won by a Spaniard from Madrid, who's a cardinal at Stanford, Paula Martin Sampedro. The action was watched on television by Andrea Revuelta, who was determined to come here and try and win the title herself. At the moment, it doesn't look like she's going to be able to follow in the footsteps of her compatriot. So hard, isn't it, when you're trailing all day, literally all day?
Always behind, yeah. Always feeling as though she was on the back foot, trying to push, trying to get close. Every time she got closer, Valentine would come out with a good hole, get back in the lead. Here we go. Walked up, seen where she wants to land this. Has to try and make it.
Got a chance.
Ooh.
Had a look.
She gave it a try. She frightened the hole there with that.
Well, at least 2 putts to win the match for Valentine Delon. What a position she finds herself in.
I think the fact that it's been such a hard day of golf means that she's refusing to think about the position that she's found herself in. From 192 yards, she just hit a perler of a 7-iron, and look at her now in her process with her caddy, talking through it. It's into the wind putt, but this one's uphill, so she hasn't got what she faced on 16. She knows this is slow. She saw the golf ball of Andrea's roll past the hole, so she knows the line. I've just seen Andrea look to the sky as if she knows what's going to happen next.
Just what was required. I wonder if she'll be made to putt here. Revuelta has to hole hers just to make a even putt.
Yeah, you can see her looking at the ground. She knows she has just about got both hands on that trophy.
The last hope for the Spaniard comes with the roll of this putt. And that should be that. It's good, says Andrea. And it's Valentine's Day at Muirfield. The Women's Amateur Championship is back in the hands of a French player, Valentine Delon, your 2026 champion.
And what a player, what golf she has played. So happy for her. She hung in there all day, was always ahead. Her mum and dad flew in yesterday. There's her dad, Antoine. She's dreamt of this day.
And her life is about to change. There's her mum, Laetitia. A lovely family moment.
Gladys Nocera, the French national coach.
and all played their part, I'm sure, in this journey. And her next 12 months is about to change big time. She's got some huge events to ride into her calendar.
She most certainly does. I don't think as a player you'd want to have looked at them till now. I'm sure Sophie might remind her of all these events she's about to be playing in.
Absolutely. Valentine Dillon. Never caught. Led all the way yesterday in her quarter-final and semi-final. Led all the way today. She really has played like a champion.
Valentine, congratulations. You are the women's amateur champion. It must feel unbelievable. The weather out here has been such a tough battle today. Explain what it was like to be in that final under these conditions and to get it over the line.
The first 18 holes were fine. First or 22nd hole, I was starting to be like really tired and the wind picked up, so it was really hard. But I never like give up because I knew like I wanted to put my name on this trophy, and so every time I was hitting a shot I was thinking about this, and I did it.
You haven't been down in a match since the last 16. That's nearly 48 hours of golf. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's nice. And today I was a lot like 3 up, coming back to square, 3 up, coming back to 1 up. But every time I was like, I need to not be down, so I need to come back and win this hole.
And you've had some incredible support out here. We actually spoke to your father out there in front of your friends, but more your family. What does this mean to you as a family?
It's amazing. I'm lucky to have them. They support me every day, and to be able to do it in front of them and in an amazing golf course is just a dream.
And we asked you, what would you do if you won this championship? And you said party. So what's it going to be?
I will probably go back to France and party with my family and my friends.
Oh, well, good on you. Deserve it. A fantastic champion. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, don't party too hard. The week after next, you've got to play in the Evian Championship.
I know, we'll give her a couple of days to party, and then she gets back to work.
I know, but that starts the list.
Oh, and what a list it is. The Evian Championship.
Well, she played a couple of weeks.
Open.
Yeah, she's off to Roller de St Anne's. But, you know, to play in your first major on home soil as the women's amateur champion.
Yeah, there must be no better feeling as an amateur. Just getting to go to Evian. As you said, she played in the LET event there a few weeks ago, made the cut. And now to go back and play with the best players in the world.
Everyone wants to say well done. And a word for Paul as well, her caddy. You know, he played his part too.
He did indeed. She met him a couple of weeks ago when they were over getting some preparation in. He picked her, thought he got a good player there, good bag. They obviously got on well, and she wanted him to caddy this week. And what a pair they've been.
She is the 9th French champion, the first since Céline Boutier in 2015. Another major champion in Catherine Lacoste, won it back in 1969. She's following in their footsteps. So let's look back at the story of the day. This was back at the 17th. I was going to say this morning, but it was actually early afternoon.
Yeah, the 17th in the first round. And it looked like it was hidden behind that, looked like it was going to be short, and suddenly, here it comes. It appears. And this was her second shot, setting up a fantastic eagle opportunity.
Yeah, at this stage she's 1 up, and you think she's going 2 up, but this is what her opponent did at this 17th hole, where we've just seen the match wrap up.
Yeah, this was a wonderful bunker shot. Just used the slope and the contours. Gave herself a chance at the birdie, which she holed, and then DeLong missed.
She did, and then it was rolls reversed. An incredible chip shot, really, to get it to there.
Yeah, she missed the green left, and that incredible up and down just put her into lunch at 2 up.
And then straight out of that lunch break, rolled this in at the first. And now she was on a real momentum swing.
You felt she might even run away, had a putt at the second to go to 2 up, but then Revuelta, birdie at 3.
Which was matched by the now champion. So she remained 3 up. She lost the 4th.
And then Revuelta here on the 5th. Valentine had found the fairway bunker. And a great iron here on the par 5. That was to go back, wins that hole to go back to 1 down.
Yeah, and suddenly, with this putt, it was all square, and you're thinking, now the momentum swinging towards Revuelta. So what does Delon do? She does this.
Absolutely, on this tricky 7th, into the wind, off the left, pin on the left, and what a fabulous tee shot. Go back to 1 up.
Yeah. They halved, she won the 8th hole. They halved the 9th. She won the 10th, so she's back 3 up again. This was at the
11th, a good shot in by Revuelta, which led to her winning that hole and getting it back to 2.
Yeah, they halved the 12th. So Delon still ahead, 2 up. Off they move to 14.
And this was a great little pitch, putting it stone dead. Just at this really tough section of the golf course, back into the wind, and then as we just saw in 17.
Yeah, this had to go in, and even it did really. I mean, look at where the marker was for Valentine Delon. She said that's good. Her dreams were extinguished. The champion, Valentine Delon of France. And a great battle throughout the day. 3-1 the winning margin in the end.
Yeah, fantastic battle. I mean, Valentine, she was up the whole way, but Andrea kept fighting back, kept edging back. You felt, could she get over? Could she start getting in the lead? But not quite. Valentine just held her off. And it really is a winner takes all, this event.
Yeah, it's an incredible list of opportunities that now lie in wake for Delon, starting at Evian. Well, she's got, what, 2 majors in the next month, for starters.
Yeah. She might have to alter her schedule.
I think so, and she'll then play on the LPGA Tour at Columbia Edgewater Country Club at the Portland Classic, and then next year she'll have the US Women's Open at Inverness, the Chevron Championship at Carlton Woods, Anwa. But before all of that, she's got to get her hands on a trophy which has a who's who of women's golf on it.
It's time to present the trophy to our champion. Dennis Watson, captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, please do the honours.
Congratulations, you've played fantastically well. This
Valentine Delon, the 123rd Women's Amateur Championship victor. The biggest win of her young life.
Absolutely, a moment she will savour.
There is Antoine. He said, didn't he, earlier how proud he was of the way she was playing. And Mum Laetitia as well on hand too. They surprised her yesterday morning by flying out.
I think more nerve-wracking for the parents, the coach.
Yeah, wonderful scenes on what's been a wonderful week. You know, 144 players, some of the world's best all turning up to one of the best layouts in world golf, and it hasn't disappointed, Katrina.
It has not disappointed. They've seen it in all sorts of conditions, no wind, different wind directions, and from what I've heard, they've all absolutely loved the golf course, coming to one of the most iconic links courses in Scotland.
Well, next year, the Women's Amateur Championship will be off to Royal Cinque Ports in England's south-east coast. But for now, it's a week and certainly a day to savour for Valentine Delon. She's the champion and heading for many of the game's biggest events in 2 majors for starters in the next month. From all of us at Muirfield, we wish you a fond farewell and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.